Making that shit obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Here we go, everyone. 2 weeks ago, we started with 12 of the world's best teams, and now it's down to the final 2. After today, one of them will be crowned global champions. Hello and welcome to the grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. I'm Golden Boy, and of course, joining me on the desk today to break down all of the action, we have Bala, Tom, and Jess. It's a pleasure to have you guys here today. It's always nice to be next to you, buddy.
It is nice.
You just have great musk. You know, so do you, Tom.
They put the ball people in the middle. That's what I've noticed.
Yes.
We can't be on the outskirts because it would just be, they need to sort of balance out a little bit.
That's right. The hair is over here, the bald's over here. That's the way the Lord intended. Anyway, we're coming at you live, folks, from the Forum Copenhagen for a best-of-5 final between the #1 seeded APAC team, PaperX, and the #2 seeded EMEA team, Fun Plus Phoenix. And we've got a sold-out crowd for you. And for the first time, we've had an audience for a VALORANT Global Championship event. But did anyone expect to see these two teams here? Because, Bala, I tell you, did not have it on my bingo card.
It's been a roller coaster. I think since the beginning of group stages, there were so many different teams getting wins over others that you definitely did not expect. FPX came here with a sub, and they made it all the way to the grand finals. What a story for them.
Yeah, it's been an incredible journey, Jess, and for PaperX, I mean, what an adventure that this team has had and how dominant they've been.
Don't speak to me about PaperX, because if Leviathan was also in the finals, I owed you a very expensive watch.
That's very true.
So you got 50% of the way there. I'm going to go out later and
Same.
get you a Hello Kitty watch, you know, because you got 50% of the way there.
I'll take a Hello Kitty watch.
We'll get the Hello Kitty watch done.
I'm okay with this.
But
Right.
what I will say is I didn't have, you know, FPX on my bingo card. You know, speaking about bingo cards, yes, PaperX was some of the favorites for many of us. But FPX, given that this is their first debut on LAN, they had subs as you referenced. What a miracle from them. And EMEA back in the finals, baby, where we belong.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, didn't realize all the bias was over there. All right. Hey, look, now, folks, before we get into today's match, let's actually talk about the lower bracket final yesterday between FPX and Optic Gaming. And after overcoming every hurdle imaginable, missing out on Reykjavik, missing players, always losing on Icebox because Lord knows they just kept picking it for some reason, you know, and having to best regional finals, Tom, FPX came through when it counted, and they took an early 2-0 lead, best of 5 in this series, even when Optic showed signs of life. Their run of back-to-back title, that was simply not going to happen because FPX were right in their way.
Yeah, and I think they've done that all the way through this tournament, like almost overcome everything that's sort of been happening to them, like having that sort of substand initially, but also even in the last game, they struggled to beat Fnatic, and now they come through here again and somehow managed to almost upset the pot.
I think the philosophy of FPX has shown through in the gameplay. The strategy that they're able to employ controls the map, and Optic was no different of an opponent for them in that regard. They just go for their goals, and they achieve them over and over. Angel and Doom Bros have done such a good job at really making sure every player understands the goals of every round.
And I love how, like, we've come from EMEA. Tom will understand how intense they are about just being a little bit experimental. They come in, they change things around. Oh, Angel has an idea. Let's do this, let's do that.
Yeah.
They've come to this international stage. They've waned it back just a little bit. They've tightened it up, and they've made sure there is more of an identity, less chaotic, a little bit more controlled chaos, if I could say. And I think FPX now as a team can come into these finals and say, we may have been the best FPX we've ever been, and this is who you should look at.
Yeah, they're playing damn good Valorant. I'm looking forward to seeing what else they could do here today. Now let's go ahead and take a look at one final look, as a matter of fact, at our Masters bracket and see how we even got here. My goodness, this feels like it's been a journey, Bala. 10 teams, and now we are down to just the final 2.
Yeah, it's crazy too, because we don't see the groups, but FPX had to play the max amount of games through that, and then this ridiculous lower bracket run. The team from the top, PaperX, who went through the upper bracket, have played the least amount of matches possible, and FPX have gone through the most, 9 matches to get to this point.
Yeah, that's it. That's an absurd amount of matches, and also it's just very impressive that, you know, obviously both of these teams, they have had quite different journeys up until this point, Tom, but both very deserving of that title.
Well, yeah, that was actually one of the things we were going to look at in a little bit. It's just that if you look at the amount of rounds that is currently being played by FPX, it's absurd. Like, they're looking to actually break the record for most played within this tournament. I think comparatively to the likes of, I think it was Iceland last time, it was Optic who had quite a lot of rounds on the board coming through that lower, but FPX have just been ridiculous all the way through this one.
Yeah, and Jess, I mean, obviously, you know, for both of these teams, right, they come at this, they approach it in completely stylistically different ways, which has been so fascinating to watch.
It's funny because when we were speaking about the stylistic differences, and I was like, oh my God, there's almost one that just loves to slow down the pace, and the other one had some of the fastest attacking speeds and times of any team in the entire tournament. So when we're thinking about it, it's almost like a sniper rifle, you know, being shot at a completely, you know, bazooka. It's just, you don't know what the reaction's going to be when they hit in the middle, but you just know it's going to be exciting. I'm wondering, there's been no team yet throughout the tournament, or in the world rather, we can say that confidently, that has been able to quell that kind of controlled chaos that PaperX brings. There is one final opponent to work out if they can control it, and FPX has the greatest shot now that they've been able to do with other teams. They've been able to set and dictate the pace. What does that look like against the fastest team in the world?
Yeah, and don't worry, folks. We're going to continue to break down everything, you know, but because it's finals day, all right here in Masters Copenhagen, I want to level with you wonderful people back at home here in the arena as well. Let's make this show trend on Twitter. Let's go nuts. Use the hashtag VALORANT Masters, also the hashtag VCT, and who knows, we may actually feature your favorite tweets in the broadcast, or some of your favorite tweets, but just go out there, go nuts, have a good time. And while you're on Twitter, by the way, you may want to answer today's poll question, and this one is one that I'm particularly very proud of, and you know, of course, for the homie DMX. Which X is going to give it to you? All right, is it going to be PaperX or is it going to be FPX? Scan the QR code. I hope you do. Look, I'm a DMX connoisseur.
I thought it was more going to be like woof woof.
Scan, no, it wasn't going to be a woof woof.
When you were practicing that earlier, that was quite terrifying.
When you
spent
talk
an hour
about the
doing
legend that is DMX, you do not just go woof woof. How dare you, sir?
Do you think you're one of the only people in broadcast history to ever bark twice?
Probably.
Live on a broadcast?
Would it be the first time I've done something dumb? You know?
I mean, it was brilliant.
But it's a good thing that
I hope everyone tweets about that. Hashtag VALORANT Masters.
Yeah, that's what they should hashtag. There you go.
Yeah, give us your best barks using the hashtag VALORANT Masters. But also, why don't you go ahead and scan that poll and let us know who you think's going to win the whole dang thing. Is it going to be PaperX or will it be Fun plus Phoenix? What a matchup we have in store for everyone. But stick around, because when we return, we're going to be deep diving into both teams when we come back after this quick break. Don't go anywhere.
getting obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop me. Nah, you cannot stop me.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen for the grand finals. It's time to break down the two teams in our best of 5 series. And as luck would have it, I'm also surrounded by some experts here. I'm also surrounded by an incredible community of people who decided to use the hashtag VALORANT Masters and bark. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Do it up. Anyway, moving on though. Let's talk. Let's talk about Fun Plus Phoenix here, okay? The first team we're going to discuss here today, they didn't even get to play on the stage in Reykjavik. Despite qualifying for a #1 seed, they were missing Sugetsu for the beginning of this tournament here. And despite all of that, Jess, they have managed to step up when it matters most. And here they are today.
It's beyond belief. I'm so glad they're here, and I feel like it's like reverse karma. Not everyone believes in karma. I'm not a huge karma, believer, but if I've ever been a believer, it's this team. They've gone through the mud.
They're making you a believer.
They're making me, and I think out of anyone that, sort of deserves to come here, look at this.
Yeah, it is ridiculous because last year we completely lost faith in this team, right? We didn't want to talk about FPX with the amount of stuff that they were doing, but their redemption arc started when they signed Artis, when they signed Sugetsu at the end of last year and into the beginning of this, and it started off so good. But man, tragedy has hit this team so many times. Like, they couldn't make it to Reykjavik. Thankfully, they still are able to come all the way over here, but they play with a sub, and then they still have the resilience. And we've seen that in their games as well. The resilience for them to strike back, no matter how hard things are getting, no matter how much maps you've lost, you're already making it all the way.
I think the fun thing with this roster as well, even if you just go back to EMEA, the players that they're picking up are not like the superstars you would expect. Like Artis was someone who had to almost redeem himself. It kind of ties in with the Phoenix. But also then you've got Sugetsu. I think many people heavily underrated when he joined this team. Like, it was not someone you looked at and went, wow, he's going to be one of the best players in the world. Artis saw it, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the entire team, and you've heard Artis in multiple sort of interviews point out the fact he thinks individually their team is the most skilled in the world. Just individual, pound for pound, raw skill, their team is it. And given what we've seen from Xiao becoming the clutch monster, Sugetsu just being the consistent god, Artis being the big impact. I called him escape artist yesterday. I truly believe it. And then you've got the big brains behind them all. I mean, pound for pound, he's probably not wrong, and he's proven it here to get to this very point.
Yeah, it has been a grind for this team. But on the other side of that, though, let's actually talk about PaperX, the #1 seed from the APAC region. Finished 4th in Reykjavik and absolutely decimated their opponents at home. The crowd loves them as well. And look, there were questions about whether or not their Masters 1 run was a fluke, all right? But it looks like, guys, doesn't really seem that way. I mean, Tom, this team has been playing some exquisite Valorant, and they've been doing it their own way.
Yeah, I think the way that they set up as a roster is just impeccable. You have these two mind-bending players with how aggressive Forsaken can be, and the same for Jing. But then you have amazing support players as well behind them in the likes of Ben Kai. So honestly, fantastic.
I mean, look at this winning streak. I had to bring this up for everyone. This is a team that this year has lost like that one series outside of that international event in their own regional. And then you just look at the 11 consecutive match wins. This team is not used to losing. They brought that vibe over to this event. They're like, yeah, we don't like losing here either. And I don't think they want to do that in the finals.
Yeah, ever since Reykjavik, this team has been on such an upswing. And the crazy part about this is that this team consistently beats the major regions, EMEA, NA. They're consistently taking down some of the seeds from that region. And now they have a chance to be the first of these other regions to win a grand finals. They're only the second to make it there.
Yeah, and they're so close to it as well, Jess. I mean, this team, when you look at the way that they play, I mean, every player on this team at any point in time can have an impact moment.
I think that's said for both rosters, which is what will make this a banger final, is that you know that both of these teams have full rosters, there's no weakness. Big thing to highlight as well, APAC as a region has never, in tactical FPS history, made it to this point, and that is unreal.
Well, I think even looking at this bracket as well, correct me if I'm wrong, last time they were actually only losing to the other Asian teams. So it's like they've already managed to get past the point of wherever they would lose at the previous event. Now they've got one more team to beat along, well, basically what has been a killing blow to EMEA.
I just want to say this graphic is my favorite graphic ever. Give EMEA a break. It's so good. Just the wordplay. Sorry, I'm a nerd for stuff like that. But yeah,
no maps won either for EMEA.
That's true. It's gonna be a little tough, right? Without a doubt, because it goes without saying, Jess, that this team, you know, they know what they're going to be dealing with FPX, and I really don't think, given the journey that FunPlus Phoenix have had up until this point, I don't think that they are afraid of Paper X by any means.
I think if you're afraid of Paper X, you've lost before you've even begun. And I think that that's a very dangerous mindset to have going in. I don't think they will. I think as we turned around and we said they've got mental resilience out the gazoo, you know, it's nothing that I don't think that they're ready for. But I'm just wondering, unlike every other team, if they're ready to sort of, you know, handle that kind of pace that will be brought to them, because they like to go nice and slow. So we'll see.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because we have one of the biggest brains. He has the most wrinkles you could possibly ask for. This is a great setup. It's Mitch, man, over at the Telestrator. He's going to break down a Paper X play. Mitch, what you got for us, buddy?
Well, I've got something a little bit special for you here today, and you'll see that in just a moment. For now, though, we're going to start out by just looking at a play from Paper X, kind of echoing what the desk said about you can't be afraid of these guys, but it's pretty easy to be intimidated. In this round here, we've just had a Paper X timeout. This was up against Fnatic, and they come out swinging with a ton of abilities. Now, they're not stacked up on ultimates exactly, but they make use of what they have. A good clear in the bathroom, a flash through, and then this is where things get a little bit nasty. Boombot clearing out Durka. Look at the amount of utility coming this guy's way. He is forced back. I'm going to just do a quick zoom on this one. He's forced way back to site. Teammates are smoked off. There's absolutely nothing he can do in theory. And yet in all this chaos, Paper X don't actually manage to capitalize. The Fnatic stopped him completely, and it's Boaster that's way off in the spawn. You'll see him down here. It's that angle that he gets the kill at through the smokes. It was an interesting one looking at it in the moment because it kind of got overlooked, and the round was pretty complex afterwards. But I wanted to really dive into this and look at Durka's POV from how hard it is to get pushed by this Paper X team. But actually, I couldn't find the footage. So I figured, let's go for the second best thing, maybe the better thing at that point. I brought Durka along. He's going to give us a little bit of insight into exactly what was going through his mind during this play. Give it up for him, Copenhagen. That is absolutely beautiful. Welcome back to the stage, Durka.
Thank you.
This match, look, it was a tough one. This is a very rough team to play against. I wanted you to bring us through this round one more time from the top. What's happening? Talk me through it. Let's get it back up on the stage behind us, and we'll see exactly what's going down. So we're starting out here again. You got the blast packs through, the fast clear, and you're hearing all this information from right up top, aren't you?
Yeah. So basically, I tell them that they take showers fast, they boombot me in. I told my teammates, you know, somebody break the boombot, but they already smoked to the backside, deep smokes. So none of my teammates can help me. They forced me out of the position with a stun and a nade. I have to go backside, right into their trap, because they smoked, they put a deep smokes into CT, so nobody can help me. They use a fade ultimate, so nobody can hear the TP. For a second, TP is behind me, but we call it because Boaster called the strat already, because we prepare for this round. And he shoots for a second through the smoke, so he saves me. And after that, I cannot hear anything. It's deep smokes, and I feel like they're pushing me through. So I have to peek, overswing, die, and then we proceed to retake.
So in this kind of moment, like the preparation up against Paper X was clearly there. I mean, it looked like even though all of these crazy things are coming your way, I mean, I'm counting nearly double digits of utility coming after you alone. I mean, you were even flashed up there, as we can see in the freeze frame. Like, well, how much preparation is required to play against this team? I imagine you must have a deep knowledge of them.
It's really hard to prepare for this team. They do same stuff sometimes with unexpected timings. So it's like really hard to expect it sometimes, and it just happens in 1 millisecond, and sometimes they have to push you into their trap, so it's like it becomes super hard.
Yeah, they're pushing you all the way back, and they're following you straight in there. But you know what, Durka? It's not just Forsaken. It's not even just Paper X following you. You've got quite a number of followers, even just at this event. Like, I've seen signs out there. I've seen the Fnatic jerseys, the support, even the fans over in Japan. We want to get you up to 100K followers. We've been trying, and it's getting pretty close at this point, man. 90.2. So you guys need to get on over to @Durka. Is that supposed to be PS? It's just a PS? Where's the FPS?
Nah, man.
All right, I got to do a little bit different.
I'll change it to Paper X, maybe.
Paper X, ooh, that could be a spicy signing, maybe in the future, but that's really interesting, man. We're going to get you to 100K by the end. I feel it. I feel like the crowd can. Paper X, certainly a scary team to play up against. We've heard it here from Durka. Thank you so much for joining us and talking us through that. We're going to toss it back over to the analyst desk. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah. Give it up for Durka, man. That was the last second thing. He came up there and, you know, decided, and also follow Durka. Okay, everyone? just do us a favor. Bust out your phone right now. Tweet Durkin. Just help him out. Help the homie. Trying to get him to 100K.
Tweet him some barks.
Tweet him some barks.
Stop. Do not bark at Durka on Twitter, please. I beg you.
I mean, wouldn't be the worst thing.
You have to follow first. If you don't follow first, then it's a problem.
Yeah, follow them, Bark. Anyway, moving on, though, both Benkai and Angel. Look, these guys, they're known for their good vibes. However, both teams are in the grand final spot because of the leadership and experience, Tom, of these IGLs. They bring a lot to the table.
Well, I love the fact that they're so different in the way that they actually play. Like, Angel is definitely the man of sort of, I'm going to lead from the front. I'm going to take a lot of opening duels, lose quite a lot of them as well at times. But then you have Benkai, who I think actually has one of the highest assists in the tournament right now, at least per round, because he's so good alongside Devi at setting up the rest of those superstars.
Yeah, and I also think that he was such a pivotal impact on that fracture against Optic that really propelled them to win that game.
Big thing to remember about Angel as well is he is the most experienced FPS player in the entire tournament, and dare I say almost all of Valorant. He started playing CSGO back in 2006, and he actually won a LAN in Copenhagen back in 2016. So the man is back to win another trophy inside Copenhagen, this time much bigger than he won before. But to say that he's been here in TAC FPS since 2006, no wonder the man loves to experiment. He's like, at this point.
Jing was 2 when he was playing on a professional team.
2 years of age.
Wow.
That's okay. Well, the things I didn't know I needed to know. There we go.
As I go ahead and reflect on my age, I will go ahead and toss it to this next segment because we actually had a chance, to speak with Benkai. This guy, he's sometimes a T-Rex. He's sometimes an aspirational caster. But here is Benkai after the team's win over Optic on Friday. Let's check it out.
I'm a pretty tame person in terms of my emotions, but I feel like I'm just being overwhelmed with all these feelings of joy. We've really done more than we ever thought that we could. We've exceeded our expectations already. I want to rematch Fnatic at Champions because I feel like they're only going to work harder after this event, and they're going to be even greater than they are here. Hey Boaster, the more you twerk, the more we work.
Paper Rex is crashing! Oh, it's Benkai again!
As for Optic, I think their strength is really in the prep work that they do, and maybe weaknesses when, as you saw just now, maybe if they fight a team that just wants to get in your face, they are maybe not as comfortable as they would be. It's such an honor for us because we came from a region that a lot of people regarded as the minor region. We've more than proved that that shouldn't be the case anymore. It's just like cherry on top,
One, how could you not love Benkai? Guy's awesome. 2, I think it's very clear that APAC region, not a minor region anymore. They're pumping out some talented players.
Maybe they never were.
Yeah. Oof, look at this. Tom's over here dropping the heat. But yeah, I mean, it's just great, Bala, to just hear that, from Benkai and also just the joy that he has. You can tell he's just having fun out there.
Yeah, I really like that. He's just kind of chill about every opponent that he takes down. He's like, yeah, Optic, well, their preparation's their strength, but also it's their weakness, and I don't really care. I'm just going to win.
Yeah. Dude's just a personification of vibes, and that's exactly what you want to hear. All right, well, another matchup as well to talk about, and one that I think is actually going to be quite interesting to discuss here because they've had different results in this tournament, has been Mindfreak and Xiao. When you talk about Xiao, you think of in the clutch. Well, Tom, this guy's disgusting.
I specifically wanted this just for the clutch conversion because obviously, although the percentage may not be the best for Xiao, he's been involved in 70 clutches this tournament. He is by far winning the most. He's got 16. I think the next highest is actually Ardis with 9, so his teammates on the list as well. But then the highest conversion actually comes from Mindfreak because he's played less games. So we could have one of the most clutch games of Valorant ever.
And I mean, to just harp on the whole Mindfreak thing, I mean, yes, we've had the whole, you're one of the best controller players in the world. If your name starts with M, okay, maybe if you believe in that. But I believe in the fact that Optic tried to target Mindfreak, especially especially on Haven on the flanks. They left Mindfreak by himself to hold a couple of flanks a few times. They sent 2 to 3 players at a time, and Mindfreak was like, that's okay. I can keep doing this solo, guys. Keep flanking all you want. I'm here for you. And I thought that's outrageous that a player can be able to take on some of the best players in the world
well,
like
you
that.
even saw a little bit of that from Xiao as well, right? He was kind of just left in an island by himself multiple times. Ball this guy he's like, oh, you want to send all your utility at me? I welcome it.
I really think that he was a big part of why Optic fell so flat. Was that first clutch that he had in that game on Split just completely flattened them because it was so devastating to be on the receiving end of.
You can go back as far as groups. Like that's you have to bear in mind. This team was definitely shaky, and some of the clutches he was winning, I think even got them out of the groups to begin with, and that's where it's really dangerous because they might not even be anywhere near this final.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome, folks. When we come back, though, all right, we're going to have our poll results and our grand finals matchup between PRX and FPX. Say that 5 times fast. Let's get hyped up, people. It's game day, baby, and we're going to do this right after the break.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Up against a wall, on the edge, seconds till I fall. I'm high on adrenaline. I see the world burning from within. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as you fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as you fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster. Hands up as we fall, don't know anything at all. Hands up as we fall, spinning faster. Use my body, fill me up until your love hurts. Whisper softly, stop and start. You never let me go. I need to know.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. Of course, it's time for the grand finals of Masters Copenhagen. We're going to be jumping into this one very quickly, but don't worry, folks. Listen, this is still the pre-show. Yinsu's going to be coming up here driving the Enterprise in a moment. But I did get a word on a very important update, okay? In the Durka drive to 100K, folks. We're getting close, baby. This guy is about to break 92,000 followers. We're going to do this, okay? I'm doing this for the homie. And then Durka has to give me lessons.
What are you going to do once he gets there? Like, who's next on your list?
Yeah,
Who's next on my list? I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just gas up all of, like, you know, FPX or something like that.
We see who
gas
wins,
some artists.
and then we choose.
We'll see who wins, and then
Okay.
we'll go ahead and choose that. All right, and then, of course, you know, getting back to some more business still, because earlier in the show, we actually asked you in our Twitter poll, which X is, in fact, going to give it to you? Is it going to be PaperX, or is it going to be Fun Plus Phoenix? And 81, Dios mío, 81 per 82, Jess.
I would say that's an improvement because previously FPX had 3.9% in the original poll. So now they've at least gained a few. They're getting there.
But it's 1v1. And
After map 1, maybe they'll have like 35.
Okay.
Center. Let's do this, team. Who is winning Masters
don't
Copenhagen?
do this.
And Baller, we're starting with you.
Really? Okay, you're starting with me.
Yep.
Yes.
Ooh.
No.
I got a feeling, guys. I got a feeling that FPX is going to take this one.
FPX?
I really do.
Okay.
I think Paper X showed a little bit of, everybody's like, oh, their confidence, their bombasticity. I really feel that they showed a little bit less of that against Optic in that in that upper final.
Do you think they have enough to be able to hold on against this Paper X? That's why I picked Paper X, because no team has been able to hold them in yet.
Yeah, I definitely do. I do.
Okay.
Tom?
I picked my duo.
He picked his duo.
Yes.
And you picked
Yes.
Paper
High
X.
five.
All
Let's
right,
go.
guys. With that being said, it's time to put the pre-show to a close and get to our main event. I'm going to hand things over to Yinsu in a moment here because I'm on trophy duty. So settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between Paper X and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
Acting like fit in obnoxious. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
We came from a region regarded as a minor region. That shouldn't be the case anymore. We are the new order.
We went through a lower bracket in group stage. We went through a lower bracket in playoff. Then to the grand final.
We might look chaotic, but it just kind of works.
We came here as challengers. We will leave as kings.
FPX, they do not play like us. Their strengths is snowball and carry momentum all the way through. But it's like a double-edged sword for them.
I think we're the team who have the most chances stopping PRX.
This event we played so many different play styles. Even if they do catch us off guard, we'll be able to adapt.
The other team probably knows that we are coming, but sometimes they just can't stop it.
I beat Deka, I slayed El Diablo. Forsaken, you're next.
We will shut down the chaos.
I'll make sure the dinosaurs stay extinct.
I hope you guys like train because there's no break on the W train. Anjay.
Woo! Paper girls and paper boys, where you at? Where are you at? I've had some FPX on the desk as well. I'm quite surprised with that pick.
Of course, hey, if I can't support NA, I'm going to just hop over the ocean.
You are EMEA's biggest fan, Bola.
Yeah, kind of.
You know this.
A little bit.
You know this. Of course, we guys show you an awesome trailer at the top of the show every single day. But there's one thing to do before we get everything else started. For the last time here at Copenhagen, it's time to activate the championship stage. Here we go.
PaperX. FPX.
Well, in just a little bit, we're going to have our last two teams take the stage. And the prospect of Tom, you know, a trophy is going to be lifted later today in front of a crowd for the first time ever. It doesn't get better than that.
People here are already crazy. We haven't even got the teams on the stage yet, and people are already so loud. I can feel the floor vibrating, so I don't know what it's going to be like for the players, but I'm already losing it.
I'm nervous for the players. Like, the moment they walk out, they look and they're like, oh. Yeah, that's the reality of what we've got right now. If I was a player standing up there, sheesh, I don't know how I would feel having to sit down in front of that.
This is different, right? The last 2 days, this is a packed house, so 100% it's going to feel really wild.
Yeah, and I was speaking to some of the players. They can hear the crowd. Like, they can hear them. So you guys make sure to support whichever team you are going after today. But before all of that, we got to talk about the maps as we head into the map select. We've mentioned this early in the show already. In this best of 5, PaperX are coming into Ebola with the greatest advantage ever.
Yeah, 2 map bans is so ridiculously good, and they earned it by only having played 3 matches here. They earned it coming through the upper bracket final, and it is such an advantage because that means they don't get any maps banned against them, which means bind, which means fracture.
Well, that's the big thing. I think as well, FPX would want to take a couple of things out of there. Their breeze has definitely looked a little bit shaky. I'm not sure they want to lean towards it, and that's the tough thing right now. Where are they going to lean? And actually removing one of the best picks of FPX and their permaban. What a wonderful start.
I love that. I mean, look, that's the advantage you get, baby. You go through the upper bracket and you go, I don't like this map because Split is my permaban and you're good on Ascent. So guess what? 2 birds, 1 stone. Goodbye. See you later.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And obviously, like you guys have said, bind, we were going to see 100%. And of course, they're going to pick it straight away. If you leave it open for them, Bala, this is kind of their biggest advantage.
Yeah, I think the day before we said it was a free win for them. It didn't go their way against Optic, but they also didn't pick Yoru. So still hoping for that to come out. And then FPX as well, very weak on that map in the last 2 times they played.
Well, one of the things is so far in this tournament, we haven't actually seen the full set of maps just yet. So I'm interested to see where that sort of counter comes in on the other side. And Icebox, I believe, is one of the maps that we actually haven't seen in this tournament from PaperX yet.
Exactly right. And that's something that FPX, I wondered whether or not that would be a ban coming out as well. That's something that we have seen, you know, PaperX get rid of a little bit. And FPX is like, again, you've left it in there. We take advantage of it. Here we go. That's the kind of thing we've already seen from FPX.
Yeah, and Fracture is very much still on the table. And Bala, if they get Bind and Fracture in the first 3 maps, this is the dream start.
Yeah, you would think that it would be, you know, a two map advantage right away. Icebox could potentially go either way since we don't know what PaperX is capable of on that map. And but I do think Fracture is one where that is the map that FPX will be able to flip. I think that style that PaperX plays on this map, and we'll get it as map 3, is exactly the type of style FPX wants to play against with their control.
The greatest thing about it is that as that being map 3, we will get it no matter what kind of banning advantages PaperX gives. We will have a banger map on Fracture. I think I've seen some of the most exciting games from both of these teams individually on that map, so I'm so glad it comes in, at least in the top 3.
Yeah, for sure. I think that it's a map that PaperX have also been sort of testing a few things, like switching out with the Sage every once in a while as well, so I think this is actually dangerous because, again, I think the way that they get that advantage early on, there's not really a map where I'm going, that is firmly favored to FPX. I think PaperX are happy to play anything that's left, and while Haven, we've already seen it throughout this tournament from either side, and with sort of mixed results.
Yeah, well, Haven and Breeze are the only 2 maps left, and FPX, they want to play Haven 4th. Bala, do you think we're even going to get to that Haven? I know, actually, you think FPX is going to take this, so surely.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think Fracture's a map that they can flip, and then I also think that Icebox should go in their favor, just because I haven't been convinced. It was PaperX's weakest map regionally. I do think Haven is a problem for them, though, and they will have to potentially survive on this map if the maps go in the way that you might expect them and they don't get any flips. So Haven's going to be a problem for FPX.
I mean, FPX has played every single map in the map pool here at this competition. They've had the longest road to get here. They've played every map twice, and that's the one we're talking about. I mean, if you can sneak Breeze in there, the ones that they've lost, then you can be a little bit more confident. If it does sway like Baller is stating here, that's the one where we can have the pendulum swing back into Paper X's favor if things do go wrong in the earlier part of the series for Paper X.
So you guys feel like if we go to map 5, Paper X have the advantage here, or FPX?
I have not been impressed with the Breeze that I've seen from FPX so far this tournament. I think it's been figured out.
Yep.
But
I have been impressed regionally, though, Tom. I really have been impressed regionally.
But I think if any team could deal with a Yoru, it's going to be the Kings of Yoru.
Oh, I like that.
I'm not going to complain if we see a Yoru versus Yoru today. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to be bringing the players onto that stage.
Let's go.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
You've seen the stage, you've seen the maps, and it's finally to bring out our players for this grand final. Give a massive welcome to FPX and Paper X.
FPX holding on this with both hands. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice, Argus.
He doesn't need to warm up. He just needs a gun in his hand. Sugetsu is a god at this. Shao is having an absolute series here.
Zypin. Shao. Angel.
Ardis. Sugetsu. Rose.
It's hard to keep up with the kind of tempo as well that PaperX love to throw at you. And look at this. Oh, complete disrespect. It's another day in the office, it seems like, for PaperX.
What a timing for Mind Freak.
Ben Kai. Mind Freak. Divine. Forsaken. Jing. Alex.
These two teams have eliminated the best of the best to get here, and it's time to see which one of them can claim that throne. But the exciting thing is, guys, no matter what happens, we're gonna have a brand new Masters winner, and potentially, Tom, one from a brand new region.
I can't get over the fact that you're going to look across the stage and you're going to see Benkai staring back at you in that wig. Like, it's just going to be absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, a chance for 3 different regions to win 3 tournaments in a row would be truly absurd, something you don't see within esports often at all.
And I'm glad you brought that point up, because that means we have a truly global esport. I know it's hard to take PaperX seriously, Tom, but take this moment seriously, because now we can say on the global stage, we have a worldwide tactical FPS that encompasses every single region.
Yeah, maybe global esports will be making it to Champions. Who knows? I'm sorry, I had to do that pun. You gave me the opportunity. But yeah, Valor again, 2 very, very, very good teams, and they've definitely earned their spot to get here.
No, I mean, absolutely, both have. PaperX has just shocked the world with their play style, and FPX has gone through the ringer of a lower bracket. It is ridiculous to think that they made it here after all of that.
Yeah, it is indeed. Let's bring it back to this best of 5 at hand when it comes to the maps. Again, PaperX are in a very comfortable position. They've banned 2 maps out against FPX. Although, having said that, the last grand finals we had, when Loud had a similar advantage, Tom, they kind of let that slip away.
Let's be honest, when you get to this stage of a tournament, the maps don't necessarily matter as much. You are playing with 2 world-class teams on the stage. They're going to have a map pool good enough that realistically any of the maps could go any other ways. I think FPX have proven that throughout this entire tournament. They can even play a map that they were perma-banning before and still win it versus tough teams. They are world-class here.
Yeah, I agree with your point, Tom, but I don't want to understate this advantage that PaperX has. This is probably the worst team that made it through the upper bracket finals for everybody else in the tournament. So FPX came into this looking at that and saying, oh, this is going to be a tough road ahead. Such an uphill battle.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select here for Bind. Of course, Jess, surely they bring back the Yoru.
Give it to me. It didn't work when you took it out of your composition. So Forsaken, if you can hear me, buddy, across the stage, I need you to pick the Yoru. And there we go, baby. There we go.
We got it. But also, if you have a look at the side of FPX, they've also made a change. Xiao's moved on over to the Sage here.
Yeah, that is actually a really interesting pick, because if you think about how Yoru plays, this is a guy who's going to try to get his TPs through the bind teleporters, try to get it up short, and try to get it into flanks as well. So a lot of misdirection can come from Forsaken's TP, but with Sage, you can put a wall to block it from going through.
Well, that's the point. They're basically trying to make things a little bit more awkward. The thing that will be interesting is how that's going to work more so on the attacking side. Like, how are you actually going to have your same setups and same executions even that you had before now that that fade has gone completely?
I wonder if we're going to be looking at these walls against Forsaken and these TPs. Then we have the Raze head-to-head, of course, coming out. Jing being one of those players that can traverse the map in a single second, and Zippin on one of his best agents in his entire agent pool here. We have players on an individual level taking agents that they are well known for on the global scale, but the head-to-head, the counters, that goes down to the micro level now.
I mean, FPX, they know exactly what PaperX can do here with the Yoru. Angel, he plays the Yoru. How much faith do you guys have in their preparation here? Or do you feel like the other day PaperX played, is this a free win?
I have high faith in FPX's preparation, as always, but specifically about your preparation, I don't know if that, I trust Angel's expertise in that area.
Well, the agents are locked in, and it's time to get into the server. Copenhagen, give it up for Bren and Sideshow!
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time para makita natin ang game number 1 ng PaperX versus FPX. Ladies and gentlemen, kitang-kita naman natin ngayon na kumpletong-kumpleto na ang PaperX dito sa ating stage. Pero papakilala muna kami, ako nga pala si Phil, and syempre kasama ko si Taylor at kami
The Mods. Nandito na nga kami para ikas ang Grand Finals, and syempre may Asia Pacific representative tayo dyan, Bessie Wap. PaperX ang maglalaro at ang unang mapa nila is gonna be Bind.
Nung una ko napanood to, men, sobrang ganda na ginawa ng PaperX. Pero ngayon, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if ever gagawin ba nila ulit to. Pero for a second now, pushing in already with that goes on hand. Pero si Xiao, nagbamatay dito sa may deal ng market. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, malilikuran siya. And that is the trigger discipline na ginawa ni Xiao. Just waiting for that perfect opportunity though. Plus that proud for the Zaipan all the way. Doon na sa may teleporter, napakabilis na pangyayari dito. Isipin mo naman, 3v3 na. So you get to another kill right now, 2v3. And lamang na ngayon ng FPX dito sa mapa na to. But Jing trying to flank these players. But Angel gonna catch him off guard.
Naku po, isa na lang ang natitira, and that is gonna be Benkai. Kailangan niyang depensahan ang site na meron tayo. Unfortunately, he has to rotate all towards A site dahil dito magpa-plant ng spike si RD. This concuss will definitely connect, but Benkai has to kill 3. This is gonna be not a kill at all, and he goes down 1-0. FPX ang may lamang.
Ito sa totoo lang, sobrang saya, sobrang goosebumps yung napanood natin yung intro kanina. Lalong-lalo na sobrang nagtawanan tayo nung lumabas si Benkai. Pero, mas naging goosebumps nung lumabas si Forsaken. Best, siya yung may pinakamalakas na sigaw sa buong stage.
Tsaka yung dug-dug, ganun niya, tapos may turo pa sa stage.
Tsaka si Jing nandito na.
Ano lang idol ang galawan
Si Jing naglalaro naman.
Oh, exactly. Laya na si Jing, ladies and gents. Ibig sabihin ay magaling na siya sa COVID finally. Alam nyo naman, Masters. Matagal-tagal din ang Masters di ba? So at least naka-ahon na pagdating doon sa hotel quarantine. Anyway, a new round is bound to happen. But Zepan was able to get 1 kill already, and that's towards Forsaken.
Yeah, that's gonna be a tough one for the side of PaperX dito. I mean, nung last na naglaro ang PaperX dito sa mapa na to, hindi nila nalabas yung Yoru. Tama. Tapos natalo sila. Tama ba?
Oo, exactly. Yun nga yung sinabi rin ng panelists na it's probably because they don't have a Yoru, kaya nangyari yun. But anyway, ito na nga ang entry ng FPX. Si Jing nagabang lang sa gilid, pero unfortunately, hindi siya makakagapang para patayin ng ibang miyembro ng FPX. On the other hand, the last one remaining is gonna be Mind Freak.
Mind Freak will be falling down to the hands of Sirgetsu. Pero ito dun sa lower bracket This sa lower bracket, actually medyo masakit nga yung talagang nangyari dun sa Optic, which is sila yung Reykjavik champions. So wala pa so far na nakakapag back-to-back na panalo sa kahit anong Masters event, mga kaibigan. Optic sana konti na lang no? Pero ito isipin mo, Bes, this is the top 2 of EMEA. Ang top 1 is ang Fnatic. Tinalo ng Fnatic ang FPX back then, pero right now, tignan mo naman kung sino nandito. FPX pa talaga yung nasa Grand Finals match. And sa totoo lang, there's a lot of European viewers out there na gustong manalo ang Paper Rex. Kasi syempre, mas okay pag bago, di ba? Pero syempre, dito tayo sa Europe. So talagang mas maraming European viewers ang gusto manalo dito ang EMEA. Syempre, FPX. Pero dito naman sa side ng Asia Pacific, mga kaibigan, at least sobrang ganda na pinapakita ng mga Asian boys.
Tama. At hindi na tayo minor region, sabi nga nito ni Benkay. But Jing, already getting one here. Sumakto din yung concuss. And the peek out from Jing secures the second kill here. In a 3v5 situation, kailangan pa rin maka-entry at kailangan pa rin makahanap ng space ng FPX. Napatay nila yung nasa long, but nag-aabang si Forsaken ng matino. And finally, the flights! It's there! The flights play!
Nakuha niya yung flights play, pero yun nga lang, talagang sobrang hindi lang din talaga nakuha ni Forsaken yung kill na yun. Parang ako lang, Bes, no? Hindi pa nakatutok ka na, pero hindi pa ikaw yung makakapatay. Pero yun nga lang, Jing, mga kaibigan, with that peak, with that swing. Pero Xiao will gonna be... We'll still live another day though, but Mind Freak 1v2, this is gonna be hard for PPGL again, and this is actually a complete turnaround of events because we are really looking forward for PPGL dito sa mapa na to. Pero hindi ganun na nangyayari because FPX, mga kaibigan, literal na nanalo na sila doon sa may pistol round, doon sa may anti-eco, pati ba naman sa bonus round nila, sila pa rin ang panalo.
Ito rin talaga yung role ni Zaipan towards this site anyway. Ang makapag-entry siya and to create space. And fortunately enough, isa lang naman yung nag-aabang doon, which is Forsaken. And he was able to clear out Pocket as well. Kaya mabilis niyang na-shutdown itong nag-iisang player on the site itself. Yun yung naging buy round ng Paper Rex. Kaya ngayon, kailangan natin munang mag-sheriff. Tsaka mag-ano dito, Marshall.
Yeah, sheriff muna tayo. No?
Sheriff.
Kailangan... they need to make the most out of all these guns na meron sila, pero Mind Freak tamang jiggle peak lang, and confirmed na meron tao dito, but Mind Freak
close.
Yes, meron siyang sheriff, pero si Davai siya pwede mag-ingay dito para syempre makakuha siya ng mga siguro mga early kills or whatnot. Si Mind Freak ang unang contact, and bahala na si Davai kung makakapatay pa siya ng isa, pero hindi tumatama yung mga shorty niya, and Angel to get that kill onto Davai right up until he gets her. We catch one as well. Well, partner, this is a save round, eco round for Paper Rex. So we're really expecting that FPX would get this.
Exactly. But I guess nakapatay pa rin sila ng dalawa kahit papano on the side of FPX, no? But not actually enough to puncture pagdating dito sa kanilang ekonomiya right now. They still have more than enough money to buy for the next round. And this time, mag-i-invest na ang Paper Rex sa isang operator. That's gonna be on the hands of the Vi today. And tingnan natin kung makakapitalize nila, especially on the defense itself. Kasi isipin mo, pati yung mga rotations ni Forsaken, nahuhuli at nahuhuli nila eh.
First game jitters. Malay mo ganun ang nangyayari dito sa Paper Rex. It's not yet over till it's over. Hanggat hindi pa 13 atong match na to, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga ng Paper Rex to, mga kaibigan, for sure. Pero, that KO night is really perfect. Revealing the two players dito, may showers, revealing Benkay and Jing. And now Ardis though, nag-iingay lang siya para maka-create ng space dun sa mga ibang side ng mapa. Pero maaga pa naman, 1 minute 15 seconds, wala pa rin tayo nakikitang any entry seat or whatnot. Para lang syempre, in order for them to get that entry, kailangan mo na makakuha siguro lang at least 1 or 2 kills before na pumasok sila. Kasi going in without any kill, it's like, mahirap yun, man. Kasi wala kang idea kung nasan sila.
Exactly. They need the info first, or at least get a pick-off kahit papano. Pero itong si Davai, tatama ba ang operator?
Yes,
if he misses the shot, he needs to go back. Pero the Seas comes out. Meron naman siyang kasama sa long B and meron na rin nag-aabang for Hookah right now. Aside from that, ready na rin yung Rolling Thunder nila at ginamit na nga nila to. When the showstopper right now in the hands of Zaipan, it's still gonna connect towards the Vi. Isa pa rin ang mamamatay sa kamay ng Paper Rex. Apat pa ang buhay na buhay, but Jing goes in and he dies as well. Just 1-to-1 trades right here, but Benkay is trying to hold down the fort. Hindi nga lang enough.
sobrang hindi enough to, and for a second, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Segetsu. Ito sa ito ginagawa ngayon ng FPX, there's a lot of utilities talagang ginagamit nila in order for them na mapigilan ng PaperX dito sa pag-defend ng site. Isipin mo, they have the showstopper. Matik na yun eh. Alam nila na hindi na talamaan si Davai. So might as well catch him off guard. Probably talagang ginamit yung showstopper na siguro sa backside, pero wala naman talagang tao doon. Tumalon-talon siya, wala siya nakita. And saan ba yung susunod na pwede nilang tignan? Malay nyo dun sa may octagon, dun sa may garden. And yun nga, ando na nga talaga yung mga players ngayon ng PaperX, and they completely shut down everyone na pumapasok dito, lumalabas dito, plus all the walls na binubuo nila. This is the great wall of FPX, mga kaibigan, na hindi nila natitibag. And feeling ko, partner, after a long time of preparation, parang nakita na ata talaga natin kung paano ba talaga isa-shut down yung play ng PRX na ganito, yung Forsaken Yoru.
The thing is,
PaperX.
Kaya naman na aralin yung mga ganong play. Because obviously, PaperX, sobrang naging sikat nga yung mga play nila, especially the Yoru play that they're placing here right now in Masters. Naging sobrang sikat na hindi na ma-punish, no? At nagiging sure win, kumbaga. And kaya mong tapatan, but sabi nga ng panel kanina, you can prepare all you want, pero kapag nabigla ka pa rin with Forsaken, depende pa rin yun sa reaction ng buong team na meron ka. And aside from that, this 5-0, those 3 rounds that we have right here, lahat yun, wala namang barrel ang PaperX. So dalawa lang ang nakuha nilang round dito na actual buy round. If they can capitalize or maybe balance out the economy, this can be a possible win still for PaperX.
Okay, so gagawin lang nila yun. They are trying to push it para syempre makakuha sila dito ng mga frags or like trades or whatnot. Pero ngayon, yes, nakakuha nga sila ng isang kill dito. We're gonna take down Zypad right now. Wala na silang isang mainit na duelist na pumapasok dito sa site, and syempre all these AoE damage na pwede na ibato, and that information na pwedeng ilabas din ng boombot na gagamitin ni Zypan. Pero kung napapansin mo, talaga tinatry talaga ng PaperX, mabagal, mabilis, sadyang nakukuha pa rin talaga sila ng FPX. Pero FPX, mga kaibigan, they're actually trying to be really confident right now. I mean, they have the advantage, they have the momentum, and all they gonna do is ituloy lang nila itong momentum na ginagawa nila. Probably gonna try it on here and B. They have the utilities anyway. They still have the smoke. They still have the ultimate of Ardis as well. Para syempre mas mahirapan pa ang PaperX dito na mag-defend. Pero partner, naka-sheriff lang ang PaperX. So kahit hindi sila mag-ulti, they can easily go in.
You just have to believe. Yan lang ang sasabihin ko. Ito na nga ang ultimate. It's not gonna connect to anyone, but at least delay the players of FPX. Kapag na-delay nila to ng sobra, it's still a possibility for PaperX right now. Pero isa na nga nabagga. And that's gonna be Jing. Mind Freak also dying down as well for V2 situation. And it's up to the Vi. Last player remaining right here. Kaso nga lang, Sheriff ang hawak. And sobrang dami pang kalaban.
Once na nakapasok dito ang FPX sa isang site, sobrang ganda ng sobrang ganda ng post plant nila, no? The hold of them na talagang hindi kayo makakapasok dito. We have the fort already, and all we're gonna do is fortify this fort para hindi kayo makapasok at all. Once again, na 3-1 nila ang Masters Reykjavik Champions. So, ang next nilang goal, talunin ang APAC Champions, which is ang PaperX. So, isipin mo yun natalo na nila ang NA. Up next, APAC naman. Talagang lahat ng region talagang gusto talagang banggain ng FPX.
Hindi kasi makahanap talaga ng space or itong PaperX basically, hindi talaga sila makahanap ng space at all. Wala silang laging pera dahil nga sa continuous rounds na nakakuha ng FPX. So, isang talo lang nila pagdating sa buy round, bumabalik na naman sila sa eco. They tried pushing on Hookah a while ago para i-force out yung mga kalaban and get a pick off using just the sheriffs. It worked for one person only, but the thing is, hindi pa rin yun enough dahil nga meron ding namatay isa sa kanila and they had to go back and just defend the site itself. 6-0 ang score natin dito. FPX just looking very comfortable, and aside from that, really looking very intact as a team.
Grabe yung synergy nila dito. Well, this is, we can say, the best of the best. The top 2 so far sa buong mundo ngayon. Pwede ko ba sabihin? Pwede naman, diba? Sila yun. Matik. So, Talagang...
Wala eh. Isipin mo, kahit mag-rotate si Forsaken, nahuhuli siya. Si Jing, hindi pa rin natin siya nakikita masyado mag-pop off. He gets 1 kill and then he dies again.
Yeah, yun yung talaga nakikita natin dito. Pero, Besiwap, ito yung thing din sa side ng PaperX. Sa defending to. Pag-attacking, dun sila babawi. They need the mobility of Forsaken para makabawi sila sa mga susunod pag-games, lalo na sa second half. Parang kami lang ni Taylor kanina, mga kaibigan, tsaka sila May. Naglaro kami kanina. Wala kaming duel sa icebox. Pero alam namin na pag-defending, dun kami babawi. Talo kami 11-12.
Jingo kill. Yan ang utos ng PaperX. Sinasabi ni Benka Jingo kill. Yan lang towards Forsaken and Jing para patayin nila lahat. So, nagsisilabasan na. Ito ang on-site events na meron tayo.
Yun yung mga baby girls ni Reg, mga kaibigan ni Kuya Regner. Mga naglalaro ng Valorant yung mga yan.
Dami na, no?
Oo, hindi na sila tight shots, no?
Hindi nga required mag-mask eh.
Oo.
Libre na, na sila doon simula last year pa actually. Tinatanggal na yung mask mandatory. Anyway, magkaiba naman din kasi talaga yung bansang to compared sa atin. Sa kanila naman kasi isipin mo, 300k yung cases nila kada araw. Lahat na sila nagka-COVID. So, may immunity na lahat. Herd immunity.
Immune yan, man.
Herd immunity ang tawag doon, guys. Totoo yun.
Hindi na magkakaroon ulit yan. Grabe naman.
Puso lang yan ang sabi ni Benkay.
Oo, nakalagay sa cheeks niya, pare. And kung napapansin nyo, sad sila. Pero mamaya, masaya yan.
Nag-iisip sila.
Lungkot sila, may recover naman. Kinagano ko, ya! Hindi nakalagay dun sa,
binasa lang.
Oo, binasa ko lang yan. Pero, at least, sa mga nanonood dyan, like and share, guys. Set na kayo ng stars.
Live tayo sa Facebook, Twitch, pati na rin sa YouTube ng PPGL. So, puntahan nyo lang yan kung saan kayo komportable at kung saan kayo liligaya.
YouTube din!
Oo.
Kung saan nyo gusto manood, kahit sa TV nyo.
Kahit sa Switch, mga ganun, lahat na.
Oo, man.
PC,
buti pa sa kanila no? Pwedeng uminom no? Habang nanonood. Sarap lang, man. Habang nanonood ka ng Valorant, tapos medyo...
Hydrated ka, tubig, no?
Oo, man. Oo,
baka nakakalimutan mo.
Tubig kasi yun, guys.
Tubig kasi yun, guys. Anyway...
Alam nyo ba, guys? Alam nyo ba, guys? Meron kaming nakalaro kanina. Meron kaming nakalaro kanina. Asim, eh. Tinrash talk si Taylor. Asim, eh. Kala mo, sim.
Hindi ka ba naman matatrash talk kung yung score mo 7-21?
Okay lang yan, Taylor, kung ganun.
Talaga. Minsan talaga ganun, down bad.
Oo, man.
Pero ganun talaga ang buhay. Pag ganun naman, nag-MVP naman eh.
Oo, yung last game ni Taylor, MVP.
Exactly.
Pero ito guys, I mean, if ever you're gonna compare the supporters of PaperX dito sa FPX, mas marami ang PaperX.
Grabe ka naman. Binilang mo?
Sa lahat. Oo.
Binilang mo lahat ng sumigaw.
Oo, lamang sila ng 2,552 and a half.
Saan napunta yung half?
Bata, baby.
Kita mo si Forsaken, 0-6 pala to.
Oo nga,
hindi pa talaga siya nakakabuelo.
Oo, Diyos ko. Hindi pa kasi nagdada-range yan.
Hindi pa siya nakapag-aim labs bago magsimula.
Ako ba dito?
Ito na.
Pero yung pagbangon nila, Forsaken gonna push in already. Pero meron din tao dun sa milikod, mga kaibigan. Pero tamang mamba out lang ginagawa ni Forsaken. Yung isipin mo, pagkasilip, okay, wala nakita, mamba out. Hindi na siya dito lumalim pa kasi all they're gonna do is wait. Kasi if ever nagmaasim si Forsaken dito, wala ka nang nagagawa, namatay ka pa.
You know? Kill na, naging bato pa. Mga ganong moves lang. Pero anyway, ang mga players ng PaperX, a very aggressive setup right here on Showers. Walang mamamatay, yan ang sabi. Ang kaso nga lang si Mind Freak. He kept pushing, and he's gonna die off. Tamang-tama lang din yung flash ang napatay. At tamang debated dito ang players ng FPX. Pero still, 3v4 pa rin to.
May kill na sa Forsaken mga kaibigan, pwede na tayo huminto. Pero Forsaken gonna push in already, but Zypan will take him down. Ito pa yung Viper spit na meron ngayon. Ang FPX meron pang wall, so this is gonna be a really hard time again for Paper X for them to get that retake though. But all they're gonna do probably is syempre talagang mag-back out na lang sila. Wag na kayong mag-commit pre. Walang babos yung armor nyo, walang babos yung mga bala nyo, and ang kailangan nyo lang gawin talaga is syempre wag na kayong umasim. Talagang mag-out na lang kayo, mag-antay na lang kayo next round sa 0-7. And yun nga, tulad yung sinabi ko, may patay na si Forsaken, pwede na tayo mag-quit. Next game na.
Unang puntos na kumbaga. But seriously speaking though, if Forsaken is gonna be staying in the same performance as we swap sides, hindi ito makukuha ng Paper X, itong mapa na to, honestly. Kasi malaki yung involvement ni Jing at Forsaken combination pagdating sa bind dahil sila talaga yung umi-entry dito.
Ito besa. Sa side ng ginawa ng Paper X dito sa mapa na to, they actually did this twice already. Once sa APAC and isang beses dito sa Masters. So, nabasa talaga ng FPX to, and knowing na nalaman nila yung mapa na first pick nila is bind, talagang kinukuha na talaga nila yung pinaka-comfiest map nila na they have a chance talaga na pwedeng manalo. Pero at least I mean, isipin mo natalo sila nung last na naglaro ang PRX dito. Nilabanan nila yung optic din, di ba? Nilabanan nila ang optic sa bind. Pero hindi sila nanalo doon, natalo sila. Wala silang euro nun. Medyo masakit sa side ng Papers kasi meron o walang euro, mukhang natatalo na talaga kayo. Ito wala pa naging 0-13 ever sa Masters na to. Wala pa. If ever mangyari sa Paper X yun, medyo sakit lumbay, pighati talaga pwede mangyari dito, bes. Pero next map is actually Icebox. Comfortable pick naman yun ng FPX, and medyo competitive naman ng Paper X dun for sure. So, siguro we're gonna see a 50-50 rounds dun sa Icebox if ever, kasi sinong pwede manalo Paper X, pwede manalo FPX. Pero yun nga kailangan ng PRX ngayon yung momentum shaker, yung momentum stopper. How will you shake up the momentum of FPX kung talagang halos every round wala na kayo nagagawa? Si Davai and Jeng, they're gonna be the anchors of this round kasi sila yung nag-save dito. Pero magagawa ba nila ng paraan to na at least ma-push nila ng 1v1 or like probably a 2v1 in favor of Paper X dito sa round na to? This is gonna be a really hard thing. Knowing that si Xiao meron siyang rest dito, si Angel meron ding Orbital Strike, mahirap to, bes.
Ang dami nilang kailangan tapatan na utilities. Orbital Strike being used right now ata. And this is the Nightfall actually. Zypan being pushed out of position. Pero sisilip na nga si Jing. Kailangan niya lang i-reset. He gets the kill. And they go out of long B. Ang problema, kailangan pa rin nila i-take yung site. Jing already getting the second kill. And syempre, Forsaken from behind. And a double kill from Angel. Pero ito, fake lang. But still, Forsaken will go down. And it's up to Benkai. 1v2 situation. It's still winnable, but very difficult.
He is known to clutch right now. Pero ang problema is Marshall lang ang gamit dito, mga kaibigan. And that money will push it even further na mag-push dito sa may elbow. Pero yun nga, isipin mo ang kalaban mo, Brimstone, tsaka Viper. This is gonna be really hard for you to encounter. Pero at least wala nang lineup if ever ang mga players dito ng FPX. But that is what you get. So really thought na yung round ngayon mapupunta dito sa side ng Paper X. Pero yun nga, at the end of the day, nakasave yung iba, nakasave yung tatlo. Naka-half ba yung tatlo? So dito ngayon sa FPX, talagang they tried to compromise everything na nakikita na dito sa PRX. And syempre, they need to make the most out of all their Vandals na gamit-gamit nga. And kitang-kita ko sa Paper X, man, they're really struggling to get at least 1 point. Just 1 point. Yan lang ang kailangan nila.
Kahit pa paano, kaya pa nilang gawing 8-4-2 kung sakasakali, no? Ready rin yung dimensional drift ni Forsaken right now. And when it comes to the ultimates as well, if Benkai secures 2 frags in, he can also get the Rolling Thunder. Angel though, already getting a kill towards Jing.
Ganito pala yung feeling pag magkakasama sila.
Oo, nawala ng COVID, parang na-debuff.
Oo, man. Nilabas ngayon ng...
Grabe naman yun.
Nilabas ang slow, pero Xiao!
FPX!
Oh my God, sobrang ganda ng mechanics ng FPX dito, man. I mean, syempre, kahit nasa grand finals na tayo, doon tayo sa basics. Yung mga basic moves na to, it wins games. Yung mga syempre, I mean, kahit ikaw na yung pinakamagaling sa buong mundo, men. I mean, mechanics lang okay na. And syempre, lalong-lalo na, yung movement natin. Yung mga trade-off, yung mga big brain moves na ginagawa nila, na they're pushing, yes, then wala silang idea at all na meron pala doon sa may gilid ng hookah. I mean, basic and mechanics na talaga no? And kung napapansin mo, parang nawawala na ng confidence ng side dito ng PaperX. Pero sa FPX, mga kaibigan, they are really crushing the momentum. Hindi nga momentum kasi wala sila nun
The thing is, para sa side ng PaperX, when they do a triple push, laging merong nauunang isa. After mapitas ng isa, inaabangan ng dalawang magre-retrade kung lalabas ba yung FPX. But the thing is, they are the one pushing. So, bakit pa pipilitin ng FPX pumush? Alam nilang magkakaroon ng trade doon. Kaya parating nakukuha at nahuhuli nila dito yung mga unang kill or the first 2 frags that we are seeing right now. 9-0 ang score, and so far, PaperX still trying to find their first point.
They're actually trying to change the pace sa mabilis o mabagal, pero wala talaga nag-work no? Hindi pang bahala na kung ano mag-work sa atin, kung mabagal ba, mabilis. Pero yun nga lang, it's just Angel again winning that duel. Pero papahil lang naman siya dito kay Sage. So, Sage pahil if ever. Para syempre magkaroon pa tayo ng konting bawi dito kung ano mang mangyari. Pero yun nga, si Zaipan only 2 ultimate orbs away for the showstopper. Pero si Angel at least meron naman siyang mga utilities. Pero yun nga lang, dahil si Jeng mga kaibigan, that's a huge kill already. But this is now Angel waiting in that corner. But Jing with the wall bang will get that trade off of against Angel. But now, gonna use that boom bot. Pero mayroon siya mapatay. Pero wala. Masyadong pakanan.
No.
And Arnie's with that counter attack. We're gonna take him down. 3v2. Benkai, meron siyang Rolling Thunder. The spike is dropped and Zaipan is alive again.
The thing is, this is just gonna be so difficult to punish dahil lahat ng aim nila. Everyone is just on point right now. Rolling Thunder being used, 11 seconds to plant the spike. This can give space towards PaperX, but the whiff settles in. 1 kill out, pero nakatake pa rin yung nagpa-plant the spike. 4 seconds remaining, but it's not gonna happen. It's still the round for FPX.
Sobrang solid na ginawa ni Benkai doon. Take it down 3. Pero yun nga, mga kaibigan, napakahirap nun. Kasi wala namang gagawin ngayon si Sir Getsi, kundi puntahan Hindi siya haharap dun bigla, di ba? Hindi siya mag-iisa-isang lalabas. So, hindi naman sila nag-audition dito. Just gonna wait for that information. Alam niya na meron tao dito sa may backside for the takedown. Benkai ngayon. Pero, this is 0-10 already. At least get 2-10. Okay na.
Kailangan talaga nilang makahanap dito ng score.
Look at the money of PRX. They're not gonna do it siguro because yung tatlo sa kanila is naka-sheriff lang. Ito if ever manalo sila dito, broken sila, si Jing walang pera. Pero yung iba makakabili.
Broken sila.
Oo.
Hirap yan, Bessie. At right now, FPX, just every move is calculated so far. There goes the first kill. That's gonna be Benkai securing it. Orbital strike, ginamit na rin dito ni Angel to force out the enemy on Heaven. At si Forsaken, kailangan niya makalabas ang kaso lang. Na-timingan siya dito ni Zaipan. He settles in and he gets the kill. 4v4 situation. Makakapag-plant din sila ng kanilang spike.
This is now the spike being planted by Xiao right now. But you get a 4v4. Si Zaipan, meron pa naman siya showstopper dito pwedeng gamitin ngayon if ever meron siya nakikita nag-defuse, pero that is a showstopper already. All they need to do is back out. Pero yung napakaganda ng ginawa nila, Seize plus Pain Shells, para mas mahirapan pa lumabas si Zaipan, pero marami pa siyang pera at the end of the day. 86 HP with 22 armor, malaki-laki pa yan. And the time is taking already for the side of PaperX. They need to do something right now. They need to go in. Meron pa silang mga flash, meron pang flash si Benkai, pero yun nga, wala na. Meron pa siyang fault line ngayon. And that is Xiao. Iniisa-isa niya ang makita niya is isa-isa lang lumabas.
Just no entry point. At that point, pagdating sa post-plant positions ng FPX, wala nang entry point ang PaperX. Imagine they only have sheriffs and they have to destroy this big wall coming in from the Sage. Hindi ka na makakabuelo ng malupit doon. At kahit pa paano, hindi talaga, every swing that they did right here didn't work out. The Sheriff plays lalo na taghirap talaga in each and every round of Paper Rex dahil hindi sila makahanap ng puntos. Doon talaga nagpa-factor in kung bakit hindi sila makabawi at all dito. But honestly, just one round. Alam mo yun, yung pakiramdam eh. Just one round.
Just one round. Pero at least nakapatingin si Jake, pero lahat sila lumabas literal dito sa may teleport yung mga kaibigan. Pushing ito, 2v4. Mukhang makakaisa na ata dito sa side ng Paper Rex mga kaibigan, pero kala si Zype nakaisa pa. And the 2v3 still in favor of Paper Rex right now, pero they need to switch up the pace. Tulad na ginawa ngayon ng Paper Rex, yun nga partner, talagang minsan mabagal, minsan mabilis, pero ngayon wala na silang choice, bahala na si Abatman. Talagang literal nabibilis na lang nila for them to get everyone. And yeah, this is a good round already for Paper Rex kasi at least namatayin 3, pero 2 pa ang kailangan nilang sagupain dito. And if ever na ipaplant ni Xiao ito, Bes, kailangan na lang niya ng isa pang ultimate orb para syempre makakuha siya dito ng rest, pero medyo malayo yung ina-rest nila, Bes eh. So this is gonna be a really tough one for the side of FPX talaga, pero at least 2 yung tao dito sa may U-Haul at hindi pa alam ni Soy, pero si Zypan mga kaibigan will catch one target fight, but Davai gonna take him down, pero Davai is alive, still alive, and Xiao makikita pa niya, alam niya na nasa loob ng isa because of that prowler na narinig niya, pero mukhang kina-cut off ata nila. Oh no, saan pupunta si Xiao? Actually, delikado si delikado si Benkay, pero at least nabuhay siya dito. Xiao gonna be eaten off, nakita niya yung baril! 14 seconds in, meron siyang oras.
Okay, we know niya yung A-short na lang. Hindi niya alam na nandun si Benkay trying to punish him out and forcing out the position right now. Fault line settling in. 1 second to plant the spike. It's not gonna be enough. Finally, the first round for the side of Paper Rex. Ito na ang inaantay. Kung hindi kayang labanan pagdating sa engagements, labanan natin pagdating sa utility.
Men, sipin mo nanalo.
Wala
nanalo
talaga.
Ang Paper Rex. Nanalo ang Paper Rex dun sa wala na silang oras. Yun lang.
Exactly.
Namatay pa rin sila lahat.
You just have to use the utilities. Kung hindi kayo banalo sa aim duels na meron tayo, then just use the utilities. And the thing is, Paper Rex can adapt to that. And if they just open the mind right now of the players and try it more, maybe it can work out. Let's see kung ano masasabi ng ating mga panelists. So passing it on sa ating panel right now for VALORANT Masters.
Well, for sure.
It has to be, yeah. It's so uncharacteristic. I'm like, there has to be a reason of some kind because it's not their gameplay that's lacking because we know what they're capable of. They've come down, they've sat down. I think they've maybe bitten off more than they can chew with the crowd and the whole pressure.
Well, 2 people that are definitely not swayed by any of the nerves here. Sugetsu and Xiao Bala, they're having a cracking start.
Yeah, I also think anti-nerves is a thing, right? These guys stepping up to the plate when it matters most. Look, Sugetsu has 2 deaths after an entire half. That is ridiculously good.
Yeah, I think the thing as well is they've just had some superb sort of reads on everything that's going to be doing. They played a very passive hold. This composition that's there for Paper Rex forces them to play this more aggressively. And then you have Angel pulling out ridiculous plays exactly when they needed him most. Every single time there was a moment where it looked like, okay, this is it. Don't worry, Paper Rex have got their first round. Well, it took until round 12.
I mean, this is the big thing I've spoken about Angel. Like, the moment you put him on Brimstone, the moment you put him on Bayern, the man just wants to be the opening fragger. Even though he's not the duelist, even though he's not necessarily meant to be the leading man, he finds a way. Think about over in Showers, how many opening kills against some of the best duelists in the world, and he's your controller player, and you've got 2 of your other support players just popping off. Yeah. It's an unbelievable performance from FPX.
I also think that the game plan that they had was exactly what you expect to make going against Paper Rex, right? From the beginning, from pistol round, they're holding the pushes. And guess what? Paper Rex does it. You expect it, and it comes. And they dominated that round, so immediately confidence gets shook against Paper Rex.
The worry for me now, though, is that so far in this tournament, they've only lost 1 map, and they were not bodied on it. So for Paper Rex, this is a completely different ballgame to what we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Do they have the ability to mentally reset?
Well, luckily, this is a marathon. It's going to be 5 maps. Tom, maybe it's going to be 5 maps. And Brennan Sideshow, I'm looking forward to seeing how Paper Rex can get back into this one.
Makakakita na ba tayo ngayon ng turnaround of events para dito sa Paper Rex o ipagpapatuloy pa ng FPX to, men? This is their last chance, mga kaibigan, for them to win this round, if ever. para syempre maging 2-11 pa at hindi pa mapunta sa FPX. At alam ng PRX yan, men. Ayaw nila na makuha ng FPX ang second round advantage if ever. Pero right now, partner mo kapag pupunta sa dito sa B.
Napaka-importante ng pistol round na to. Forsaken with the kill already pero hindi niya nakuha yung pangalawa. Jing is in. Kaso nga lang hindi pa rin nagsettle yung kill. Finally, it is gotten by Divide. He gets a double right here. A 2v2 situation. Magkakaroon sila ng space to actually plant the spike.
Yeah, they have the time for them to plant the spike right now, pero yung nga lang, kinabahan sila kasi muntik na mamatay sa Divide because of the snake right bit ito ni Sugetsu ngayon. Pero Mind Freak waiting on that corner. Xiao trying to puncture his way in all the way dito sa may elbow para syempre meron silang trade-off na maganda. Sina-sandwich sila yung mga players ngayon ng PRX if ever, and Divide, they know na he is super low on HP. Sinong first contact probably Sugetsu para makaikot ngayon? Si Xiao. And sa tingin nangyayari ngayon mga kaibigan, Mind Freak catching one and Xiao we're gonna take down one as well, and Xiao already knows kung nasaan si Mind Freak.
Peak diff ang meron. Nakita ang tagiliran dito ni Brimstone at huling-huling sa akto na sumusubok iligtas ang spike. The thing is, that pistol round was basically everything that they need to gauge on. Kapag hindi nila nakuha yung pistol, obviously, they have to force the next round. And aside from that, wala nga ang baril. Pag natalo pa sila doon, this is nothing already. It's match point and they don't have anything. They have to force.
Yeah, force buy sila dito ng malala. I mean, tignan natin kung ano mangyayari. Kukulangan sila sa utilities if ever they're gonna force out dito sa Spectre and half armor. Yun nga, wala silang molly, wala silang boombot. So, at least yung mga basics, meron naman sila doon. Pero let's see if ever makakahanap pa ba ng Paper X to mga kaibigan. We're gonna get to see it if ever. But right now, ito na lumabas ngayon. Forsaken gonna go in already. But that is Forsaken. We're gonna catch him off guard. Which is Xiao. Pero Forsaken gonna push him. We'll take down 2. Pero bawas naman daw sabi ng Paper X. But Ardis and Zaipan. Si Ardis hindi siya pwede pumasok ngayon. Kailangan na mag-antay kasi naka-vandal siya. Pero ito si Ardis mga kaibigan. Waiting with that corner. Pero that is Zaipan as well. Just using everything that he has. But right now, we get a 1v5. Ardis the only man remaining. At nasa isip ngayon ng PRX, baka nagsisave na si Ardis ngayon. Pero FPX mga kaibigan, they have a lot of round to lose. Okay lang kahit mag-throw sila ng ilang rounds kasi isa na lang naman ang kailangan nila.
Now, the confidence that Forsaken showed in that specific round, kailangan magpatuloy nun all throughout sa rounds na makikita natin, especially with Mind Freak too. Alam naman natin kung ano yung capabilities ng mga players na to eh. Kanina, Benkai was almost in a clutch situation and he almost win the clutch in a 1v4 setting. So kung mag-online, parang diesel engine nata ito ngayon yung Paper Rex, mga first game jitters pa lang.
Oo. First game jitters. We are hoping na sana ganun na din talaga nangyayari dito. Pero that Pendulous and Prowler not gonna catch anyone dito sa may showers. But Jing gonna push in already through that wall. Pushing in dito sa may likod ng triple. Pero yun nga lang, that is a sandwich na ginawa ngayon ng dalawang stage. Pero Sugetsu catching him off guard. Zaipan catching one as well. Pero Mind Freak mga kaibigan, all you gotta do is pray and pray. Pushing it out 1v3 right now. Angel with that Sheriff on hand. Makikita ba niyo for a second? Alam niya na kung nasan na. Angel with a one tap to the head. This is actually winnable for the side of Angel kahit tinalang gamit niya. But Benkai, binaril sa likod si Angel, ginawang Jose Rizal mga kaibigan.
Ginamit yung aftershock para ma-force out yung positioning ng huling natitirang player ng FPX. And kung magpapatuloy yung paggamit ng utilities ng Paper Rex the same way they do entries right now, ang laking possibility talaga nito maka-comeback pa. Pero gaya ng sabi mo kanina, Vil, no, napakadaming rounds to lose ng FPX dito rather. Ultimo, kahit ilang beses silang magkamali, kahit 5 rounds pa silang magkamali, okay lang.
Oo. Pero
sunod-sunod.
Yeah, okay lang naman. Wala namang problema. I mean, tulad nga, isa lang talaga kailangan ng FPX ngayon. They have the firepower already. Ito na, pantay na ang laban. Forsaken gonna go in. Alam na meron talo sa may harapan niya. Pero Diyos ko po, minamama lang si Xiao dito. And Jing, we're gonna take Xiao down. Maraming salamat for sa ginawa mo. Pero Jing, gonna spray and pray right now. We're gonna take the Sugetsu right now. Pero ito, Angel mga kaibigan. Nakadalawa pa. Nag-whiff lang dito kasi Forsaken dito, but it's okay. Benkai, napakabilis na AD. Tamang sidestep lang. Pero Angel, at least meron siya orbital strike dito para siya papalabas yung mga players ngayon ng PRX doon sa labas ng Lamps. Is this gonna be an ender?
Ay, may lineup pa.
Mind Freak gonna push in.
This is
Tatlong
actually
kalaban
doable.
niya. Angel, can he get an ace? And Ardis, it's over.
Wow.
1-0 for the side of FPX dun sa map ang pinili ngayon.
They
The
deserve it.
PaperX.
They deserve it. FPX deserved this match because they totally dominated PaperX. Completely punished them with the Yoru pick, with the rotations that we have from Forsaken, with the ultimo, pati yung aggressiveness ng PaperX. Nasagot at nasagot ng FPX. The thing is, PaperX was also whiffing from time to time, especially doon sa mga aim duels na meron sila. Kaya kahit anong mangyari, kahit na meron na kayong parehas Vandal and everything, kung ganito kalala yung aim ng FPX, paano mo matatapatan sa aim duel?
They're really confident on the things that they're doing. They're really extravagant sa mga plays na ginagawa nila, lalo na dito sa FPX. And yun yung wala ang PaperX dito. Wala talaga silang confidence in order for them to push and to be aggressive, for them to catch everyone off guard. Na talagang malilikuran na lang nila yung mga players ng FPX. But yeah, the winner of course will be the better team dito sa mapa na to, which is FPX. Once again, ang pinili ng mapa na to is PRX, pero pupunta naman tayo next map sa Icebox Best. Ano kaya pwede mangyari doon?
Honestly, by the performance right now na pinakita ng PaperX, I'm quite unsure. Parang 70% it might go to the side of FPX. Lalo na yung momentum madadala pa nila on the next following round. But anyway, just a very, very good read coming in from FPX, especially sa kanilang IGL na si Angel and all the kills that he had as well. Abangan natin kung ano mangyayari for game number 2. Makakabawi ba ang PaperX or is it gonna still go to FPX? Don't go away because VALORANT Masters will be right back.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull Campus Clutch is back. Assemble your team and lead it to the World Final. Learn more on RedBullCampusClutch.com.
There's a new dawn.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody, to Masters Copenhagen. What a start that that was for FPX. I'm back on the desk with Baller, Tom, and Jess. We spoke about it a little bit at the halftime, but I do want to address the Yoru. We were all very excited to see it come out. But what went wrong or right or anything, Baller, in that matchup?
I'm so sorry to laugh.
Everything. I mean, they didn't feel comfortable on the stage, didn't feel comfortable with the comp that they chose, and it was really, really difficult for any of the players, I think, on Paper Rex to get going. With that being said, the entire game plan that they had, the aggressiveness, was getting countered.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you see how far Xiao was sitting back over towards Fountain?
Yeah.
He's like, I know you're going to come running down at some point. This is something that Optic didn't read before either, and I was going to pull a clip later on, we'll talk about it later, where Optic walked straight into the trap. FPX has had, what, less than 24 hours to know what those traps are and not step in them? That's very impressive.
I think the thing as well is just that clearly with this being played a few times now, I think they will have prepped for this earlier in the tournament. I've even looked into what they would have to do if they faced off against her, and I think FPX are the masters of having someone like Doombros who he's a sweaty nerd. He sits there all night long and he goes, do you know what, I found these few things, Angel, and Angel goes, oh, cheer, did you have a nice sleep? And he's like, yeah.
Yeah, the 1 hour was great.
After the tournament.
I mean, as we heard before from Doombros, they were doing a bit of trash talking back and forth, and I mentioned that Angel was really determined to out Yoru Forsaken, but it wasn't just Forsaken that looked a little bit uncharacteristic here. Divide also didn't have the best map either. Here, these stats, quite frankly, it's just not something we've seen from them.
Yeah, it's really difficult. I mean, when your entire identity is being countered by FPX, how does any player get going when that is the entire strat book revolves around being aggressive, being able to put people off of their toes? We saw the Mitchman clip, we saw Dirka's perspective as well, but the Yoru stuff that Forsaken usually goes for, which is aggressive, didn't work early, and then ever since then, these first 2 rounds basically, where he goes for the TP to the TP, ever since then, look at the TP right here. It's all the way back in heaven. It's all the way back behind triple. He's consistently throwing it in ways that are not aggressive, and obviously on attack side things change, but by that point, it was a little too far gone. Super passive TP placement is not the typical thing that you see from Paper X on that defensive side.
The other thing as well is the goal is almost to make your opponents uncomfortable to the point where they're either having to aggressively rush somewhere or almost avoid you completely. That never happened. FPX were laser focused almost the entirety of the map, and because of that, it made Forsaken uncomfortable, which I don't think we've seen this tournament.
Yeah, I think both Brent and Sideshow hit the nail on the head when they're like, oh man, I think the PRX players are getting itchy. You know, they can't sit still. It's one of those things that you can really play mind games with, and I think that's the kind of benefit that FPX has now. We wondered, could there be a team in the world that could outpace or reverse pace, maybe a little reverse engineering of the pace that we see PRX put on the board consistently, and FPX, finally, they've given us a preview of what it looks like to counter what the team...
Yeah,
I'm really getting ahead of myself.
This is what I always say. It's a marathon. It's a best of 5.
It could be a sprint.
We could be here for a while. While we're at it, though, we're going to take a look at the AIM Lab shoot-around. We had this in the fan zone here in the forum. A lot of fans went to try their hand and see what kind of score they could get here. Yeah, this is not bad so far. What do you guys think?
I think it's awful. Honestly, I think someone needs to kick him off and maybe get someone a little bit better on that.
Are you even using the right sense?
Oh no.
Dang, no, actually.
I mean, I heard CNET is in the building, Mixos in the building. We've seen the G2 Gozen girls in the building as well.
Yeah.
Anyone of them want to go have a go?
You don't want them to show him up that bad, do you? Come on.
Yeah, I was going to say,
You get Zaz on the decks, like, no one stands a chance.
Mimi's in the crowd as well. Mimi's going to destroy some of the scores there on AIM Lab. I am sure of it. But as we've been saying, potentially seeing 5 maps, Jess, like you said. Maybe we just see 3 today. I hope not.
I don't want to sprint.
We are going to move on to Icebox here, where, you know, traditionally, I think people might be a little bit more confident playing into Paper X here. And Bala, you said that you were feeling like this would actually lean more to FPX.
Yeah, well, I think FPX gets a bad rap on this map because the last 4 times they've played it, it's been against Fnatic. And they obviously were going against a monstrosity of a rock in that map. So I think that they're really comfortable. I really like the fade that they've been implementing on this map, more than I think I've seen from any team trying to implement the fade on this map.
Do you think they bring back the Yoru? on Icebox. I know this is a ridiculous statement, but they don't bring it back. Good. Well, then if they make those minor adaptations they have been making, obviously I was a little bit worried that Xiao wasn't running the fade before he brought it. That was a tiny little counter. They didn't do the FPX special of going, we're going to change our entire composition, our entire identity. They've been able to do that and come to this. So I wonder if there's micro changes here too.
One of the things like we saw not in the last map, Jing went back to his Raze. On this map, I don't want him to. His Sage is so much fun on that defensive side with just how aggressive he's going to be. But the worry is, after what we saw on the last map, FPX was so ready for any of that sort of shenanigans, is the way I'll put it. So if he's going to be trying to play like that again, he still performed to a relative standard, but now we need to see if it will still work when teams are ready for it.
I do have a bit of a scary stat for you guys here. This is as far as I can see the way that it goes back in the history of this org. They played quite a few best of fives. They have a lot of experience in best of fives, but out of the times they've lost the first map, which happened 4 times, they've only ever gone on to win the series once.
I don't like that stat, so I'm going to choose to ignore it.
Is that a quarter of the time, maybe?
But usually they win their best of fives 3-0. They are clean when it comes to best of 5. But somehow when they go one map down, things don't usually go their way. But the saving grace is most of the times they didn't have Jing. This was kind of the pre-Jing.
We're throwing back.
I completely ignore that era of Paper because it goes against my narrative of, they're better against the EU teams and stuff like that. Because last year it was definitely different. And obviously they've learned so much since then. I think it's going to be interesting here on Icebox because this is their weakest map. Like for whatever we could say about, FPX, whatever, this is Paper X's weakest map. Whenever they're in a best of 5, they have to go to this map. It's the one that they do lose.
Which is why I was interested that they took the target ban instead of taking away an uncomfortable map for them. I wasn't sure if that was something they would turn around and go, ooh, let's get rid of 2 uncomfortable for us rather than target banning. I had either Icebox or Ascent on my list as being one of those 2 bans. The fact that they got rid of Ascent, you have to play this. You have to be ready, and I got to see it.
I think that's a great point. Brendan and Josh were talking about how Paper X has only won on 3 maps here at this event, right? So you have to kind of think about that in the grand scheme of things and think about how that makes you comfortable. That's what I was coming into this thinking FPX may have a chance, is because Paper X looked slightly uncomfortable in the way that they were counterpicking against Optic, that sort of thing. And we saw it again on Bind in my mind, right? So maybe actually, since Icebox, they really do have that many different comps or anything like that, maybe they'll go back and it's going to be comfort again.
We're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. FPX, they've liked to trial a lot of stuff here. But what are you expecting from Paper X, Tom?
I think in the past they were still running their Jet combination alongside the Chamber on device, so we'll see if they stick with that or maybe try and switch things up a little. By the looks of it, it's going to be exactly the same. I don't necessarily mind that. I think the way Jing plays Sage, as said, is very, very different, but this also gives much more opportunity for Forsaken to take that space, which I think is going to be so important for them because when he does it, he's an absolute superstar.
Devi on the Chamber, I mean, I love some of the shots he's been hitting. He's one of the most underrated Chambers just because it's not one of his main agents that he does take into the pool, but on maps where it's necessary for him to move on there, for other players to take other agents, he's been stepping up and being a quiet monster with the 2 to 4. So I'm interested to see if he's shaking off that map number 1.
He's up against artists though.
I know,
This man on this map, even when they play versus Fnatic, was unbelievable on the defensive side.
Yeah, I mean, even yesterday against Optic, it's the same story for artists. I also think the KO interaction is going to be interesting here because we have Chamber on the other side. FPX will target your Chamber with that KO, but they also have a Jet too, so it's like a layer where you have to find out which one is on either side, and I think that will be a difficult thing for FPX when both of these guys are so aggressive.
I asked you this before, Bala. You said it was a really big advantage for FPX that they could have that much prep, but they don't have that much prep of this Icebox here. So is that an advantage leaning towards Paper X?
I think for sure, like hiding the strats on Icebox is definitely a good thing, but also just that stomp makes it the momentum being in FPX's side, and I may have just jinxed them.
Well, the momentum was really building for the side of FPX on map 1. Bren and Sideshow, let's see if they can keep that up in map 2.
Ako na. Welcome back sa VALORANT Masters. Pakiramdam ko narinig yun eh. Anyway, welcome back sa VALORANT Masters. Stable pa rin ang casters nyo para sa Grand Finals. All throughout naman yan. Huwag kayong mamroblema. Kami makakasama nyo at kami mag-iingay sa inyong mga tenga. Game number 2 tayo at Icebox ang magiging mapa natin.
Yeah, like what you've said, it's gonna be a 50-50 match. 70-30 match between these teams na talagang inaasahan natin ng FPX mananalo dito because of the momentum that they did dun sa game number 1. Pero right now, mga kaibigan, we're gonna get to see Paperless kung makakabawi pa sila. Kita mo naman talaga yung ghost ni Trope, no? Parang maugat-ugat na yan, no?
Hindi ba delikado yan? RD, mapapabalik na lang with the rendezvous itself. May kasamang heal naman yan. Walang ka-problema. Pero the one tap to the head. 100 ROI agad-agad?
Diyos ko, men, napakasakit nun. Na ano kayo, parang literal na barrel kasi sentido. Ganun ang nangyari doon, nakabaril sa likod ng ulo. Pero right now, Benkai knows what's up. Alam niya na meron tayo sa may likod na ng wall. Benkai, we're gonna take one down. Pero right now, Jeng, at least nakakaisa pa siya dito for them to get all of these win na meron sila. Pero tamang wall nandito talaga. Pero siya makakayo. Pre, ping nyo! Pero yung ka na mag-stand talaga. So he gets, so we're gonna fall down and finally! Nakabawi na ang PaperX! And your champions, mga kaibigan. Sorry.
Game number 2 pa lang eh. Oh.
Merong nagpapa-shoutout.
Sino yan?
Isa daw siya sa number 1 na tigahanga mo.
Oh.
Ang pangalan niya ay Roji.
Si Roji?
Oo, Roji. I-shoutout mo naman si Roji,
Ay, shoutout sa'yo, Roji.
Ayan.
Baka ikaw yun ang trash talk sa akin kanina nung rank game namin, ha? Ay, sayusin nyo, guys, ha? 5 seconds remaining to go onto the second round. And syempre, PaperX, makakabili sila for this one. Davai just heading, or rather, holding on to the Headhunter itself.
Yeah, pero ito na. Medyo slow po siyang ginagawa dito ng... actually, hindi nga talaga sila nagpupush. Nag-aantay natin sa render. Pwede nilang... makita, pero Zaipan, just ko po na timingan yung paglingon ni Zaipan at nakuha ito ni Jing. Pero for sure, gonna go in already. Ito ang confidence na talagang kailangan na knowing na duelist siya. You need to go in agad-agad. Pero Xiao will take one down. Pero hindi, ano magagawa ng isang kill mo, Xiao? Kung 4 pa yung kalaban mo, kapatid, and Davai! 2 pitik ng Headhunter and you're down. And anti-eco, setup na nanalo ngayon ng PaperX, pero dito, sa full pero dito sa full buy ng FPX, mananalo pa ba sila dito or dudurugin pa sila dito sa PaperX dito sa bonus round nila. And shoutout nga pala kay Ken. Yan kay Ken. Tsaka sa mga tropa sa Discord na nanonood. Nag-watch party sila ngayon.
So ibig sabihin, mga 10 silang nanonood doon. 10,000.
10,000 sila. Ganun katindi yung mga
mga viewers ng VCTPH. But anyway, on this second round, ito yung confidence na hinahanap natin for the side of PaperX, and they're showing it right now. Unfortunately, Zaipan already pinning down Forsaken right now. At para sa problema ngayon ng PaperX, wala silang duel.
Wala silang duel indeed. Pero Xiao, tamang boost lang ng wall. Mga kaibigan, hindi na-expect ng mga players ngayon ng PaperX. Meron pa tao doon sa may baba ng default area. But Xiao, with that slow orb, para mas mahirapan para pumasok dito mga side ng FPX, mga kaibigan. Pero right now, so you get to. We'll catch one through that wall bank. Alam niya na doon sa Benkai, doon sa may gilid ng maze. Pero Benkai, is he gonna peek or not? 2 pa ang kalaban nila, pero 4 dito sa side ng FPX, mga kaibigan. Pero mind trick, Diyos ko po, 2 agad na nakita. Xiao, 1v2, and it's Zaipan finishing everyone. 1-2 already. And namang pa rin ng PaperX, pero bonus round naman nila yun, Bes.
Nakakuha naman sila ng 2 patay kahit pa paano, no? So, at least magiging half armor itong 2 players ng FPX right now on the defense itself. And for PaperX, this confidence level, like a factor that we were talking about, isa rin dito is actually Forsaken, making space for the entirety of the team. Kasi kung mapapansin natin, isa lang naman yung duelist setup nila dito, which is gonna be only on Forsaken, and Jing is gonna be on the Sage. Pero Battle Sage din yan, Bessie.
Man. I mean, yung Sage, hindi na uso yung support Sage. Ang gagawin lang niya, mga heal. Wala nang ganun, Di uso yun. Pero napakagandang lineup naman ni Benkai dun sa may taas mismo ng
butas lang no?
Oo nga. Ba't di ko ginagawa yung kanina, Bes, no?
Oo, sana ginawa mo kanina. Baka nanalo pa tayo. Anyway, huling-huli sa akto dito si RD. That operator shot is gonna be there definitely. At syempre, 1 man down na ngayon ng FPX. Susubukan natang i-push ng FPX itong mid or maybe just take control. Especially the Fade is just holding orange right now.
if ever they're gonna push out sobrang aggressive talaga na pwede nilang gawin ngayon, pero PRX wala silang choice kundi i-push ngayon ang B. Mga binilabas nila ang kanilang mga utilities at all, and wala silang choice kundi talaga mag-plant ang talaga dito sa may B side. But natamaan siya ngayon ng nade ni KO for them to delay it even further. Yung ginagawa ngayon ng PaperX, pero yun nga, that is the hunt will gonna be denied by PRX, but still Davai gonna push in dito sa may yellow. Meron umiikot sa kanila, which is Xiao will catch one. The clock is ticking for V4 Best. Medyo Davai, wala na silang smoke.
Nice trade. May res pang kasama. Is he gonna peek? He does. He gets the kill though. Tinuloy ang pag-defuse ng spike. Halfway there, but it's still not enough. PaperX was able to secure another round here. 3-1 ang magiging score ngayon. And this is actually a very crucial round dahil mapapunish na naman ang economy ng kabila.
Oo nga, punish!
Ganyan sila minama kanina, Bessie. Ang problema nga lang, itlog talaga ang score.
Itlog hits, man. Kumbaga fill sila, pre. Zero.
Zero.
Pero ito na ang pagbago ng Apiti. Lalo kami sa mapa namin. Tatalunan namin kayo sa mapa nyo ngayon at wala kayong magagawa dyan. Shoutouts nga pala kay kaibigang kay Sam. Nanonood ngayon sa Discord din. Tsaka si Nikki. Hello sa inyong dalawa na magjowa. Sana, ayan, ano ba si kay Sam? Malakas na maglaro. Pa-platinum na rin yan. Kapal na mukha.
Nagpo-post na ng mga highlights yan eh. Anyway, isang nahuli RD needs to go back with a rendezvous right here. The Vice still holding on the operator. Pero si Forsaken, gusto niyang gumawa ng space. Nahuli nga lang siya ng C's. Aside from that, the knife from the KO as well. Wala siyang magagawa or wala siyang makakapitang utilities at all dito. Especially with Jing as well. Ang kaso, sarado pa ang A-site.
Kailangan nilang buksan to. Napakagandang season. Natamaan ngayon si Xiao. Kalahati nila ang buhay niya pero magpipik pa ata siya. At alam ni Jeng kung nasan si Xiao. Anong ginagawa mo dyan, bayaw? Pero Jeng gonna push in. Pero RD, mga kaibigan, we're gonna take him down. Napakabilis na nangyayari dito because the push ginagawa ni RD ngayon is trying to delay na sa side ng PaperX. Pero ito naman talaga yung hunt na meron si Benkai. Wala siya makikita kahit isa. Pero Diyos ko po, Fonseca natutunaw! Muntik na makuha dito ng Vipers.
Vandal din yan.
Pero snake bite na meron si Mind Freak and Forsaken super low. Pero grabe pa rin talaga ang confidence niya. Nag-uumapaw si Zaipan, nakapatay ng isa. Forsaken will catch one right now. Pero si Zaipan, nakadalawa na agad. 2v2. Forsaken is low. Winnable para sa FPX.
Oh my God, the Vice settles one more kill and finally, it all boils down to this. 4-1 ang magiging score nila and Forsaken managed to survive everything. Lahat na ng utilities ata kumapit na sa kanya, pati yung dura ng Viper.
Oh man, pero buhay pa, di ba? Hindi mo matay-matay.
Nakapatay pa siya, kamo.
Dalawa pa yung napatay niya. Kala mo naman talaga yun. Yung Forsaken namin yan, si Jason.
Yan si Jason.
Ay, nako. Pero, yun nga, shoutout na sa manonood ngayon. Kay Lawrence, ang editor ko yan. Kay Aaron Go. Yan, nakapatid ni Riley Go.
Legit ba?
Hindi, joke lang yun. Joke lang yun.
Mapapa-time out sila, Bessie. Ang FPX right now on a timeout. And the thing is, way back when we were still doing Asia Pacific, nung mga panahon pa nga to, na Bren Esports pa, ang Team Secret eh. PaperX already mentioned this sa interview nila dati. They love playing long-range map. They love playing long-range aim duels. And they feel like they're more capable of doing that in maps like Breeze, Icebox, or majority ng mga malalaking mapa. Doon sila nag-explore at doon talaga nila gusto makuha yung mga rounds and yung mga mapa na meron tayo. And I think Icebox is one of those maps that they can actually win.
Right after ng game number 1, ang sabi ng coach nila, tsaka nasa isip nila, okay lang yan pare, reset tayo. Complete reset ng utak, ng lahat, ng aim, kung ano man na pwede natin ma-reset, ng PC. Yun ang ginawa nila.
Pati PC ni-reset na. Kaya sila nag-timeout guys eh.
Ganun yung ginawa nila. And syempre, bawi tayo sa game number 2. And yun nga, at least nangyari naman, di ba? Pero ito na, ang Blade Storm na meron sa Forsaken. Mga kami, wala siya nakita isa. Pero Forsaken, at least, using all these utilities for him to catch one dito sa FPX. Pero yun nga, I mean, nag-double out na siya. Pero Diyos ko, wala siya nakita. Pero RD, alam niya na meron tumatalon-talon dito, which is Sage. Kita na natin. Na parang langaw na lang lumilipad. Okay, parang
tamang updraft lang yung Sage eh, no? Pero ang problema ngayon dito, no, dahil nga na-drain ni Forsaken yung updraft niya, and aside from that, one smoke doon sa pag-push niya sana or pagsilip niya sa mid. syempre, mababawasan siya. At saktong-sakto lang din yung Prowler dito. Jing was able to secure the kill. And syempre, pagpasok niya, makikita niya pa si Angel. This Bladestorm won't connect at all. Pero si Jing nasa likuran na. And he gets 3 kills already in a 2v5 situation. He made it a 4 or rather a 5v1.
Jing, kaliwa! Jing, kaliwa! Kaliwa! Nice! Let's go! Ha? Pinaskor lang gusto pang manalo! Ha?
Pasensya na kayo.
Kala nyo kung sino kayo, ha?
Hindi kasi masigaw ni Villian kanina eh. So, pasensya na kayo, guys. Nung game
Pati
number 1, lugi tayo. What a round from Jing. Siya yung naging entry dito. Battle Siege Battle Siege. Coverage niya this is still a Forsaken and Jing combination that we are seeing. Forsaken siya ang bahala when it comes to the updraft and yung Bladestorm niya and making a play there on the site itself. Pero si Jing, kukunin niya yung elbow, kukunin niya yung maze.
Lahat kinuha niya. Diyos ko, sige sa'yo na! Forsaken gonna push in with that dash plus the smoke. Pero ngayon sa Forsaken naghahanap siya na pwede mapatay dito sa may likod. Pero tanis na nabay! Pero one tap to the head.
Ito na yung adrenaline.
Pero Xiao, aroy ko po, namatay si Jing dito. Mga kaibigan, nabigyan ni Kuya. Nabigyan ni Kuya mga kaibigan. Forsaken will gonna fall down as well. 2v3, labang pa rin dito ang Paper Lex. Sheriff lang ang gamit ngayon ng FPX. So medyo talaga sila pwede lang gawin ngayon is mag-backout na lang sila. Pero Suigetsu with the swing. We'll take 1, 2v2, nakakuha pa siya ng barrel. Oh no, may Viper Speak ngayon so Suigetsu mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang, tinamaan ng Tony Prowl sa mukha. Kasi ang dami mong dada.
Meron naman silang dito, lineups mula kay Mind Freak, no? So it's up to Benkai making space right now. Angel was able to secure a kill. And remember, this is an eco disadvantage for FPX side. This lineup will completely connect, but oh my god, the punish!
Ay, nako!
On an eco!
Ginawa nila yung ginawa sa kanila kanina. Ito na ang ganti ng api. And Paper Rex is just trying to end everyone na sobrang bilis lang. Kasi ang bagal maglaro ng FPX kanina eh, no?
Oo.
Ang bagal nila maglaro ng
Sabi ko nga sa'yo kanina, no?
Oras.
Kung ang PRX o Paper Rex siguro yung lamang kanina, maaga natapos yung game 1. FPX ang lumamang.
Yeah.
Kaya dalawa lang yan eh. Kapag ang FPX ang mananalo, matagal tayo dito ngayon, guys.
Oh, ito na ngayon si Suigetsu. Kahit mag-Viper Spit ka dyan sa taas ng, kahit mag-Viper Spit ka dyan sa taas ng pipes, hindi naman kayo mananalo dito. Kahit may baril kayo, wala pa talaga kayo magagawa dito. Pero, Suigetsu natamaan ngayon ng Prowler sa muka. Pero, ang pwede lang naman gawin ni Forsaken dito is gonna use all the utilities on hand para syempre baka kukuha siya ng mga early pickoffs dito. Pero yun nga sobrang baba ng HP niya. Forsaken super low, matamaan siya ng baril dito. He's gonna be down and hindi na nangyayari dito. And 4v3 onto this game naman ngayon ng FPX. Kung ako sa inyo, mag-back na kayo, men. Hoy, may Viper Spit dyan. Umalis na kayo, pero Benkai.
Wala na.
Mag-catch one. Napakagandang entry. Napatay ngayon yung Viper. Wala ng Viper Spit. Pero Angel, ladies and gentlemen, doon lang sa may backside. Meron siyang Vandal. Let's see if he can actually stop the possible push of Paper Rex. Pero 3v3 pa to. Winnable pa rin sa mga dalawang teams if ever. And ang nagbabantay lang dito sa B is just RD, pero ang ginagawa lang ni Mind Freak, napakaganda ginagawa ni Mind Freak dito. Kina-cut off niya yung pwedeng mag-rotate, pero nag-fake back ang Paper Rex. Akala nyo, magbibi kami? Hoy, jebated lang yon, jebated kayo ngayon.
Iipitin nila yung isang player dito sa site. Aside from that, cutting off the rotations right now is gonna be Mind Freak. Unfortunately, nag-miss yung shots. Benkai, he has to see this person and he goes down as well. Davay na lang ang natitira for the side of Paper Rex. And tatama ata yung C's. Humabol pa and he is gonna be right around the corner on Maze. With an operator, it's not gonna be doable in the hands of Paper Rex. Sayang.
Oo nga, sobrang sayang lang din.
Ang ganda na sana nung plano. Actually, andun talaga si Mind Freak to cut the rotation off. Kung napatay niya yung isang tao doon, it's gonna be an actual win. Kaso hindi.
2v3 which is against si Zaipan. Sobrang sayang lang din talaga na hindi naging successful yung pagka-cut off na ginagawa dito ni Mind Freak. But still, sana siguro if ever na ginawa dito ng Paper Rex, alam nila na may Viper Spit, sana din sila nag-push. I mean, yun nga, good na sana eh, no? Pero doon tayo sa safer side kumbaga. Kasi syempre naghahabol din tayo ng score dito kahit papano. And once na nakuha ng FPX yung kanilang momentum na kailangan nila, eh medyo delikado lang din talaga eh. Pero sa totoo lang, Paper Rex, this is one of their best maps as well. Yung Icebox, lalo na kay Jing. This is his most comfortable map. Sa lahat ng mapa sa Valorant, Icebox lang ang gusto niya. Sabi niya sa akin.
Lalo na, Otinex no? Tropa kasi sila niyan guys eh. Lalo na nasa attackers pa sila. So, malaki talaga yung advantage na meron sila dito right now. Anyway, this is a prowler towards Maze, trying to figure out kung nasan ba yung mga kalaban. Merong nasa second floor, and that's gonna be Suigetsu. Spotting one already, but the rendezvous has been triggered.
Rendezvous it is, but Benkai with a wall bank onto Suigetsu. Wala na silang smoke at all. Pero ito yung Viper Spit na talagang minamaximize ngayon ni Mind Freak. And Forsaken, muntik siyang mahuli dito ng Snake Bite. Kasi once na tumapak sa Snake Bite, matik ka na eh. Vulnerable ka na dyan eh. So everything is gonna be times 2. Multiple by times 2. The damage and every utilities makukuha mo. Zyper will catch one. Zyper will gonna get that triple kill.
Tell me. A 5v3 situation, make it a 3v2?
Oh, nice. Meron pa Nightfall.
Well,
everyone is revealed already. Well, except one.
Now, force out sila sa positioning nila dito kahit papano. Paper Rex, they still have to plant a spike. RD, still waiting for the opportunity right here sa loob mismo ng site. Naspatan siya ng Haunt. He goes down and syempre, the overwhelming factor is there. Xiao versus Benkai. Who's gonna clutch it? Benkai trying to peek out and he managed to get it and secure the kill. Secure the round. Paper Rex, 7-2.
Bumabawi ang mga tropang APAC Gunner mga kaibigan.
Sarap ng ice cream.
Sarap ng Grabe subo. Grabe subo. Bumbo.
Share mo naman yan.
Mahal.
Alam mo yung Pinoy pag nagtatanong sila kung gusto nila manghingi. Masarap ba yan, pre?
Masarap ba yan? Patikim nga.
Patikim nga. Masarap.
Alam mo, nakakatuwa. Sabay pa tayo na nakita. Ayun, no? Sarap. Gitang-gita pa siya.
Papatanong ka na lang talaga. Ito na. Paper Rex, lamang na lamang sila dito and kalahap-bay ang FPX ngayon. Dalawang naka-vandal, si Angel saka si Zypan lang. Yung maiinit yung aim.
Oo, pero mamaya mandalabing sila dito pag nakita nila ang Paper Rex. Pero Benkai, alam niya na meron tao dito which is si RD. Pero Zypan will catch one.
Nice trade.
He's gonna catch the second one, pero hindi. Jing, binuhay ngayon si Mind Freak kasi kailangan nila ng controller, kailangan nila ng smoke. Pero siya, waiting on that corner. Makita mo siya, and yes! Sayang, Diyos ko po, binuhay na nga, namatay pa. Pero si Angel! Ay, nako! Kalungkutan Gaming, 3v3, still in favor of Paper Rex. Pero Diyos ko, si Xiao, meron din siyang rest dito. Mala San Pedro ang galawan, binuhay yung isa.
Naku po, 3v4 situation. Kahit kanino pa tong game na to, mampaplant na spike right now for the side of Paper Rex. Pero syempre, may mga utility play pa rin dito na nakaset in stone. Now the Chamber, kailangan niyang umatras. This is gonna be the Vi on the operator still. And syempre, yung pagkakaplant nila dito, kailangan mo mabasag yung wall.
Okay mo pala. The clock is ticking already. Ito na yung Vueng na meron ngayon si Zypan. Everyone is triggered.
Last flash na yun.
All the utilities has been flourished out. The Vi will catch one. Jing with a third.
Nice!
The Vi with the last
1v1.
one. Meron pang isa. Suigetsu! What?
Wow! What a clutch
Sayang.
from FPX! And the thing is, kalahap ba yun? Dalawa lang yung naka-vandal para sa kanila. And that was only Angel and Zypan. And they managed to convert this round. 7-3 in FPX. The thing is, para sa Paper Rex side, kung mapapansin mo, kahit may nakaset na Viper Spit, and nagtatagal talaga sila sa isang site. I mean, they're gonna stay there for quite a while until napapunish na sila isa-isa, especially with Zypan covering the site itself.
Yung nga yung problema na nakita natin dito nung pinush pa rin talaga ng Paper Rex, yung Viper Spit na meron dito si FPX. Pero yeah, all they need to do is just try to slow it down. Hindi natin kung pamamagalan ba ng mga players ngayon ng Paper Rex kasi wala naman talaga silang enough money ngayon. Pero RD and Davai, pero Davai, tamang jump pick lang. Buti na talaga siya nakakita. Pero nice flick pa mga kaibigan. Ito na ang PRX flick. Pero Zypan onto that corner. Nandun parang siya sa may taas ng screens. Jing will catch one. Oh no!
Nice!
Alam! Nice one!
Battle Sage it is. Meron pang nasa CT. That's gonna be Xiao. He goes down. Suigetsu is still alive and kicking. The Chamber is trying to peek pero hindi tumatama. Yung ultimate niya, tamang jump peek lang din. This is still a 3v1 situation. Suigetsu fighting for his life right now. At pinipilit lang siya i-force out sa positioning para hindi ma-defuse yung spike.
Oh, nice!
And finally, the kill settles in and Paper Rex is on the lead.
Ubos pati patutubos. Walang nagawa ang FPX.
Ay, pinunod yung
ginawa
FPX!
dito ang paper next.
Inantay niya
Pinunod yung
moment.
papel? Ay, nako.
Siguro tagal lang hinawakan yun, no?
Oo, men.
Inantay
Sipin
niya
mo,
talagang lumamang yung paper Rex.
Last week pa na ginawa yun, men.
Oo, pero di niya nagamit ng game 1.
Oo. At least ngayon, nagamit na niya no? Pero at least, nakikita na natin ngayon na ngumingiti na yung mga tropa.
Tama.
Oo, tama. Ngumingiti na sila, nakakita tayo ng mga ngiti sa labi.
Ito yung adrenaline nila no? Yung tipong kapag nakakakuha sila ng mga multiple kills, yung mga gantong high play, yan yung nagpapatakbo sa Paper Rex. Anyway, this Blade Storm isn't gonna work out.
Nice!
But still, they managed to get a kill here onto Ardis.
Napaka-importante ng kill na yun, mga kaibigan, kasi wala na silang pang-check ng flank dito sa side ng FPX. So pwede nilang ikutan ngayon ng FPX if ever doon lang sa may papuntang mid. Pero ito na rin talaga yung Nightfall na meron si Angel. Napakaganda ng Nightfall niya. Nakita yung isa. So you can gonna push in. Pero Sheriff lang naman ang gamit niya. Pero tama pa nga dito si Jing na Prowler, mga kaibigan. So this is gonna be a really hard take for the players of FPX. And lalo na ang Paper Rex. This is the last round already. Who's gonna get that first half advantage? Pero for sure, pa sa mga pero yung Jing, mga kaibigan, nakadalawa pa. Jing, binuhay yung patay. Sumama ka dito kasi tayo ang panalo!
Paper Rex, 9-3! Lamang na lamang ang kaso nga lang, mana 9-3 cars ba? Yan ang katanungan na masasagot natin for the next following rounds. Ngayon, para sa switch na to, para sa swap ng sides na to, napaka-importante kung gusto nila mag-roll over yung momentum na yan to actually get the pistol round.
Pero syempre, kailangan mag-isip-isip ang FPX kasi once na nakakuha na ng momentum dito ang Asia Pacific, ang APAC Gunner, ladies and gentlemen, tuloy-tuloy na nila to. And ito nga, di ba, malakas sila sa attacking, pero mas malakas sila sa defending. Pero syempre, tignan mo natin yung pwedeng pag-usapan ng mga panel ngayon. So mga panel, alam nyo na.
Many assists, you know. Like, that's at least one positive from
I mean, healing himself. How dare he?
Yeah. Outside of that, maybe less assists means that he's just, capitalized getting his kills too.
Finishing his dinner.
Yeah,
That's what you call it. But
I
no,
love it.
King
Imagine
Jing.
ending a half 18-10. You end the half 18-10 and you're a battle stage. I mean,
It's just the way that they're actually playing, though. It's like he's not giving them a moment's rest. Like this in particular,
that
it's
was
just like you can't even predict that if you're on the other side. And I don't feel like a lot of this is like deep calls coming in from Benkai. I think this is them finally giving Jing that freedom to take over the game.
Yeah, I think this is Jing's great understanding of positioning, angles, and timing, most importantly, because some of these times where it looks like he's about to int. He is, but his team is right behind him. He knows the spacing that they have, and it's really, really fun to watch.
Is it in, though, if you kill 2 and then die? Is that in?
Absolutely not.
It's only inting after you've killed the second and then you carry on. So then it still counts.
Overheating.
He got 5 in 1 round. That was all right. Not bad.
Too bad. The man does well. Look, this is a stark difference from the previous map. Their pace has kept up. They are now the ones dictating the pace, and that was not very present in Bind. So I think this is something they've learned. Maybe they've shaken off a bit of the nerves as well. Jump around, get the blood flowing a bit, and now they're on stage. They go, all right, now we know what to expect. Now we know how to do things. It's looking better.
Yeah, we're moving to the attacking side, though, for FPX. This is where they kind of swung the game in their favor against Optic. It was a 6-6 half after Optic kind of swung a bit of a lead in the beginning, but this is the half as well where they can accept the aggression really, really well from Paper Rex, and it's on their own terms.
Well, it's FPX that has to try and get back into this map now. I'm very excited, Brandon Saisho, to get into the second half.
Halftime is over at ito ang pakiramdam maging bagahe papunta sa pagkapanalo. Paper Rex, 9-3 ang score nila dito at malayo-layo pa ang kailangan habulin ng FPX, Bessie.
Marami pa silang kailangan dapat kainin na bread.
Hindi kasi uso rice doon, guys.
Marami pa silang kailangan kainin na croissant.
Tinapay. Tinapay muna. Marami-rami pang tinapay ang kakainin dito ng FPX para makahabol. No? Kailangan nilang makakuha ng pistol round. Napaka-importante nito. Anyway, napaka-slow play din. Ito na naman yung mababagal na play kasi alam nyo na kung bakit.
Oo, kasi
sila
FPX.
yung attacking. Oo.
Pero ito, like what I've said kanina, na malakas ang Paper Rex sa attacking ng Icebox, pero mas malakas sila sa defending. Men, ako na nagsasabi sa inyo, lalong-lalo na pag si Jing, ay nako.
Nanonood pa naman. Nanonood pa naman si Mommy Pearl.
Oo, di ba?
Number 1 supporter ni Jing. Kaya Ayos-ayusin mo. RD, you receive some damage here. 45 HP. Nilalabanan niya pala yung nasa mid. Pero syempre, meron namang healing capability yung iba niyang mga teammates dito. Kaya okay lang yan.
Sabi ni siya, healing for everyone.
Oh, tamad na tamad eh. No? Niya, ano ba yan? Nalaban ka na lang sa mid.
Ay, nako. Yan na ba
Papakabawas ka
yan?
pa. Nawala pa yung ano mo. Anyway, natamaan dito. Na-suppress si Mindfreak. Kailangan niyang matras. Pero ang daming natamaan ng Hunt. Ang kaso na-debate siya doon. RD was able to pick him out. But Jeng fighting for his life right now. Ginamp lang. Tinalunan. But still, the fight is still alive. He still managed to get a kill on the Snakebite too. 3v2 situation. Anyone's game.
Grabe si Mindfreak, nahulog siya dun sa patibong ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan, pero nga ng Davay ba? With a jumping na ginawa ngayon ni RD, pero pushing ito 1v1 with a great one. For second first, Angel. Ito na, ang Anghel, kalaban ang demonyo. Ladies and gentlemen, sino mananalo dito? And Angel will fall down! You're gonna be the Forsaken Angel, mga kaibigan! Tinitigan, tinutukan, pinutukan ni Forsaken! Walang nagawa! Yan na ba yun, FPX? Todo na ba yarn?
Naubos ata yung 100% lakas nila ng Game 1. Kakaisip kung paano makakancel out yung Yoru. Isipin nyo ha, Forsaken isn't even like online right now. Literal, nakapatay pa ata monitor nito dito sa mismong stage ngayon eh. 8-9 pa yung score eh. And he still was able to open up sights right here, especially on the defense itself. Malakas talaga ang Paper Rex pagdating sa icebox.
Knowing na mapa ng Pinoy to, malakas talaga sila dito!
Nung oras na ba? Borkum time.
Borkum time. 12:30 na pala, bes. Gising na tayo, di ba? Yung mga tanod, umalis na sila!
Oo, umalis na yung mga nagbabantay sa harapan namin dito. Hunt being used right now. Jing is dead. RD was able to secure the kill. 4v5 situation na syempre, finorce talaga to ng FPX. Finorce by nila to para ipilit talaga na makuha yung round.
Pero kahit anong pilit nyo, talo pa rin talaga kayo. Pero Mindfreak, oh my God! Diyos ko po, na-spray and pray din ni Zaipan ang ginawa ni Mindfreak. Pero sobrang sayang, pero at least from behind, si Angel will catch one. Nag-force buy na lang din talaga yung mga players ngayon ng FP kasi hindi na makayanan. Pero Diyos ko po, Dabay, muntik mo na matamaan! Muntik na matamaan yun si pero Benkay, ginawang bangkay ni Suigetsu!
Sayang yung positioning ni Davay doon. It's actually an open opportunity to take on the kill. Ang kaso nag-whiff nga. For those 2 to 3 shots that he made right there, everything went down, domino effect, and the anti-eco worked out for the side of FPX. Kaya ngayon, Paper Rex ang mapipilitan ngayon na mag-eco. Nabaliktad agad nila yung magiging bonus sana.
Napakadaming eco mga to sa nakikita natin ngayon, pero marami pa talaga silang kakaining croissant para syempre makabawi pa dito sa Paper Rex. Pero sana Paper Rex nakakain sila ng mga marami dito kasi alam naman mahilig sila sa kanin, di ba? Asian yan eh. Pero Benkay, Hunt from above will get a catch too! For he's gonna push it, but Azel gonna shut him down. Napakasama siya nangyayari dito. Nilabas kayo si Tony Prowler, wala siya nakita kahit isa, pero ang ganda! Napush yun ng Jigga, hindi nila ina-expect! Hoy! Sis ko po, sayang! Muntik na talaga na mapatay ni Jing yung isa, pero dahil Zaipan tumingin sa kaliwa. We're gonna take him down. Angel as well, nakaisa pa. Angel is super low. Mindfreak ang makakuha ng kill na yun, but Zaipan from the dead. Not from the dead, but from the depths pala. Sorry. Inexplain eh.
Inexplain pa yung ending. 5-10 is the score. Kalahati na lang ng puntos ng Paper Rex ang kailangan na bulin dito ng FPX. The thing is, alam nilang paano maglaro ang Paper Rex eh. Nakikita natin, even on the pistol round itself sa simula pa lang, alam nila yung certain aggression na nilalabas ng Paper Rex. Kaya inantay talaga nilang mag-push. Ang kaso walang nagpupush eh. So this time around, yung mga susunod at following rounds na meron tayo, feeling ko for FPX, they really would just play it out on a play for picks and just go on from that.
PFP. Play for picks talaga ang pwede nilang gawin dito kasi hindi talaga sila makakapasok na sobrang bilis. Kasi nga napaka-init ng mga players ngayon ng Paper X, knowing yan si Benkay, knowing si Mindfreak with the snake bite, lalo nga nun si Davay with all the traps na meron siya, para syempre tapos meron pa siyang rendezvous away. I mean, that's gonna be really hard for FPX na talagang mag-all-in na dire-diretso papasok, pero Benkay, ginawang bangkay yung isa, ginawang bangkay yung dalawa, for a second with another one right now. It's all up to Xiao and Zaipan. Guardian ng Bulldog lang ang gamit niya, pre, walang magagawa yan, pero alam ni Xiao na meron tao doon sa may base nila. Xiao, nakita yung isa, pero Xiao, we're gonna take one down, pero Forsaken is just right there to take you down. 5-11 at isa na lang sa Paper Rex. Match point na sila.
Alam nyo naman, mag-asawa yan. Buy one, take one yan. Si Jing tsaka si Forsaken. Oh, literal, mag-asawa na yan sa Twitter. Si Mami Pearl, yan ang tweet. Husband. Dahil lagi nga silang magkasama. So, buy one, take one talaga yan, Bessie. Kung mapatay mo si Forsaken, asahan mo na nasa likod lang si Jing. Mga ganun.
Man, I got you. I got you back. Ito nga, best, di ba? I mean, di ba kasi sinabi ko sa'yo, di ba? Naglaro ang mga players ng FPX. Naglaro ng mga players ng PRX sa EMEA server, sa EU server. Kalaban nila yung mga EU teams. Tapos, so naglaro sila, top 1 si Forsaken, top 2 si Jing. Tapos nasa baba lang si Benkay. Nasa ilalim ng hukay. Pero talagang, like what you've said na buy one, take one, talagang ganoon talaga nangyayari. Kasi yun yung mga combo na kailangan natin. Yung mga synergy, kumbaga dito sa PH team, kahit hindi nakapasok ang AE dito, parang Gian Jin yan, men.
Nadamay pa natin pa rin no?
Oo.
Pero totoo, yan yung combination na meron tayo. Uy, ang daming tao. Alam ko, diba? Sold out ngayong araw na to. Kasi alam nyo naman, syempre may EMEA team. Isa lang ang susuportahan, diba? Hindi na mahahati ang mundo. Pero napakadaming fans pa rin ng Paper Rex sa stage, no? Kapag si Forsaken nakakagawa siya ng play, pansinin mo, hihiyaw lahat
Waling hiyaw?
May X Factor Gumaganon sila
Ay, nako, ito na ang pagbangon ng ginagawa ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan. Mapic curse indeed. Pero mamaya meron tayong pag-uusapan guys pagkatapos sa round na to. Pero Benkay, that hunt, oy, kitang-kita si Getsu, muntik na. Pero yun nga, buti nakita siya. And alam nila na medyo malayo pa ang controller nila. Pero kitang-kita man na talaga natin yung wall ngayon ni Sir Getsu all the way to B. Pero Sir Getsu, nakuha pa yung paa ni Jing. Nag-aantay lang sila dito. Ay, nako, PRX, ba't kayo pumupush, pre? Tama na, kasi ang sakit-sakit na.
Ito yung sinasabi ko nga kanina, Vil. Alam nila paano maging aggressive yung play ng Paper Rex at hindi mapipirme ang Paper Rex ang hindi nila ginagawa to. And dito nila exactly na-capitalize. Just angle diff. Literally, pumupush si Jing. Wala siyang nakikitang kalaban pero nandun lang sa gilid mismo sa T-spawn.
Medyo maasim.
Alam nila to, inabangan na nila yan, Bessie. Promise.
Yun nga yung nangyari.
But the thing is, kapag yung kalaban nila, kapag hindi naman nila ina-expect, nagwo-work tong play ng Paper Rex. But right now, I don't think it would work out because FPX is really playing for picks.
Diba?
Ayun nagalit si Cash. Bakit yung kasi pinush?
Pasok kayo ng pasok. Bakit kayo independent? Nakalimutan na ba? Ano ba side nyo? Ano ba? Basic yun ng VALORANT 101. Sumali nga kayo din sa games ni Bill Charlie Taylor.
Bill Blia. Sabi no?
Umabot yun sa mga EU teams at sa mga APAC teams.
Ay, nako. Anyway, natuto na ata sa pagkakamali. Tamang hold. The fourth na lang ang Paper Rex right now. Forsaken with an operator. He misses the shot.
Sayang.
Oh, no.
No way. Pero ito, Bes, masyado na maasim ang Paper Rex. Kanina pa to. Tinan mo kung saan patay yung dalawang player. Si Forsaken tsaka si Jing. Yung dalawang mag-combo.
Buy one, take one.
Buy one, take one. Pareho silang nagmamaasim dito sa dalawa. Alam mo yung sabi ni Forsaken tsaka ni Jing, sabay pa.
Mas maasim ako.
Oh, she. Gumano silang dalawa, pre.
Ay, nahabol na ng Prowler. Mapapaatras na lang talaga si Mind Freak dito sa by Viper's Pit. Yan ang magiging sagot ng Paper Rex right now. If they wanna push A, ang kaso nga lang, na-punish dito si Mind Freak. Bye-bye. Yan ang sabi nila towards the Viper's Pit.
Maasim yung ginagawa ng Paper Rex ngayon, Benkay. Let's see if ever makakagawa pa siya ng bangkay dito sa may default area. Shaw will plant the spike already. So Arya is waiting dito lumalabas dito sa may screens. Si Benkay, meron pa siya isang Prowler if ever. Pwede nang gamitin yan. Yung hunt sa may taas. Pero Benkay, oh no. Oh no. 5 pa kalaban mo. Wala pang bawas ang kahit isa.
Pag tumalon yan.
Pag naka-crash si Benkay ito,
ka talaga.
Pag naka-crash si Benkay ito, bibigyan kita ng battle pass pero sayang.
Sayang? Ganon talaga ang buhay. Paper Rex, sinubukan naman nila. And the thing is, I think it was... Oh, was it a buy round?
It is. It is, yeah.
Sila.
It is, yeah.
Akala ko nag-hold lang sila. Wala silang pera for this next round that we're gonna see. Alam kong marami silang rounds to lose, but not in this way. Lalo na wala pang match point. Pag napako ka sa 11, yan ang 11 curse. May bago na naman curse eh, no?
Pero wala pa.
Gumawa ng sariling curse eh.
Pero wala pa rin makakatalo sa
Ay, hindi
Ray-Rakers.
umabot. Sayang, mag-haul sana si Jing doon.
Nice.
Pero Angel already securing a kill using, of course, the C's. Ay. Eco to eh, eco.
Oh, nakikita ko, wala silang baril. Pero, a minute, 11 o'clock right now. Oo nga pare, ikot-ikot to pare. Oh, wallbang! Hindi mo magagawa kasi hindi naman ikaw si Shroud. Pero Benkai and Mindfreak will gonna take everyone right now for a second from up top. With a blaze of Angel will fall down! 1v1 with a great one. So he gets to meron pa siya Viper's Bit pero hindi alam ni Forsaken kung nasan siya. Pero mukhang alam ata. Forsaken, oh no. O tama tingin sa kanan pero alam ni Forsaken kung nasan siya. And so he gets to knows it as well. Pero, oh, alam niya nasa taas. Pero Forsaken, hindi na alam kung bumababa siya. Pero let's see. Oh no. Delikado dito sa Getsu and Forsaken! With a thrifty! We now see what's your place.
Tumama sa lahat, man!
Oh, man.
Diba? Pati yung casters na baliw. 12-7 ang score natin dito. Pero look at this replay that we have right here. Walang kaalam-alam. Lumilipad parang langaw na saktuhan na nag-re-reload yung isang nasa corner. At syempre, tamang read na lang din ang play when it comes to that last round. Ngayon, nandito na tayo, match point na.
Sipin mo sa sobrang excite mo, bigla mo natabig yung cameraman sa likod. Bayad ka pa, di ba? Pero ang importante, panalo ka.
Nanalo ka 1 million,
yan,
pero
Jing!
yung camera 1.5.
Jing, nagmamasim ka na naman! Jing, wag ka na pumusya for second catching one! Lumabas na kasi Tony Prowler dito mga kaibigan. Dami mo kasi tada! Pero Jing, ganun po siya. Ano na meron talo sa may likod na smoke? Oh no! Pero Angel, we're gonna take one down! Pero Diyos ko po, 2v2. Winner from the side of FPX mga kaibigan. So he gets his low. Pero Diyos ko po, isa ka baba, isa sa taas. Diyos ko po.
Nagkakasakit ako sa puso.
Oh my God! Hindi nila alam kung nasa sila, men! Pinagtagpo pero dili tinadhana! Pero mind freak. Oh, pushing in. Oh, nice kill! Pero meron pa isa. Angel! Anong Angel? Hindi ka naman sa langit mapupunta kasi doon ka sa baba! Sa impyerno ka!
Isiya mo lang. Nasa second floor na si Kuya No Angel. Sumisigaw na ang buong tao at buong sambayanan. Paper Rex, kayo na to. 2v1 Angel, the last guy remaining with 37 seconds left. Katahimikan para sa play.
Ay nako Angel, kahit sinong Diyos ang tawagin mo, hindi ka mapupunta sa taas Angel kasi doon ka sa bababa. Wala kang magagawa kasi you can spell, you can spell FPX kung walang P at X.
Rex won the round, won the game. Game number 2. 1-1 ang magiging score natin dito. But what a play coming in from the guys right here. Finally, Forsaken made it possible. Lalo na doon sa thrifty round. Pati si Poster na baliw.
Oh, baliw talaga yan. Pero, let's go. Yan.
Let's go.
Chill lang sila guys.
Parang nag-rank game lang guys.
Inom-inom lang.
Yun na ba yun?
Angel, wala ka namang pakpak!
Just a quick look out pagdating sa replay na meron tayo. Si Zaipan, he was able to take important kills, impactful kills throughout the round that we just saw. Ang kaso nga lang, when it comes to how overwhelming Paper Rex feels on the site itself, hindi talaga sila makabuelo at all. Lalo na yung combination na meron si Jing at Forsaken. Buy one, take one all throughout the rounds, kahit doon, especially doon sa attacking kung saan kino-cover nila both left and right.
Nice one. Solid ang mga ginagawa ngayon ng mga tropa nating PRX mga kaibigan. Pinaisa lang gusto pang manalo. Parang gusto pa nila mag 2-0 dito sa game na to. Bes, kala mo naman talaga, sino ba kayo? Once again, you can spell FPX kung walang P tsaka X. Na meron ang Paper Rex. Man, alam mo ibig sabihin ng R? Di ko alam, kaya nagtatanong ako.
Kaya nga nagtatanong si Phil. Anyway, yun na nga nangyari for game number 2. Icebox yung naging mapa natin. Paper Rex was able to secure it. And syempre, heading to game number 3. Itong grand finals na to, best of 5 to, ladies and gents. Kaya mahaba-haba pa. And right now, we're just gonna go in a very short break. Huwag kayong mag-alala because VALORANT Masters will be right back. Syempre, kami ang makakasama nyo.
Yeah.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. Red Bull gives you wings.
Imagination, exploration, inspiration, elevation, invocation, affirmation, destination, transmutation, revelation, devastation, simulation, termination, activation, illumination, irradiate with a high vibration. High vibration.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
What a response there from PaperX. They take map 2 in this grand final best of 5. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom and Jess. That was kind of the response we needed to see from PaperX to keep this competitive. Now you guys have seen their Icebox here. They won their 4th map now in terms of like a variation of maps. What did you make of it?
Well, I think it was almost exactly what we expected it to be from when they played versus Xerxia. Like, a lot of aggression. I think they added a few cool things with, like, the haunts that they had through the walls, although I think both teams had that in aspect. And honestly, just seeing Jing perform on the stage at this level, it's a lot of fun.
I think it was definitely exactly what you expect out of PaperX. I mean, on that first half, you just mentioned Jing. They're just consistently pushing, and that almost costed them a little bit of a comeback here, which honestly was what FPX was able to capitalize on, which PaperX wasn't able to do on the first map. They brought this back a little bit because of the aggression that consistently was coming out from PaperX.
I just think that if you have one player who's going to bring a duelist on usually what people are moving to a non-duelist composition map, it's got to be this man. The amount of times he was able to dash away, he's got an unbelievable presence around the map. He wasn't one of the big hitters when you think about the kill impact and the ACS impact, but what he was able to do was keep everyone wondering, everyone thinking on the side of FPX, is he in the cloud? Is he not? Where is he? Has he dashed? Where is he going next? I love that he had that kind of presence.
And honestly, he took over the game once FPX started to come back into it, right? I think a lot of people thought when they first saw Forsaken on the international stage and maybe watched some regional matchups, they're like, this guy will just take over a game. And he did that again. This was exactly the type of thing you expect from Forsaken when he plays that jet, and it delivered on a big scale.
I know you guys wanted to keep an eye on Ardis, especially on this map. The first half, he was a little bit quiet, but he ended up this map, Tom, with actually his worst statistical performance in all of this tournament.
Yeah, I think this is the first time he's properly been shut down. Like, you look at, he was still going for the same aggressive peaks, taking those fights, trying to get work done with the operator, but he's just getting rinsed by Jing, just running at him, shut down by Devi as well with some of the counter operator on the other side. It was the quietest performance we've seen, but I don't expect that to continue.
I mean, I sort of coined it escape artist yesterday, and I love that I put it in there. And then I think, unfortunately, PaperX took that to heart, and they're like, how do we stop him from being escape artist? Oh, yeah, we can just taper off where his escape is, and then just be there to receive him, or chase him down as he does escape.
Yeah.
I love that. They did not pull their foot off the pedal there. That was excellent work.
One of the guys that was maybe in charge of shutting him down a little bit as well is Jing. Here he is in the Verizon high-speed moment of the match. An ace from him, but the crowd went wild for this as well.
Vintage. I mean, seriously, exactly what we wanted from Jing when he comes back on the stage. He was definitely uncomfortable in that first map, but this is where he started to just pop off. I mean, it's ridiculous the amount of pace he goes in.
It's disrespect.
It is.
That's the thing. When you're in a grand final of a tournament, maybe you taper off a little bit. You go, you know, I'm going to chill. Like, I'm not going to make those same crazy plays I would make all the way back in, like, Challengers 1 when I'm playing against teams I'm just better than. But in Jing's mind, he's better than everyone, so it doesn't matter.
I mean, we needed them to come back with this confidence. If we wanted to have a series on our hands, we had to have them come in with that kind of ferocity that we're used to seeing Paper X. And if it's Jing on the Sage, if it's Forsaken on the Jet, I don't care who it is that's stepping up to the plate. It needs to be a team effort, of course, but there are star players on the side of Paper X who start something like that, and it will kick off into momentum.
You also just know the Benkai sat there like, just do it. Go, 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 go. Run as fast as you can.
You got this,
and
bro.
he's probably going to carry on running as well on Fracture, which is the next map we are moving on to. You know, Bala, we often say when it comes to Paper X, if you let them have Bind, don't let them have Fracture. Do you stand by that here?
I mean, they had no choice to, but yeah, I mean, I do, but also I think I'm pretty confident when I say FPX's style on this map specifically, they control the map very well, and they will receive this aggression from Forsaken. You talk about how he's going to run onto this map. It might be hard to do when you have a Prowler or one-way in your face.
One of the things I really want to see is just like, are they going to run the composition which involved Jing switching to the Sage, which really was trying to lock down one side and pressure the other, or are they going to let Jing off the leash? And I'll be honest, that's what I want to see. I think after this map, if he gets to play that Raze and he's pushing alongside the rest of his team, then they're really hard to play against. If they play the more passive approach, I don't know if it's going to work.
Some of that defensive aggression I expect as well. I mean, there's so many times I've seen them just run down B long with the Neon rather, and they get the stuns out, and everyone is just shocked. The round has had 10 seconds, and they're already in their spawn. I mean, these are the kind of plays that Paper X can put on, but they also condition their opponents to think that's what's coming. So, of course, FPX is awaiting, but they're a team that is used to waiting. They're used to having 30 seconds left in a round to go get that spike down. So I don't think it'll detract necessarily from FPX's playstyle, but I'm worried that that's what they'll be expecting time and time again, and they'll be considering Paper X too much, whereas they need to focus a little bit more on their own gameplay now.
I mean, they've already taken down Optics Neon. Not many teams can take down Optics Neon. So do you guys feel like the preparation...
They both have, yeah. 13-5, 13-7, not too bad.
Does that preparation mean anything as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select?
I think definitely. I think for FPX, every single time the preparation is going to matter probably more than any other team. They are excellent at coming in with these counters, and I think ultimately I'm going to look at both the Vipers once again when they do eventually come through, because I think that both teams have fantastic site anchors, and by the looks of it again, we are going to get what is basically a triple duelist. I think we have to call it that at this point. I don't think there's much site holds other than what is going to be that reliance on the likes of Benkai and the likes of Mindfreak, because everybody else is going to be pushing.
Yeah, Device specifically is a monster on this map when it comes to both sides, right? That chamber can be so useful at locking down an area, but also lurking on this map. And that is so hard. I mean, you have to be paying attention to that. Actually, that cost a little bit FPX on Icebox, was how often these types of timings were occurring for them.
I love that we get Angel back on the Omen, for example. The amount of one-ways that FPX, especially yesterday when they decided on split, they're like, actually, we'll get the one-ways happening again. It's a strength over towards A main as well, that they hold that power position with that one-way. Not necessarily him and having those, you know, smokes to work with is going to be the kicker here, but they love to play off of it on many maps.
Just TPs behind the A and just like crazy stuff that you see. So
shout out to the observers, by the way.
Yeah.
That was like a movie.
The fact
Shout
that they
out to them
read that
every day. Those guys always smash it.
That
Unless it's a
is
1v2.
I mean, there was a lot of shenanigans that happened. It's not all of the observers of the 1v2, Tom. You got to be more specific.
No.
But yeah, where are you leaning here? Who are you leaning towards?
I'm always going to stick with the Paper X train on this map. I love watching them. I think they're the most exciting team when it comes to Fracture, and I think they'll take it.
Well, whoever takes this one is going to have a huge advantage going to the map after Fracture. It's time to send this over to your casters, Bren and Sideshow.
What is up, guys? Vil here, together with me as Lice Taylor right here. Siyempre, nandito si Pico na nagapangan ko ng
secret lang. Kawawa naman.
Kanina. Sorry. Diyos ko.
Anyway, welcome back to VALORANT Masters. At syempre, we are heading to game number 3 kung saan Fracture ang magiging mapa natin dito. At syempre, 1-1 yung score. So, sino nga ba ang makakakuha ng ating series point sa best of 5 na to?
Sino? Ang mananalo dito, sino ang makakuha ng series point dito mga kaibigan? Makakita tayo ng game number 5 or hanggang game number 4 lang ito mga kaibigan. Pero magsisimula muna tayo sa ginagawa nila dito lang sa may A main. Pero nagbabantay lang talaga lang sa may lobby, no? Nagbabantay lang din si si Raze, si Zaipan together with Xiao as well. Pero right now, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the push na ginagawin talaga ng Paper X. This is Forsaken catching one off guard. Pero meron pang tao dun sa may metal doors. Benka will catch him.
Interesting.
Si Angel, andun lang din.
Nakapasok siya from drop. No, walang nagbabantay nung site mismo. Mind Freak. Already getting a kill, pati na rin si Jing. And so he gets to is the only man remaining right here. Pero napakagandang rotation actually from Forsaken. No one was on site and no one saw him.
Oo. Pero ano ba? Kaya pa, puso lang. Pero guys, gusto na mo makita? Gusto na mo makita guys?
Ano na naman?
Gusto na mo kami makita guys habang nagkakas? Hindi pa natin ito ginagawa. Feeling ko gawin natin Taylor ngayon eh.
Pag ano na, pag mga mainit-init na ang dance floor. But ito nga, no, going back to this specific round, Forsaken talaga nakagawa ng space doon actually. Tingnan natin kung ganun ulit for this second round right here. Forsaken might go for the push right now. Isang mabilisang slide in, concuss, not connecting to anyone. No one is playing really close.
Everyone is trying to get their distance sa mga players. Pero nga si Xiao, Diyos ko po, natamaan dito ng stun ni Neon. Pero Jing, nagwawala lang siya with the pinchels on hand right now. Angel trying to reposition together with all the players of FPX kasi nga medyo delikado sila dito kasi nasa loob na ngayon ng Paper X, sa loob ng site. But retake? Kung ba na yung retake na to or not? Jing catching one pero Mind Freak. Ito ng ADS. Pero Diyos ko po, tatlo yung katapat nyo! Napakasi mo, Jing! Buti na lang pogi ka!
Nag-satchel in sa kamatayan, pero ito na nga yung snake bite. Siyempre, this will force out the positioning of Suigetsu. At kailangan niya pa rin i-defuse yung spike. They're holding down the crossfire and not needed anymore dahil si Mind Freak, mapapatay na nga rin niya dito ang huling miyembro. 2-0!
Mainit ang dance floor na pinapakita ng Paper X ngayon. Isa lang ang FPX. Gusto pang manalo? Kala mo naman talaga? Kapal na mukha.
Para daw maramdaman naman daw ng Denmark, yung European team.
Best.
O bakit?
Lahat sila nandun sa may kabilang dako ng fracture, di ba? Tatlo silang magpupush dun sa may dish, dun sa may drop. Diyos ko, 4 na sila dun, men. Diyos ko, makapupunta
yung flank. Mabilis to, Bessie.
Oo, kasi nga, wala. Tuloy-tuloy na to, pero ito na ngayon. Diretso na si Forsaken, mga kaibigan. Wala siyang nakita sa may relay bolt. Oh, diba? Sinabi ko yung skill.
Guru, relay bolt ka na ngayon, ha? Tamang alt-tab search ka dun, sir, ha? Or farm lang ang mga players natin dito. Benka, isa na lang kailangan niya pala for that rolling thunder. Pero nakapasok na nga si Jing. He can capitalize this position right now, but he have to clear out the corners. That's gonna be Zaipan. No one saw him. And the Forsaken Jing combination completely diminished. The Vi wasn't able to get a kill as well. Dalawa na lang sila.
They got punished. They got destroyed by the players of FPX, man. Well, this is the bonus round of PRX anyway.
Sayang!
So, this is the bonus round, man. So, talagang talagang manalo dito ang players ng FPX. Well, right now, tinry lang naman nila na mapunta dun sa may gilid na yun kasi nga, hindi pa rin talaga sila nakakapunta dun ever since.
Kanina pa sila dito, actually.
Hindi, dun sa may dish. Dun sa may dish. Tinry lang nila. Pero yun nga, nila, hindi nag-work. I mean, hindi na uulitin yun. Kumbaga, ganoon lang naman, if hindi nag-work yung isa, wag niya nang ulit-ulitin, di ba? You need to learn from your mistakes.
Promise. PRX yan eh. So, ulit yan. At saka maganda naman yung entry ni Jing actually. Hindi lang talaga napatay si Zaipan. If Zaipan actually got or was killed right there, hindi mangyayari yun eh. Dalawa agad yung napita sa kanila doon. Anyway, buy round na rin to for Paper Rex aside. And Xiao trying to go for the aim duel. He won against Forsaken. Sunod-sunod ang mga players ng Paper Rex dito. At tatlo na nga napatay. Jing going in on the site itself. Sabi ko naman sa'yo, makulit yan at uulitin nila yan.
Pero mag-isa lang siya. Yun ang problema. Pero Diyos ko po, may page shells now. And Zaipan with a swing will take him down. Benkai. The only man remaining with a Spectrum Phantom.
Bulldog?
Gonna push it. Ay, Bulldog pala. Oh! Muntik na, nakadalawa. Pero it's just, nakapwesto na yung mga players dito ng FPX. So wala na silang chance talaga na pwedeng matalo doon. Doon sa engagement na yun. Kumbaga, kung sumapi kay Benka yung spirito ni Bill tsaka ni Taylor, pwede pa, di ba?
Oh.
Pero hindi.
kulang sa enerhiya, kumbaga. But if you actually watched the pre-show a while ago, Derke mentioned it already. Derke is from Fnatic. Na-mention niya dito na Paper Rex has this thing kung saan inuulit nila yung mga play eh. So kaya mong basahin. Ang hindi lang na talaga mabasa ng Fnatic during the time that they lost against Paper Rex was how overwhelming and how the aim duels are going. Kumbaga, luck ang naging puhunan nila doon. Anyway, moving forward, 2-2-2. Oh
Nice.
my God!
Angel, gonna push in. Alam nila na meron tayo sa may metal doors, pero that is Zyphan catching one. Pero Diyos ko po, Davai! Yes, nakapatay siya na isa, pero Angel, pinilit niya yung wall bang na yun for him to take down one. Pero for a second, gonna push in, trying to cut off Artis right now. Nakita si Artis, but Artis! We're gonna get his head. Sabi ni Benkay, sige pre, paplan ko to, bahala na kung anong mangyari. Pero sabi ni Artis, anong ginagawa mo dyan, pre?
Planted for A-main sana para maaktuhan pa pagdating sa mga aftershock, pati na rin utilities, no? Kaso namatay si Forsaken unexpectedly for the side of Paper Rex because they were supposed to hold down the spike. Anyway, they are on a timeout. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, kailangan mag-isip-isip ngayon ng Paper Rex. If this doesn't work out, what else can they adjust? They actually take a site completely, lalo na kapag nagsasatchel in play si Jing towards Dish. Pero may kulang pa din eh.
Nasa isip ko, ubos oras, bilangin nila kung ilang utilities. Ubos oras, bilangin nila kung ilan yung utilities na binabato ng FPX at kung medyo pa ubos na, doon na sila pumasok. I mean, anyway, mabilis naman sila makapasok. They have the satchel, they have the neon push anyway. So, pwede silang mag-take time and magbantay lang, mag-antay lang dun sa gagawin dito ng mga players ngayon ng FPX. Well, alam naman na Paper Rex yan eh. At alam din naman ng FPX yan na magbabato pa rin naman talaga ng utilities yung mga yan eh. Hindi sila pwedeng hindi magbato ng skills kahit papano. Pero syempre, hindi nila uubusin for that possible entry na meron. Pero importante, at least nabawasan na.
I think, baliktad yung mangyayari. Sa tingin ko, mas kaya nilang mamain ang FPX dun sa overwhelming na factor na ginawa din nila kanina sa Icebox. Kailangan lang magkaroon ng space ng A-main actually. Kasi meron sa drop eh. Nakukuha nila yung drop all throughout. But A-main, there's a lack of support somewhere in some place. There's a loophole right there. FPX, maintaining the defense right now, just positioning yung mga smoke na meron sila. And of course, throwing out the Prowler as well.
Ito yung mabagal na play na gagawin ngayon ng Paper Rex if ever kasi hindi pa rin yung spike nakadrop lang eh, no, nagbabatay lang sila dito, nag-aantay lang sila na pwede ma-peck off if ever. Play for picks kumbaga yan ang nasa isip ngayon ng Paper Rex and it's gonna be A. And yung isa nagmamaasim, Diyos ko po, kailangan nilang patayin si Angel dito kasi medyo delikado dito yung mga players ngayon ng Paper Rex if ever nag-push pa sila. Pero naririnig ni Angel kung anong ginagawa ng mga players ng PRX dun sa may labas. And meron silang idea na meron tao doon. Pero maganda yung position dito ni Suigetsu tsaka ni Xiao if ever lang pumasok dito si Jing tsaka sa Forsaken. This is gonna be a deadly combination if ever. Hindi ko alam sa totohanan kung sino pwede manalo dyan. I mean, yes, meron fast lane dito si Forsaken pero Diyos ko po, makikita ka pa rin yan. Kasi nasa guild dito si Suigetsu. Pero right now, there's a fast lane early but Jing with a showstopper. Wala siya makikita kahit isa. Pero Diyos ko, sobrang silent. Pero Suigetsu is slow! Sayang! Nabato niya yung showstopper but it's not enough for him to take one down. Angel catching one, catching two already. And it's all up to Davai. Davai. It's just gonna be a clutch. 1v3 mga kaibigan. Oh my God, natamaan siya. Namarkahan siya. Natuldukan siya ni Xiao. Hindi nila alam kung saan eksakto pero alam niya na sa may ilan to. Pero yun nga, tamang jump pick lang at alam ni Ardis na mag-pick lang siya.
Naku, maganda positioning nila.
13 seconds in. 13 seconds in and Ardis.
It is a crossfire on A-main anyway. And it's just a matter of time kung sino yung makaka-trade. And this exact moment, hindi nila kinailangan yung trade na yon dahil the operator shot connected as well. Pag di nag-connect yung operator, walang problema. Merong tao sa site itself na kayang i-punish yung isa. Ito talaga yung isa sa factors eh. Walang nakatingin kay Angel is a miscom actually because Benkay wasn't even looking as well kung saan namatay yung kakampi niya and from where.
Kailan kaya pwede magsalita yung coach eh? Narinig kaya nila? Pili ko naman siguro hindi.
Hindi. Pagtapos lang ng rounds, syempre. Tsaka mga timeout na meron sila.
Yung seconds na yun, yeah. Sipin mo yun, no? Inista yung coach mo.
Sumisigaw eh.
Alam mo ba, Bes? Nakita mo yung dalawang parang crosshair ni Chamber. Bug yun eh.
Sa
Circle
ano lang ata?
Oo.
Sa observer
Kasi,
lang ata.
Hindi, bes. Kasi kahit sa mismong game, lumalabas yun.
Ah, talaga?
Oo, nakita ko kahapon. Nung gamit ni May. Pero wag natin pag-usapan yan. I mean, nangyayari talaga yan. Wala tayong pakialam dyan. Pero...
Alam mo, for the play of Paper Rex right now, especially they are on an eco, they have to gauge on the ultimate of the Neon right now. Overdrive is definitely on. Ito na nga pagpasok ni Forsaken. He sees one.
Nice!
He managed to get the kill. Tomcast coming in as well.
Nice!
So Getsu was able to take one kill. Nalabas na rin ang Viper Spit dito. Makakapag-plant ng spike ang Paper Rex and they have to clear out tower and they managed to do that as Jing was able to shut down one. Shao as well to answer back. May Nightfall na ginamit and wala ng Viper Spit. The Vi holding the operator right now but he didn't get another shot in.
Mind Freak, bakit ka lumabas? That is your only chance for you guys na pwedeng manalo dito ng mas malaking advantage. But at least Angel peeking out. Pero Jing, mga kaibigan, that is the push of Forsaken and Jing connection. 50. Tamang 350 lang sa mga players na to.
Grabe, 350 na round na yun. Ang galing nila mag-clear out ng angle. Especially Jing was able to clear out tower. And yun ang isa sa mga pinaka-importanting i-clear out, especially sa fracture na mapa.
Yun din kasi napakaganda ng opening na ginawa dito ni Forsaken if ever. Bigla niyang napatay dito si Raze, which is siya talaga ang magbibigay ng sakit ng ulo dito sa Paper Rex. Because of the pain zone, syempre yung rumbo na pwede nilang ilabas. Pero at least, hindi ko talaga alam kung ba't lumabas pa si Mind Freak yun. Okay, I mean, if ever na syempre, para mas mahirapan ka hanapin or whatnot. Pero wala, bigla ka namatay. Pero at least nanalo pa rin talaga ang Paper Rex doon sa game na yon. But right now, partner, probably, nag-iingay lang sila sa A and binibigyan nila ng oras si Jing dito. Parang yung ginagawa lang natin kanina, best nag-iingay tayo sa A main, tapos biglang lalabas si Jing doon sa may drop.
Yun nga yung iniisip na play nila dito, no? But of course, with Prowlers being set up right here, lalo na may one-way smoke din pagdating sa doors. Mahirap pasukin yan. Angel needs to go back right now. Concuss settling in, hindi ata tumama kay Xiao yun. And Jing already making presence known pagdating sa drop. Kailangan umatras dito ng players ng Paper Rex. It's already too far off at matagal na silang nakababad doon. Pero fake lang pala yan.
Tamang fake lang din. Pero marami pa silang kailangang kaining bigas. Pero
naabangan yung takbo eh.
Oo.
Si Forsaken. There is, of course, Moses. Hinati na nga ang mundo. Nasa loob na ng Viper Spit. And Sir Getsu and Xiao was able to pick up on the kills. Mind Freak to get one. Isang trade lang para sa dalawa. It's still a 4v3 situation and they still have enough time to actually rotate.
This rotation ginagawa ng Paper Rex. They need to push here in B.
Oh no!
Pero RDs, magandang position na dito. Tamang flash lang din. Napakaganda ng flash na ginawa ni Benkay if ever. Pero 12 seconds in, ang ganda pa rin position ni RD will catch one. Oh no, wala na silang oras.
Ito na.
May showstopper pa si Gedli.
No, it's not gonna work out anymore. Paper Rex, they didn't expect at all na merong chamber dyan. Kahit na pop flash nila, Viper wasn't able to clear out that specific angle and wala siyang kasama to do the trades.
Pero yeah, 5-3, close match.
Galing magbasa. Yung mga, ganun din kasi paulit-ulit na rin eh. Jing is always on drop. He does the satchel in play, always at the top of the site. So, basa na agad. Kahit nga ako, nagkakas, nababasa ko paano pa kaya yung naglalaro mismo.
Paano pa kaya yung coach, nagalit, di ba? Trabaho nila yun. Pero, Prowler, dito sa side ng FPX, not gonna catch anyone. Pero meron pa naman siya dito kahit paano. Pero Forsaken catching one, the vibe with another one. Sobrang pinapakita nito. Pero Forsaken gonna push in with that utilities on hand. Pero
hindi pa tapos yung lahat.
Hindi pa naman tapos to. Hindi pa si Davai, he's super low right now. Zaipan is low as well. Pero ito rin yung push na ginagawa ngayon. PRX, mga kaibigan, Jing catches one. But it's also to get to an Artis is gonna be really hard for the players of FPX. Pero at least Artis nakakuha pa rin isa dito, mga kaibigan. 3v2. Davai is low, so you guys are just trying to catch them off guard though. But at least na-plant na rin yung spike, mga kaibigan. Pero that is Davai. We'll get one down. Partner Artis, the only man remaining with that operator on hand. Mahirap to, Nes. Oh my God, what? Ano yun? Ano yun? Ano yun? Ano yung TP na yun? Ano yun? Sorry
ano
akin.
ba yun?
Sorry akin, pare.
Nawala yung operator ng parang bula!
Sama ng tingin eh, no? Ginagawa mo dyan,
Sama
pre.
ng tingin yung operator natin, men!
Pre, ano yan, pre? Ano yun? Ay, Diyos ko!
It happens. It happens. Akala niya na set up niya sa site or sa mismong link, pero hindi. Nawala pa nga yung operator. O baka napindot niya yung rendezvous.
Oo, napindot. Ano yun? Ano yun? Misclick lang yan, men. Nagkamali yun. Imposibleng intentional yun. Kasi kung intentional yun, tigas na mukha nun, men. Hindi intentional yun, pre. Imposible, promise. Mali yun, nagkamali yun.
Nagkamali yun, pati yung tingin ng teammates eh.
Oo,
sama ng tingin eh. Dapat time out, busy. FPX, nawa na time out, iniisip na nila kung sino yung tatanggalin.
Oo, diba? Diyos ko, sabi ka sa'yo, Angel, hindi ka sa langit mapupunta. No,
Kahit
baby
si
boy.
Kahit si RD yun.
Oo, ay si RD ba yun?
Si Angel pa rin yung tinatrash talk.
Oo, siya pa rin.
Siya yung IGL eh. Siya yung kumukol ng plays dito eh. Anyway, a free round. A free operator. Sige, ibigay natin. Pero showstopper round para kay Jing. Naghahanap siya ng pwedeng mapatay. And masaslow siya nung trademark na to. Ito, napakasakit Kuya Eddie. Pero nakalabas na rin. Of course, the fast lane.
Labas mo na. Ay, hindi nalabas si Showstopper, mga kaibigan, panakot lang para makapasok sila sa site. Okay lang yun. Pero sige, for a second, bigyan mo sa akin yung Spike, pre. Ako yung magpa-plant nito. Pero ito na, oh, nice assist, sabi niya. Sabi na po, nice assist.
Sumot, may 3 points na plant pa ang Spike.
Oo, nice assist, Lods. Pero ito na yung 3 points na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Angel. Ni Angel and Showstopper natin for a second, won't catch one.
Nice.
Pero go for the second one by the pero Diyos ko, meron tamama dito, pero Diyos ko, walang wallbang dyan, kapatid. Pero tamang spell dito, pero ka ng Zypan from up above will catch for a second off guard. 4v4 onto this game. Meron pa silang paint shots dito and this is not the post na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng papers, pero so Getsu will get one. But buhay na buhay pa rin talaga sila. Davai, nagkatamaan nga. 2v2. Ito na si Davai. Meron break, will catch one. Pero meron pa isa. So Getsu, 1v1 with a great one. Mind break mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, masakit yan, Kuya Ate. And mind break will take him down. May kasama pang foul. Maraming salamat sa MVP. Hindi ka buwakaw, kapatid. Nice assist with a 3. Kobe.
Pinasa ang bola, naplanta ang Spike na tapos ang laban. With an instant replay right here, ang gandang hold na nagmula from Davai himself, lalo na when it comes to the post-plant positioning na meron tayo, no? Especially with the operator setup na meron sila. Ang heavily gauge para sa kanya yon dahil nagsiset-up yung Viper nung kanyang mga lineups.
Nice assist. Yun yung importante doon, man. Pinasa, no? Pinasa yung bola, dinang, boom, inubos. Saan nagawa? FPX, ito ha, dahil dun sa pagkakamali ni Ardis, yun ang dahilan kung ba't sila matatalo dito. Kaya kung ako sa inyo, mag-back to the drawing board na kayo.
Back to the drawing board. Forsaken pushing in, he managed to get one. That's gonna be Angel Overdrive. It's definitely on. He managed to not escape. But it's against with a kill here on just a shotgun. 4v3 situation happening right now. Paper Rex already inside the site. If Jing peeks out, si Genso maabangan niya. The headshot settles in and he managed to take on the kill.
Delikado to partner kasi wala naman talagang pera si Xiao tsaka si Saipan dito. Medyo semi-thrift dito. My God, nakapag-Viper Spit pa talaga si Soy Gets dito. That is the perfect time for him to use that Viper Spit. Siyempre kasi alam niya na na-drop yung Spike. 2v4 right now. Davai and Mind Freak ko sa inyo. Men, tama na. Davai, wag ka na sumilip, pre. Operator yan, men. Pre, tama na, pre.
Hindi pa tapos, Bessie. One man
Davai.
down, but towards Paper Rex. 6-5, a thrifty round for FPX right now. A very well-read round na meron sila dito.
Ay, sayang, Bes.
6-5. Hati na hati, no? Pantay ang laban.
Oo. Pero wala eh. I mean, play of the year yun, men. Ano yan? Malalagay yun sa NBA, Bes.
Sa NBA?
Si ano na,
yung assist eh, no? Na dunk.
Si Forsaken na yung magiging, yung picture ng NBA.
Next time.
Sige.
Mabilis sa play na gustong gawin dito at nais ng Paper Rex. But it seems like Jing is just waiting patiently right now. At tamang lineup lang din dito. Yung Viper to clear out some angles, especially Tower right now.
Natamaan siya ng
Grabe
snake
naman
bite
yun.
dito. Isa siyang vulnerable na tao. Pero si Getsu, dalawa yung kalaban mo. Si Getsu, Diyos ko, napakaganda na angulo niya. Nakapatay pa ng dalawa. Outspain, pigati, lumbay, kirot. Ang nangyari dun sa Paper Rex na yun. Pero the Vi, tamang TP on, for a second will catch one. Pero ito na, Diyos ko, mapastay na si Redeem. Sa pabilis sa pangyayari. Nagkamali pa siya dun sa stun niya. Pero ito na, yung Fire Priest with the nilabas ngayon ng Mind Freak Nation. Pero right now, that is for a second. We're gonna plant the spike. There's gonna be a 3v1. Baka mana.
Viper's Pit is being set in place. RD, kailangan niya munang either mauna niya yung Viper dito or totally mapatay na tong dalawa. But that's quite not gonna happen. Kasi wala talagang chance. Merong isang nasa tower, may nasa B main, merong isang nasa corner. Saan ka pa ba titingin? Kahit saang anggulo, merong makakatapat.
Ay, nako. 6-6.
Yung isa Let's Go Fanatic, naging Optic, naging Paper Rex.
Oo nga.
Bura-bura na lang no?
Tapos mamaya, secret na yan, bes.
Oo.
Sa August.
Pupunta rin ng LCQ yan
So August 1, guys. August 1, LCQ. Team Secret pa nanalo sa August 7. Gusto ko silang gayahin yung boys nila, pero kasi baka magalit sa akin ng Riot. Ayoko eh.
6, pantay na pantay. Pero ito na yung pinagkaiba ngayon. Nasa defense na ang side ng Paper Rex. So let's see what the panelists can talk about this matchup dahil nga napakadikit ng laban natin. So panelists, pasok!
Blast packing his way into the site, and then you almost had those multi-frags coming through on the other side from Zipan. But I feel like we started there with those two players, and then after a while, it just started switching between whoever was just going to pop off in different rounds.
I think Ray's players on map of Fracture is just so incredibly important. There's power positions. I was a little interested that they weren't that interested over towards B a lot of that half. I was like, okay, maybe there's a lot of space you could take. They decided to hit A time and time again, and I don't know if that's the G2 special that we keep bringing out, that only A side exists. But for both of these players, Jing was able to traverse the map quite efficiently. Zipan was kind of the mid-round kind of guy as well, so it was different, a little bit different stylistically.
Yeah, I mean, Jing was full-on W gaming in effect right here. There's so many moments where he was trying to set the tempo for Paper X, and then Zipan came alive, right? So he was starting to shut down Jing trying to take the space, and unfortunately there were so many moments where Jing's showstopper just didn't find any value. This specifically is where it started to turn for FPX, and I thought that they might go on a mad run, but instead, they're doing exactly the type of thing that you expect, right? Being able to shut down the Hall's position, being able to shut down the fast push, and then Paper X just turned it on again. It's just crazy how back and forth this game has been.
Yeah, I think we need like an honorable mention as well for the likes of Devi, like some of the operator shots, but also towards the end, Saigetsu basically winning them around with a shorty. Like it is just, this man is just illogical in every sense of the word, and a joy to watch.
I mean, we said we were really lucky to get Fracture in the first 3 maps. That way we would be guaranteed we would get here. Well, we knew it was just going to be an absolute slaughter on both sides of the coin here. I have no idea where this is going, but I'm wondering whether or not the attacking side might favor a particular team going into it. That's where my head is ever so slightly.
I want to see an overtime, you guys. I want us to go all the way into OT. Brandon Sideshow, what do you think about that?
Sabi ni Yinsu, busy OT daw. Pantay na pantay ang laban natin dito. At syempre, kung kaka-tune in nyo lang, welcome sa game number 2 sa Best of 5 series na to. Grand Finals na nga tayo. FPX versus Paper X fighting for the tournament lives right now. May pumupush, 3. Headhunter. Basa na nila eh. Alam na nila eh, pagdating sa pistol round defense, Paper Rex always goes for the aggressive pushes. Uy, na-detect.
Player standing. Spike planted.
Oh no, nasakmal! Nakatakas pa. Wait. One more chance, sabi ni John Lloyd.
Oh,
Sumilip, pero hindi pa rin nakuha yung kill.
Oh, yan!
FPX secures the round, the pistol round to be specific. Ibig sabihin yan, makakabili sila for the next. At syempre, malaking kalamangan yun against Paper Rex. At kung mapapansin mo, no, si Hardy, bumili na agad, Vandal agad ang puhunan niya dito.
Vandalism lang ang gamit nila dito. Nagtagad sila. Team Secret! Team
Secret!
Yun yung sinasabi nila, men. Yun yung sinasabi nila. Sorry guys kung nawala ako, nag-restart na ako,
nalunok
okay
niya
na.
kasi yung mic niya eh. Kailangan ko siyang i-Heimlich maneuver.
Ay, napanood ko yun.
Ano napanood?
Uy, meron nun sa...
Yun talaga ginagawa pag gano'n
Oo nga, napanood ko nga yun sa sa Facebook, yung mga video, yung mga reel. Kung paano gawin yun. Yung tipo, biglang gaganon. O, di ba yun, di ba? O.
Hindi ko alam, sa school ko natutunan yun, hindi sa YouTube eh.
Sa Facebook kasi ako eh.
Sa Facebook natutunan, baka pati sa TikTok. Divine, securing a kill, a double one even. Ito yung kanilang buy round 2 for FPX's side. 5v3 situation right now, but Xiao was able to capitalize on the Guardian. Going for the second though, and now make it even. 3v3 situation at pasok na sila sa site.
Kaya pa rin nila ipanalo to best, pero nga Mind Freak gonna push in doon sa may tower, pero the clock is ticking already. Xiao will catch one down with the Guardian on hand. Mind Freak, classic lang daw sa kalamihan ang sabi na, pero tamang right click na pwede gawin dito kay Sabi. Nakakita ng dalawa! Kaya, Diyos ko po! Ginagawa mo dyan kapatid, pero Diyos ko po, patayin mo na lahat! Pero sayang, hindi lang din talaga napatay ni Davay! Pero Mind Freak, nice one! Pero Xiao, with a 4K! Grabe naman talaga si Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Basketballista ata itong mga to eh.
Sidestep pero.
Oo nga, tapos tamang turnaround lang, then step back, then boom!
Tres! Ang sakit nun para sa side ng FPX. They were on an eco for Paper Rex and they managed to secure the round itself. Lalo na pag clear out dito ng positioning and the first frags were so impactful. Going forward, 8-6 ang magiging score at syempre, FPX aside, kala-half by.
Yeah, everyone is actually really impactful talagang pinapakita nila dito kasi they have all the might in order for them to win all the rounds, pero yun nga, it's not really that working sa mga players natin ngayon, but still, this is the push na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng FPX dito sa B, pero yun nga lang, kailangan po talaga muna nilang gamitin yung mga utilities ngayon ng mga players ng FPX, lalong-lalo na si Xiao, kailangan nila isang orb for that Nightfall. He needs to get that Nightfall para makapasok sila dito sa B, pero for Paper X, mga kaibigan, they still have all the utilities on hand for them to stop the possible push of FPX dito sa site na to. Pero medyo mabagal ata yung paglaro ng mga players natin ngayon, pero yung nga ito sa Forsaken, mga kaibigan tayo sa kill. Pero hindi pa nga kill na nagawa niya, tamang damage lang din talaga no? Wala eh. Kala ko nakapatay na eh. Excited na ako, sayang.
Tumamas dun sa ulo eh. Anyway, it didn't connect. Zypan only with the Sheriff right here. Syempre, tamang gapang lang for the side of FPX right now. Walang lumalabas, pero mukhang pata na nga, Jing. Securing the first kill here. Tamang satchel lang, pero humarang yung chamber. Ang kaso, makukuha ba nila yung mga susunod na kill dito? Dahil tatlo na rin ang nag-aabang, knowing na sila yung nasa defense. Syempre, rendezvous back.
Yeah, rendezvous pa alis, pero Benkay, gonna push in. Oh no, magandang paranoid dito. Hinadukin sa Benkay, mga kaibigan. Nakita na nga yung isa. Pero that is the one kill, 2 kills coming in from Benkay right now. It's all up to say Getsu. Anong gagawin mo, boy? 1v5 yan, boy. Sheriff lang ang gamit mo. And Forsaken gonna bam! Catch him off guard. Bam! Patay!
Flawless round indeed for the side of Paper Rex. 8-7 ang magiging score natin dito. At syempre, Paper Rex, kompleto pa rin pagdating sa buy round, no? On both sides naman ito. But so far, with how Paper Rex is controlling the entirety of the map, and syempre yung control na meron sila, this is how Paper Rex thrives. It's always about the control, and if they don't have that, you can see how uncomfortable they feel.
Napakaganda ng control na ginagawa rin dito ng Paper Rex if ever, kasi nga sobrang ganda ng position dito ni Benkay, dun lang sa may gilid ng site. So they have the opportunity, napakaganda ng angulo na yun, pero just po, hunt dun sa may taas ng dish, mga kabi, pero Mind Free getting all these hot shots na ginagawa ni FPX, pero just po harap-harapan na bari ng ginagawa na dito, pero all the way from the backsides of the map. That is Raze, will catch one down into the golden as well, pero just po, Xiao! Hindi sila tumitingin sa corners nila! And that is the thing that FPX capitalized, ladies and gentlemen. FPX winning that round again. And PRX, check your corners, kapatid, kaliwat kanan, left and right, 90 degrees, lahat ng degrees meron na.
Na-excite kasi silang umikot, na-excite silang mag-rotate. And all throughout, hindi na nila napansin na may naiwan pang isa. Nakuha nila yung isang kill dito towards the drop side. Ang kaso nga lang si Xiao talaga, he waited patiently, tiis pogi mode muna siya dito, and that just secured the round for the team of FPX. 9-7 ang magiging score natin, and syempre, still a buy round on both sides at may tour de force na in action.
Ito na yung tour de force mga kaibigan. Ito si Pastor Chamber pero medyo nagkamali lang yung hunt dito ni Xiao kasi hindi pumunta doon sa may taas. Pero just po napakaliit nun, man. Pixel perfect onto Zaipan. Naka-wallbang pa nga. We're gonna take down Davai and one man away dito si Paper Rex. Minute left in the clock right now, and it's gonna be Arcade. Forsaken pushing in. Hindi na alam na meron tatlong players pero naririnig yan. That is a painless already. Zaipan gonna push in together with all the players of FPX right now. Pero at least meron naman dito.
May Rolling Thunder,
Meron pa Rolling Thunder. Meron pa rin din mga fault lines. Mga kabi, ito na nga yung kalapag ng papag all the way. Papunta lang dito sa may towers. Pero that is Jake. Oh no! Diyos ko po natamaan yung dalawa. Pero still Zaipan still managing that kill. Pero Zaipan nakaisa pa dito. Diyos ko po talagang inuubos lahat. 2v4. Ardis all the way. Doon sa may dulo. FPX is doing it. PRX, wala silang pera ngayon.
The feeling of how Paper Rex plays right now is a matter of just winning and hoping they win the duels. Kung makikita mo at mapapansin mo yung movements ng FPX dito, they're really calculated in each and every corner. Every peek that they take and every angle they take, they don't just spray and pray. Comparing to to PRXs, kung paano nila ginagawa to, yung mga slide in, yung mga satchel in is just complete chaos but a controlled one.
Yeah. Sabi na nakikita ko sa comment, dapat yung game yung maliit sa atin yung malaki. Tama, tama.
Tibay Isihan nyo lang guys, gusto pa namin magkaroon ng director.
Man. Isipin nyo yung director dito guys, kakahire lang. Tapos after this game, wala na.
Nag-uusap na si coach dito, sabi nila, guys, ganito kasi gagawin nyo, no? Isipin nyo naman bago kayo pumasok. Pinupush nyo kasi agad ng mabilisan kahit nasa defenders kayo.
Antay lang kasi kayo. Kumalaman lang kayo, guys. Wala naman mawawala sa inyo eh. Pero right now, Paper Rex, ano na mag-time out. And I think this is gonna be their last time out probably. Or meron pa isa?
Oo, marami-raming timeout na nagamit na itong dalawang teams eh. Meron pa atang, may isa pa. May isa pang available na timeout for both sides of the teams anyway.
Yeah. So, mamaya to. Magta-time out ang Paper Rex pag kunyari match point ng FPX.
Yung mga tipong yung last pahabol na lang. Gawa tayong play, last round na pala. Isip-isip naman, galaw-galaw naman ang basa pag may time. Pero ito mahirap to kasi Paper Rex, naka-eco lang sila. At syempre, they have to gauge upon the guns that they have right here. And Forsaken is the only one with a Vandal.
Pero sad, walang pera ngayon ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan. This is gonna be the push na pwedeng gawin nga ni FPX. They have all the utilities on Nancy. So he gets meron pa siyang Viper Spit if ever. Meron pa showstopper dito sa Zaipan. This is gonna be really hard for Paper Rex. Pero yun nga, Diyos ko po, natamaan na nga. Dito na nga ni Viper, natamaan pa. Rendezvous away! Yun sa side ngayon ni Davai. Pero Xiao gonna go in. That is a spike being planted by Xiao. Pero meron pa rin itong Viper Spit na spin talaga sa Sigets para mas mahirapan pa sila mag-push and makapasok dito sa loob ng side. Pero for a second, what a good kill. Taken down ng Viper. Yung pinaka-importante player na kailangan nilang patayin ngayon. Yung Forsaken, pero RD will catch one. Xiao with another one. Right na po siya kita 4v3. Pero ang problema dito talaga, siyempre naka-sheriff na dito talaga sa mga players dito ng Paper Rex, which is Benkai and Mindfreak. Pero there's a showstopper coming in from Jang! Uy, Diyos ko po! Nag-hesitate siya! Hindi niya alam! Hindi niya alam kung saan niya ipuputok niya, pero Zaipan with a showstopper will take him down 11-7. Hindi alam ni Jing kung saan niya ipuputok. Nag-left right siya ng mouse niya. Diyos ko, hindi niya alam kung kanino na papasabugin.
Kala niya ito naka-blade storm siya dun and he was deciding actually kung the site itself or will it be tower. At kung saan niya actually nilabas, no, namatay na rin, nakuha na rin naman yung pitas from the players of Paper Rex itself. Anyway, that was an eco round for Paper Rex anyway. They were able to capitalize on at least 3 kills. At kahit pa paano mapapunish yung ekonomiya ng mga players na to. And look at that, they're already in the brink of not having that equilibrium. Anyway, maagang paranoia para sa side ng Paper Rex, and this is Jing securing that first kill. Wala na nga asing play mula sa kanya, pero ito na nga ang pagbango ng api para sa side ng FPX as they were able to take on the trade.
fault lines kumonect dito sa side ngayon ng FPX mga kaibigan, but si Xiao Kill O'Neal will catch one right now. RD na nakaisa pa, 4v2, although hindi na alam kung saan ba talagang galing putok mga kaibigan, pero si Benkay nakadalawa pa, pero mukhang kaya pa ata nila kasi 2v2 to, winnable for the side of Paper X if ever, pero this is now FPX inside A side, pero this is gonna be the retake na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng Paper X mga kaibigan, pero in terms of utilities, dalawa pa ang kailangan ni Benkay, medyo hindi na magagamit pero ito na yung fault line, pero oh my god, Angel will catch one. Benkay! Pagtalon! Doon sa may fast lane, nakita ni Angel, dinala sa hukay, sumama ka sa akin sa impyerno.
Di niya ina-expect yung mabilis na reaction coming in from FPX, lalo na after the fast lane was initiated and Benkay was supposed to do a flash after that para makapasok talaga dito si Forsaken. Hindi nga lang ganun yung nangyari sa play kasi may maagang swing na nilabas si Angel dito and he was able to completely punish all the players here of Paper Rex. At ngayon, match point na.
Oh, match point it is. Uy, maraming salamat direct. Meron akong gagawin pag wala yung camera. Si Taylor din, kala mo ako lang. Pero uy, Diyos ko po. Ay, pasok ka na pasok sa may fast lane. Pero Saipan, tamang sa kanila. Pero check and Benkay doing the job done. We'll take down to Suigetsu. Hindi ka pa rin tumaalis siya ng ginagawa mo. Pero Diyos ko po, Jig, pasok na pasok. Pero it's all up to one. And Benkay, dito na sa hukay. Ginawang bangkay ng FPX. Ladies and gentlemen, FPX is at a match point already.
Exactly. Ibig sabihin, isa na lang ang kailangan nila to actually win the series and to win Masters. Literal, isa na lang ang gagawin nila dito. And anyway, this game that we just witnessed, itong fracture map na meron tayo, typically, nakikita natin ang Paper Rex mag-shine dito. Obviously, we are right now on the grand finals. Ang daming mistakes tayong nakita, especially on the entry points of Paper Rex right here.
Mistake has been made, pero wala tayong choice that we really need to make the most out of it. And syempre, we need to learn from your mistakes as well. And ang dami natin nakita misplace dito sa side ng Paper Rex and FPX as well. Pero hindi na talaga kinaya ng Paper Rex yung power nila lalabas ng FPX. They have the momentum already. Maninira pa ng PC.
Hindi lang PC, yung headset pa lang, libo-libo na yun. Diyos ko, binabato lang sa lamesa. Okay. Anyway, ito na nga nangyari, no? 2-1 ang score natin sa best of 5 series na to. Alam mo, ina-expect ko talaga na magiging 5 games to honestly. So, expected na namin yan. Masters, ito naman yung grand finals na meron tayo. But, like we said, there's just too many mistakes on the hands of Paper Rex, especially the entry during the time na sila yung nasa attacker side, no? Yeah. Yung mga angle na hindi nila napapansin and all the corners that they haven't checked. Yeah. Anyway, we are gonna go to game 3. Pero bago yan, syempre pupunta muna tayo sa short break. Kaya huwag kayong aalis because VALORANT Masters will be right back.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. An incredible second half there from FPX to secure them another map here in the grand finals. I am joined by Bola, Tom, and Jess once again on the desk. I think PaperX, they had it in the first half. I thought this was going to be really close, back and forth, but Bola in the end, FPX, they just ran away with the game.
Yeah, 6-6 half, and then they only get one round after that. That's the problem, right? That defensive half was so predictable from PaperX, and when you have Angel on the side of FPX, it is too easy to understand exactly what's going on. They're comfortable when they're pinching them. Like, it's literally just bunched up FPX guys just ready to trade on a moment's notice.
A little bit of stark difference between the way that we have, you know, PaperX swinging one by one as well. These are micro-mechanical things that we're breaking down, but this is what we're at. We're in the grand final. We have to point out these things. You know, PaperX swinging one by one, but the fundamentals for FPX, especially on the attacking side, to trade constantly, swing out, get the triangulation each and every time. You look at the kill feed, there's a trade. You know it's coming, and if there's not, you know that they're going to be setting up for that double swing moments later. So real crisp, clean fundamentals from the side of FPX.
Lothar's having the time of his life right now.
One of the things I really love as well about the FPX squad is that a lot of teams, you can maybe name one or two players that you would consider a rock. Like someone that you can basically have sat back, holding your lurk, like basically making sure that you're not being flanked or nobody's coming in from behind. I feel like FPX can do that with basically any player on the roster, but Saigetsu and Xiao, easily two of the best in the entire world right now. Like the amount of times where you're looking at rounds and that crunch is coming in, like you're still seeing the same sort of plays coming through from the opposing side. They may even get the opener, but it's the swing backs because there's always somebody waiting for that crunch.
It's just really, really nice. And I think Sugetsu is the guy who really leads the charge. Zipan as well. They're consistently right next to each other. And Angel is calling for everybody to make sure, like, you know, things are going well for them. I think his impact on this map specifically, obviously that second side, just flawless calling.
It felt like they had a plan for everything as well. Like I said on the second half, we're going on to an attacking side for a certain team that kind of likes that. And I was a little bit worried for the side of PaperX because they seem to have answers for every corner of the map. And it's not just on Fracture, but this is where it oftentimes shines quite heavily. You think, okay, we got a paint shell here, we got to do here, we got to get a smoke here to block this cross here. We know where PaperX is going to be, and we have slight utility counters. I don't think utility was necessarily, you know, above and beyond what we expect from FPX, but little touches was really, really good.
And also at the same time, you know, we talk about how PaperX, it's a fortress on Bind. Nobody really beats them on Fracture. FPX have managed to do both.
Yep.
Yeah,
and they did it on Bind too.
Yeah,
they're really flipping the script in terms of the maps. This is a really good sign for FPX. Obviously, they're now one map away from becoming Grand Finals champions.
Surely the toughest, they've gotten over the toughest hurdles now, right?
Yes.
The next two map is where you would maybe even favor FPX.
I mean, that's what we expect, right? But then Icebox got flipped, and we don't really know what's happening on Breeze. And Haven looked great for PaperX against Optic. So, I mean, it's hard to tell still, but I think you're right. I think from expectations, from what we knew before coming into this, flipping Bind and flipping Fracture, those are the two hardest tasks to do.
I mean, we talk about expectations. We've spoken about the big brain game. We've actually got a couple of big brains in the crowd today. Golden Boy is standing by right now with Optic Gaming's FNS.
Thank you so much, Into. Yes, I do not possess the big brain. This man does. Finesse, it's a pleasure to have you here today. How you feeling, brother?
It sucks. It sucks to be here instead of up there, but it's awesome. Two great teams playing. I mean, both these two teams beat us, so they deserve to be up there. It's pretty awesome.
So I actually wanted to ask you about, you know, playing on a stage like this, right? It's not every day, right? Especially in Valorant, it's the first time we've been able to do this with a global crowd. What is that like? Like, you know, when you're up there knowing that all the eyes, everyone in here in Copenhagen is staring down right at you?
When you're in the moment, you don't really feel it, but then there's random times where they'll start cheering people on, or like they'll cheer like for someone to ace or something like that, and that's awesome to hear. Even like when they're cheering for the other team, it's just awesome to hear that atmosphere because you kind of want to go big.
So you've been watching the games, I'm assuming so. You've been enjoying some of them. What do you make of the teams right now? FPX currently looking pretty good, up 2-1, but you know, PaperX, you've experienced this team. They're so solid. What are your thoughts on this roster and this team and this game overall?
I mean, they both beat us, so they're both great teams, honestly. Obviously, FPX has the upper hand right now, but can go either way. I kind of want to see a map 5, so.
Oh, yeah. I think everyone here in Copenhagen wants to see a map 5 as well, right? Yeah, I think so. All right, final thing, and I'll let you go. I owe you a beer. Champions on the horizon. Are you looking to go all the way? Is Optic going #1, baby? Give me the I'm tossing you a softball, baby.
Come on, brother. We're winning that shit. Come on.
They're winning it. Oh, it's getting spicy on the floor, Yinsu. I'll send it back over to you.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Oh, God, I love hearing from Finesse there. Bit of a shame that he wasn't able to defend his title on this stage, but these two teams, they are delivering us the entertainment, the competition, and going into the next map, what are you guys expecting?
Should we not? Can we not do expectations anymore? Can we stop? Because every
Isn't that
time I
half
do
our
it on
job?
this desk, I'm like, I set
Yeah.
an expectation and then I'm like, why did I do that? Because they've proven it wrong. Icebox was such a wrench in my whole thought process here from the map vetoes and how that went. I just sit here and I go, you know what? May the best team win, because I think there was a little bit of nerves map #1. That sort of defied some of my expectations. I actually didn't think it would go that way. Things started to level out for both of these teams now, and Fracture, that was a banger. So I think we're in level playing ground now.
Yeah, I think, talking about expectations, this is the map that I was like, this is maybe tough for FPX, just given how we've seen Paper X play on this map. There's multiple comps. We've only seen it one time so far here, and we don't really know exactly what they're going to throw out there. So it's tough to set expectations, you're right. But we know how FPX play, and we've seen them pull out some crazy moments. Just since Sugetsu has come here, we haven't seen it that much. So I'm really, really interested to see how they play, and I'm really looking forward to see Angel go crazy on this map, because there's so many good TPs and int spots.
Well, I think there's so much, especially I think this is the map where you're going to get into that basically look towards the chambers. I feel like this is where we saw Forsaken going in for those crazy lurks the last time they played this map. He was so impactful getting in behind. But we've mentioned Artis a few times in this series. We've definitely not seen his peak. On Haven is where he's an absolute machine.
Sure.
I mean, what a time it would be for him to step up as well for today. Again, this is match point for FPX. What do Paper X have to do? Because they have to win this if they want a chance at this trophy, Bola.
Well, this is a map where they can really abuse timings, really abuse rotations that FPX will go off of. So you have to see, are they going to be able to pull those rotations out of FPX? Are they going to be able to feint in certain directions? And are they going to get value out of the lurks as well? Divide tried a few times on Fracture, and it worked well in that first half. But second half, obviously, not able to do that much.
Last time Paper X played this, you're right, there was a bit of a smashing there, and I don't think they were necessarily tested. Sometimes winning by that much of a margin is a detriment for your next game on it, because you don't know what the weaknesses are in your strategy. So those lurks and everything that we're allowed time and time again, if you have a really diligent team like FPX shutting that down mid-round, are you prepared to be able to switch and go to a different pace, go to a different strategy?
Well, as you guys can see, the Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's been completed. We are going to get a Sage Getsu back as well on this map. And what do you make of the Agent Sage selected, Bola?
Yeah, I mean, these are the pretty standard comps from both sides. I look towards Forsaken, I look towards Mind Freak to really find space on an attacking side, and then on defense as well, Jing, Divide, that combination can be really, really strong.
I think the thing I like as well is with that Sage you highlighted from Sagetsu, he's one of the rattiest players I've ever seen play Sage on this map. You'll watch him continuously try and mind game opponents by putting down specific walls to almost bait them into thinking, okay, he can't push there, and then the next round he puts it down with a gap in so that he can try and sneak through it and kill you. He is truly disgusting when it comes to this map. But again, I think that main highlight has to be the Chambers, because I don't think we've seen the best from either of them so far.
I also do think that the Fade pick that Paper X has gone with, this is kind of common for them, is countered by Sugetsu's Sage, right? They consistently are trying to find out where is that Prowler coming from and putting a slower wall down.
Micro changes here from the side of FPX are just pushing me to think that everything that they've been able to prepare on, Icebox wasn't one that they were able to prepare on, but every map they have been able to, those micro adjustments are coming in. It is not the flashy, big old, let's overhaul our identity FPX again. This is where they're making those slight changes. I'll sit with you there, Ball. I think you guys are right. I think these are just the little changes to counter.
Well, this is match point here. FPX, they can almost smell that trophy. But Bren and Sideshow, Paper X, they still have a way to get back into this.
Is this gonna be the last game of the day or meron pa mamaya makakita tayo ng game number 5 nasa kamayan ng FPX if ever. Pero ngayon, mabubulot tayo dito sa mapang pinili nga ng FPX, which is actually a really bad one for the side of Paper X. Pero malay mo,
Mapa ng Pinoy
mama-pickers.
yan
Malay mo, mama-pickers, diba? Pero yeah, we're gonna see it dito sa game na to.
Mapa naman ng Pinoy yan, guys. So, huwag kayong maggalala. May Paper Rex buff tayo dyan. But like you said, no, actually, not too fond of this map, especially on the side of Paper Rex. But let's see how they perform. If kaya rin nilang gumawa ng micro adjustments as much as FPX can do, this is still a fair play.
Yeah. A really good play and fair play hindi na pwede lang gawin dito mga kami, pero so get to himself with that wall stopping and delaying the push even further. Hindi nila alam na mayroon tao dun sa may gilid, pero wala silang choice kundi mag-back na sila.
Uy, na-skill!
What? Ang
Just
layo
because
na
of
nila
a
dun, ha?
slow. May slow rin kasi si Benkay na ginamit dun. And because it's a combination of a slow and a paint shells, it was able to connect perfectly. Xiao, na-detect na rin siya ng hunt, pero nakakuha na siya ng isang kill kahit papano. And RD was waiting patiently on the corner as well. Saktong kill lang for them as Zaipan was able to take down one. That's gonna be Jing.
Yeah. Yung sa mapa ng Pinoy, no, delikado ngayon ng Paper Rex because
Nag-isa-isa
get
sila.
that final frag. And yeah, 1-0, nag-audition sa Valorant, man. Paper Rex got talent pero at least, I mean, maganda yung kill na ginawa dito ni Jing, taking down one.
Ito slow orb,
yung slow
paint shells.
Bam! Natamaan na nga dito ng lintik. Pero it's fine. I mean, nangyari na dapat nangyari. Well, syempre, kailangan nilang babasahin pa even further, knowing na best, napatay na nga nila yung smoker. Yung main smoker ng FPX, pero hindi pa rin nila kinaya. 4v5 yun, ha? That is a statement already for FPX.
Exactly. At maganda talaga. Strong showing sila pagdating dito sa Valorant Master. Already spotting one. They didn't care in mind about this hunt because someone is waiting patiently. Tamang talon para kay Divide, but it's still not gonna connect the shots. 4v2. Make it a 3v2. May pag-asa pa rin para sa side ng PRX to actually make this happen. Nakukonect.
Kaya pa rin to. Angel, Shrouded Step, sa gilid. Problema nila, nakabultog ngayon si Xiao. This is gonna be hard. Paano nila gagawin to? For a second with a one-tap to the head. For a second, I got with a kill. It's all up to Suigetsu with just that ghost. Lamang ang Paper Rex dito mga kaibigan, and that is Mind Freak. Thrifty round. Maraming salamat for a second sa ginawa mo, kapatid. Kung hindi dahil sa'yo, hindi mananalo ang Paper Rex doon.
Oh, ang ganda ng dalawang kills niya dito. Especially they know, or they were quite aware that they need to clear corners still. And yung mistakes nila, especially for game number 2 a while ago, kung saan hindi sila nakakapag-check ng corners, especially nakapasok na yung iba, nababawasan na kahit papano. So this is such a good sign for the side of Paper Rex dahil makakabili rin sila ng Vandal.
I saw the sign.
And I open up my eyes.
Tama. Ito na, Jing, dire-diretso lang din talaga with a double satchel flip. At nakita siya, nahuli siya nung Hunt, pero tamang seize natin, pero hindi siya natamaan ngayon. Pero Jing gonna push in already. Kailangan tumakbo ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng FT kasi paparating na si Jing! Jing will catch one! He is low, pero mag-regenerate naman siya. But Jing nakaisa pa, inuubos niya ngayon yung mga muka ng FTX sa side ng mapa na to. Oo, panalo kayo kanina, pero babawi kami ngayon. This nakaisa pa with a Guardian on hand, 3v3 to. It's actually, hindi ko alam kung sino pwede manalo dito, pero lamang ngayon ang FPX in terms of head count. Pero Jing gonna push in, catching one, pero yung nalang Saipan! What a one-tap to the head, but Saipan again!
What a clutch coming in from FPX. It was a thrifty round as well. Nagsasagutan lang sila dito ng mga thrifty round nila. At when it comes to the post-plant positioning here of Paper Rex, they just kept pushing. They just want to duel and keep on dueling even if they planted the spike already.
I mean, they really have this confidence na talagang sumilip. Pero tinan mo yun, one tap to the head. Meron pang isa, meron pang phantom, bam! FPX, kahit alam nila na hindi sila lamang doon, sila pa rin talaga yung nakakakuha ng mga engagement, ng mga kill na to. Best ito yung problema sa Paper Rex. Hindi sila nananalo sa aim duels.
Yun nga it's either hindi tumatama or merong hindi na-check na corners for Paper Rex. Too sloppy because they're too fast. Yun kasi yung magiging positioning mo. Anyway, showstopper out para kay Jing. Ito na naman yung fast plays niya. Meron siya mahuhuling isa. And finally, hindi siya namatay for that kill. And this is a Prowler also trying na gumapang pero hindi makakatawid dito. Makakapag-plant na rin sila na spike all the way to B.
Jing,
oh man,
gonna push it. Oh no, natamaan pa siya dito ng Prowler dito. Xiao will catch one. Pero hindi pa naman tapos si Forsaken. Lumilipad-lipad na pero si Xiao. Oh, crispy headshot onto one. 3v3. Dalawang Spectre ang meron ngayon ng Paper Rex. So kailangan nilang labanan to na malapitan. Pero Xiao will gonna fall down. Meron pa dalawa dito sa may gilid ngayon dito sa may ceiling. 2v3. Labang pa rin ngayon ng Paper Rex mga kaibigan. But that is the vibe. Well, spray and pray. Run and gun lahat na. Pero Diyos ko po, hinahabol ngayon si kaibigan Suigetsu mga kaibigan. Pero humarap siya. Pero tatlo pa ang kalaban mo Suigetsu. Saan ka pupunta? Kahit maganda yung skin mo, pre, mananalo ka ba? Benkay, sumisilip, you're gonna fall down as well. Pero ang tanong kung may oras ka ba?
Wala. It's not gonna happen. There is a pole, a gravity well na pwedeng gawin ni Davai or rather ni Mind Freak dito kaya hindi madedefuse yung spike. But, if you think about it, ang aggressive ng post-plant positioning ng Paper Rex. Talagang silip kung silip. At alam din to ng FPX. That's why you will see them take time to actually go in on sites. And Paper Rex, they just die on site because of all these duels they're taking.
Let's go. I mean, ano yun?
Nice. Yun ang sabi.
Pero walang pera.
Din si Davai.
Ito na yung maitim. Ito yung maitim niyang Odin mga kaibigan. Isasampal yun sa mga mukha ng FPX mga kaibigan. Tikman nyo ang Odin ng Pinoy.
Kahit di naman sila Pinoy. Pero ito na ang laban dahil the Nightfall being used right here on the side itself. The first kill, that's gonna be Jing. And syempre matatamaan din ng Prowler yung nasa gilid. And that's gonna be Xiao going down. The wall comes up. It is bound to happen. The spike is being planted. Benkay to secure that and 5v3 situation. Ngayon, ang FPX, mahirap to.
Medyo mahirap talaga to, partner.
Odin pa yan.
Pag-push nila, tamang Odin pa ang kalaban mo, pero Sheriff lang yung gamit mo. Oh my God, GG ka talaga dito, tol. Pero Angel, catching one with a wall bang, 4v2. Oh no, Davai gonna push in. Hindi na kasi yung problema rin talaga ng Paper X. Masyado silang malalim, nag-overcommit sila dito, Besiwap. Pero hinahabol nila, ang tamang bunny hop lang. Pero just ko, wala ka nang gagawin dyan, kapatid. Benkay, nakapulot pa ng baril dito. And yun nga, partner, di ba? I mean, kilala natin ng Paper Rex na pag nakuha yung spike, bahala na. Pero yun nga, ang problema sa kanila is sobrang nang nagpapaka-overcommit sila. Yung mga bagay na sana hindi ka nilang nag-push, kumbaga para silang ako.
Style nila yun eh. Kahit anong post-plant position, anong rounds meron tayo dito. When Paper Rex is holding down a site, they will fight for it. And they will fight with their life. Ang kaso nga lang, kung hindi ka mananalo sa aim duel against FPX, kung saan crack na crack yung aim ng mga players na to, yun ang malaking problema ng Paper Rex dito. Anyway, we are on a timeout right now. And hindi pa naman malayo-layo yung score natin dito, no? Knowing Paper Rex won that round or engagement as well, wala atang pera ang FPX kaya napa-timeout sila.
Ano kaya pinag-uusapan nila dito kaya? I mean,
anong play?
Gusto ko marinig yung coach perspective ko, ano yung sinasabi ni coach. Punta kayo dito, tas smoke nyo, ganyan. Push kayo dito, at least may trade, mga ganun. Gusto ko marinig yung mga ganun eh. Sana merong ilabas si Riot na ganun, men. Yung yung secret meron eh. Diba?
Mga feature na ganun eh. Yung ina-analyze nila yung mga play. But, hindi naririnig yung mga coach. Siyempre, iniingatan pa rin nila yung mga strategy nila dito. Hindi pwedeng ibigay lahat at hindi pwedeng marinig lang lahat basta-basta.
Team? Pero bago tayo magka-umsima na matindi dito, natin kung makakaisa pa ba yung mga players dito ng Paper Rex if ever, kasi at least lamang na sila and importante yun sa kanila. Push ba nila na 2-2 or 3-1 na? I mean, kakasimula pa lang natin, men. So marami pang pwede mangyari dito. Pupusuin pa rin talaga ng Paper Rex kasi malakas ang mga Southeast Asian team, ang mga Asia Pacific team sa Haven, lalo na mga Pinoy. Pero ang pagpasok ngayon ng Paper Rex, this needs to be a really fast one if ever para hindi mahabol ni Zaipan dun sa pain shells, kasi isang sound cue lang ang kailangan nila para gamitin nila yung mga utilities nila. Pero nga na Forsaken Joseph catching someone off course, Sugetsu is now down, pero hindi nila kung sila pupunta. Pero nga si Xiao nakapatay na lang isa dito mga kaibigan, pero Forsaken will gonna fall down as well. But this is now Mind Freak The only man remaining dito lang sa may side ng map na to, and walang makikita yung showstopper din. Angel catching 1 4v2 right now, mga kaibigan. Davai, Diyos ko po, Odin ang gamit niya. Oh my God, medyo delikado ka dyan kasi sobrang open mo sa likod. Pero sa patang sila pupunta, nagiging na si Davai dito sa may, nagiging si Mind Freak dito sa may short para ma-force out sila na sumilip if ever for him to get that kill kung makukuha niya. Pero the spike is still at the side of Davai. Nagpakita na yung isa. Mind Freak catching 1. Alam niya na meron tao dito. First contact si Xiao if ever. Pero Hunt will be denied right now. Pero ang ganda! Ang ganda nung ginawa nila!
Oh, it's not gonna happen at all.
Pagkabato nung Hunt, biglang sumilip ngayon si Zaipan. Kasi syempre, wala silang choice kung hindi sirain yung Hunt. Kasi pag hindi nila sinira yung Hunt, GG talaga yan, men.
Na-angle diff lang doon. Kung actually nakatago siya sa default, di naman siya mamamatay ng ganun eh. But anyway, the kill from Forsaken here was actually quite impactful. Kahit na may napita siya sa garage, yung trap niya, sinet niya kasi, yung rendezvous niya nakaset kasi sa window. Merong bumarel. Dapat makikita at masaspatan niya na yung nasa cubby or nandun mismo sa backside eh. Unfortunately, lumingon siyang ganun. Kasi nga nasira yung rendezvous niya. Hindi siya namatay siya nang hindi lumalaban. Yun lang basically. Pero ito, panibagong round na naman para sa lahat. RD has an operator in hand here. And Forsaken was also able to use the tour de force as well.
Yeah, tour de force indeed. 5v5 still. Forsaken getting the tour de force, mga kaibigan. Let's see if ever makakuha siya na isa dyan. Kailangan niya makakuha na isa dito sa may A though. I mean, if ever na hindi, this could be a really tough one sa kanya. Siya ang first contact dito, Besa. Pwedeng kasama ni si Jing if ever. Pero once na pumasok sila, ang ganda ng position ni Zaipan at saka ni Xiao. Kasi makikita natin ngayon yung pwedeng i-seize ni Xiao. Tapos biglang babaril na lang si Zaipan if ever. Pero yun nga lang, Zaipan na inip. Yun ang problema din, partner, if ever kalaban mo ang patience. But Xiao catching 2 already. Sumilip siya, pero siya ang mapapunish dito. They're gonna get the spike, gonna go here in A, and Jing trying to secure that the site is clear.
Makakapag-plant na nga rin si Mind Freak. The Odin is still in play. They got a kill, especially on that operator sa kamay ni RD. And knowing na nakapag-setup na nga si Mind Freak ng kanyang Cosmic Divide, this is quite a difficult retake if that's supposed to happen for the side of FPX. Doon na nga natapos ang lahat, especially waiting patiently on A lobby as well. Nakakatakot tapatan yung Odin, no? Kahit sa malayuan, pag nakuha mo na yung tanggal recoil, okay na eh.
Oo. Shoutout nga
Kahit
pala.
tumambay ka eh.
May shoutout nga pala sa mga employee na empleyado ng Riot Games na na nanonood. Si Mr. Homer.
Oo, isipin mo yun, kinas natin tong mga teams na to simula last year. Pero hindi natin sila kilala at hindi natin alam ang sinasabi natin.
Oo, maraming salamat Sir Homer from Riot Games.
Paranoia connecting to Forsaken pero isa makakapasok. That is gonna be Jing. At hindi nila na-realize na hindi nag-correct kay Jing yon, no? And this is now an open side to take for the side of Paper Rex.
Oo. Tawa ko. Pero right now,
Tibay eh, no?
Tibay eh, no? Alam mo.
Hindi ko alam kung mas malala yung work sa Krabby Patty o ano eh.
Oh, sila boss pala yun eh.
Sila boss pala to.
Ay, nako. Up, Hunt. Doon sa may taas, wala siya nakita kahit isa na deny agad, pero Jing trying to take cover. Pero ito na yung swing na ginagawa nila, and that is Davai! Inubos ng Odin!
Sinigawan nila yung Odin play, best. Nakakaiba na yung feeling, no? May mga pumapalakpak na.
Oo, dati kasi wala.
Dati walang pumapalakpak, kami lang reveal.
Kami lang. Tayo ano? X!
Let's go, Paper Rex!
Tapos yung kalampag ko ng ng table.
Dati yun lang yung naririnig nyo, guys. Upgraded na ngayon eh. Pasensya na, may caster cam na nga eh.
Oo nga, di ba? Ay, nako. Dito lang yan sa PPGL, paro-paro G-League. Pero ito na mga kaibigan. That is the pain shots. Hindi nag-connect dito kay Forsaken, mga kaibigan. Pero this is the push coming in from him. Medyo aggressive ginagawa na dito. Once na talaga makita to ng mga players ng FPX, it's gonna be a really hard thing for him. If ever na nagpakita si Sage, tapos delikado to. Paano gagawin niya?
Forsaken!
Forsaken sa likod mo!
Forsaken!
Forsaken sa likod mo, pre!
May meron pang rumba! Diyos ko, Lord!
Oh ito na.
No! It's not gonna connect. Zaipan was able to take on the kill. Jing, gumagapang pa rin on towards garage right here. Naka pa rin yung wall nila. At syempre, with the Saki-Saki coming in, may one-way smoke din sa long na wala na nga yung wall. Baka makaposition yung mga players dito ng Paper Rex.
That is the wall coming in from Paper Rex right now. Pero Zaipan ni Angel, inuubos ang mga pangarap ng Paper Rex. It's over. FPX pumupuso dito. Sobrang dikit ang laban mga kaibigan. Mas dikit pa sa Sticky.
It was inevitable, kumbaga. Yung positioning ni Jing doon, obviously, namatay na rin yung iba niyang mga kakampi. Siya na lang yung natitira and all together, 3 pa ang kailangan niyang patayin. At talagang masiswingan siya dito ng malupit. Lalo na nitong 3 players na natitira at naiiwan pa.
Tawa ko kay Pico sa aso ni Bill.
Pengi riot body.
Gumusto ka, ha? Alam mo, ha?
Paano kung taga-Riot Games talaga siya?
Oo nga, no? Eh di, sorry, Gigi.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, amin. Uy. Nice. Hop. Agent! Tumingin sa corners! My God!
Just 2-2 trade. Sige, pwede pa. Okay lang. Ang trabaho naman ni Jing dito is to open up the site. Bahala na sila mag-check ng corners. But Mind Freak is the perfect opportunity. Hindi pa rin nag-connect!
Ay, nako!
What is this game? 3v2 situation. Player and it's gonna be on Paper Rex!
Men, pati yung mga players ito nalilito na rin.
Pati ako, napasigaw na lang din eh.
Hindi na natin alam kung anong nangyayari dito. Ha? Grabe ikaw, Sir Homer. Ano masasabi mo?
Baka may analysis tayo from our very special guest
from Riot Games. Si Sir Homer yan. Tawagin natin siyang Sir. Yan, Sir.
Buti na Rosa ult.
Ay,
Diyos
nako.
ko.
Ito ba? Diyos ko po, Xiao. Si Xiao Kill O'Neal mukhang nakakapatid talaga dito mga kami. Pero yung nga, Diyos ko po, anong ginagawa mo dyan? Hindi ka makakaalis dyan, baby boy! Pero ito na, may nag-yoga sa Gedli.
Binuhay yung patay eh. Anyway, Angel waiting patiently here. At ginamit na rin ng Nightfall. Susubukan pumasok ng Paper Rex. The slow orb is in place para lang makontrol nila. And the kills coming in from Sugetsu and Angel. This crossfire is definitely working. Meron pang isang nasa heaven. This is gonna be quite a difficult entry point from the side of Paper Rex. And specifically that was I was talking about.
2v2. Oh, yun nga lang, Diyos ko po! Nalason ni kaibigang Ardis! Nalason men doon sa operator doon sa may heaven.
Alam niyang mawawala na yung smoke eh.
Hirap din kasi. May angel na, may event pa.
Ano ba yun? Open na open. Mahirap talaga yung entry point nila dito. Kahit na nakapag nightfall sila, ang dami pa rin utility play and action. Hindi nila na-clear yung heaven, especially yung smoke na nilalaro nila doon. The timing was definitely off. Alam nila kung kailan nag-smoke, and so far, as a pro player, you would probably know when it will dissipate as well.
Oo nga, pero ito na yung pag-push na 4 seconds gonna go in, pero meron pang slow orb dito, pero 4 seconds gonna deny that chamber utility, but they know it already na meron tao dito sa may garage. But right now, ulit ni kaibigang Suigetsu, yung pwede nang gawin dito sa may garage, pero tamang jump pick lang din. RD maganda yung position niya, hindi siya muna makakakita. Diyos ko, buntik na! Si Mind Freak doon sa jump pick niya medyo wide, pero at least siya natamaan doon. That is good already. Jing gonna push in. Alam niya na wala na ng trademark, pero 1v1 with a great one. Angel versus Forsaken. Ito na naman. Langit versus lupa ang nangyayari ngayon. Forsaken, meron ditong rendezvous paalis, so pwede makaalis agad si Forsaken if ever magkupush siya. Pero Angel might be caught off guard, and yun na nga yung nangyari. Forsaken, checking his head.
4 versus 4 pa rin to. Kahit kanino pa rin tong laban na to. Especially if they make an entry happen. May tumatalon and na-debate si RD dahil lang doon sa positioning ni Mind Freak. The fire on the corner. And this is gonna be an entry point yet again for C. Open na open yung site. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike. And Xiao and Zaipan needs to rotate.
So right now, Mind Freak together with the Vi. Tamang nag-aano nilang sila, men. Kaya maingay!
Paper Rex!
ingay. Pero ito na, magkupush sila. For a second, gonna check. Zaipan and Xiao, mga kaibigan, is here already. They need to take down at least 2 in order for them to get that kill. Pero may oras ba sila for a second? From Garage, Xiao will catch 2. 1v1! What's gonna happen? But Forsaken secures that round! 7-5! Lamang ang mga Pinoy!
Muntikan pa muntik pa mahuli si Forsaken doon, and knowing na yung clutch capability nung natitirang player doon ay napakalaki. Nako, muntikan pa nga. But the positioning here from Forsaken, especially here in Garage, hindi in-expect at all ng kalaban. Yung angle niya na hinahawakan, napaka-importante. Siya yung first contact dito, and the rest can follow upon his steps that we have. 7-5 ang score, lamang sila ng 2 puntos lang. Easily comebackable pagdating sa ating pistol round. New term yon, guys. Anyway, let's pass it on sa ating panel. Tingnan natin kung ano masasabi nila sa match na to.
It has been a bit of a chamber diff. Like, I don't think Artist was always in the right place at the right time, but it's again those lurks from Forsaken. He's just incredible in those moments where he's taken space in Garage almost every single round. So much so that normally you see like Sagetsu fighting that. He's like, I'm going to put my wall deep. They're not going to be able to get in. Instead, he had to fall into the C site, and they had to ultimately adapt around what he was doing, and he still caught them throughout the map.
And they did adapt, actually. They started putting that Sage Wall at the top of Garage, but it's so difficult. I mean, Artist in that last round, you could actually see Forsaken getting set up so well by Benkai, who's just bunny hopping across Long C, and it's that what leads Forsaken, and on top of some just great initiative on his own. This is consistently garage control, garage control, garage control. That's making it work for Paper X.
I mean, he's drove straight into my heart with the sort of smooth criminal plays that he has all over the map. You can never, I think it was the second last round there of that half, the boys on the cast desk turn around, they're like, you just don't know where they are. Where are they here? Where are they going to be on the map right now? Zippin had one moment where it looked like he could tell what was going on, where you could grab the round by the horns. Other than that, you know, Paper X has been really taking the driver's seat. The scoreline doesn't really look like it's dictating that way, but a lot of these rounds have been, you know, the pace has been dictated by Paper X so far. So I'm happy with what I'm seeing. Again, though, that second half, it's always a tricky one for Paper X.
But that's the thing. I feel like when the read was actually there for FPX, they were very good. Like the crossfires they had within, I think it was the A side, were absolutely nasty. The problem is, it is that factor. They did not have the read for the majority of that half, or at least they didn't have the read on Forsaken. They may have been able to work out where everybody else is, but then they get stabbed in the back.
They definitely made some adjustments. On the second half, though, this is where I really do expect Artist to be a little bit more in a spot where he can receive the aggression like we've consistently seen, like we saw on Fracture and like we saw on Bind. And that's a problem for Paper X because now they kind of have to slow down. They know that type of pace is not going to work.
Well, Paper X, they've given themselves a lifeline here, Saisho and Bren. Let's see if they can take us all the way to map 5.
Palatastas. Patalastas ba o patalastas ata? Patalastas. Oh, hindi pala palatastas. Patalastas pala, guys. Oh! Uy, tumalon! Tumalon sa kamatayan! Yan ang ginawa ni Angel na maalam ang smokeris ng FPX. Papalastas. Palatata. Tigil nyo na yan. Di nyo rin alam eh, no? Zaipan getting 1 kill here towards Forsaken. Nasagot din nila agad yung trade na yan. Indirectly. Tiis pogi. Huwag kang mainip, Jing. Please. Ay, binulan. Nakatakas pa. Alis na. Mamba out na, guys. Sige na, please. Kinakabahan na ako masyado sa ginagawa nyo eh. Pero ito, Paper X, umatras sila ng kaunti. Alam nila na kailangan nilang mag-defend ng site, guys. Alam nyo yun, di ba?
Oo. Pero ito sila, nagpupush sila 4v3 right now, mga kaibigan. Hindi ko alam kung ba't ako nawawala. Nagre-record ako. Pero Zaipan, gonna push in. Pero let's see, the Vice is right there. Diyos ko po, nag-Avengers 10. Pero muntik na. Natamaan nga yung dalawa. Everyone is revealed and Zaipan! Goodbye! 5-8. Lamang ang Paper X. Next map, Breeze. Walang pumili dyan, kapatid.
Magaling ang Paper X sa Breeze eh.
Lahat
pero,
magaling.
Bes, feeling ko masyado pang maaga para sabihin eh. Kasi, gaya ng sabi nga nila, no, si RD, di pa siya nakakabuelo dito ng mga kills niya. Na-chamber diff siya, kumbaga, ni Forsaken.
Oo. Andito na sila. Meron silang Spectres ngayon. Mukhang magtututo ata. Ito na ata ang oras ng Asia Pacific.
Hindi na kasi
nagkakasilipan! Ay, nako!
Benkay, securing that kill, a spray down mula sa Spectre niya. 4 pa ang kailangan patayin dito. Davai, na indirect trade rin pala siya. And that is obviously towards a short.
For V4, Mind Freak, just using all the utilities na meron siya. Minute left on the clock right now. FPX, being FPX, mabagal!
Oh, as usual, alam nyo na kapag nasa attackers na yan.
Alam nyo guys, sa totoo lang, dati, alam nyo ba kung sino pinakamabagal maglaro? Asia Pacific guys. Yung mga Taiwanese team, ang bagal nila maglaro, promise.
Ubus oras yun, oo, yung Southeast Asia. Pero eto na, Angel seeing one already, pero the triple peak, yan ang sagot dito ng FPX, and they still managed to get a kill here. Forsaken, not gonna be able to get the second one-on-one tap from RD, but Jing is already capitalizing on this rotation. 2v2 situation right now, at napatay na nga rin ng isa. One man remaining, and he's gonna go down of clean 5-9 scoreline from the side of Paper Rex. Finally, yung pistol round, hindi na na-convert pabalik.
Pero, ito I mean, may pero ng FPX, so pwede maging 6-9 nice to.
True.
Humihinga ba? Narinig humihinga ko, bes?
Oo.
Seryoso? Paano hinga?
Oo. Paano ba huminga? Breathe in, breathe out.
Breathe in, breathe out. Ganun pala yun.
Kasi pasensya nyo na ha, yung mikropono ni Bill, nalunok niya na.
Anong mikropono? Ako yung mikropono mismo.
Ikaw yung mikropono na mismo no?
Oo, ako si Mike. Grabe, hinaharap nila si Pia.
Sino?
Si Pia. Mike Enriquez. Pero ito na mga kapuso, uuwi na ata siya.
Puso lang, Paper Rex. Ito na mga kapuso.
Pwede, di ba?
Pwede!
Ito na mga kapuso.
Ito na mga kapuso. Wala pa rin nangyayari kasi FPX, ang bagal nila.
Ay, nako.
Umaamba na. Jing, he knows one positioning here from the players of FPX. Pero babalik siya. Importante para sa side ng Paper Rex, makuha natin yung info, and then the rest, saka natin problemahin yan.
Natawa ko na sila. Pero right now, they're gonna push in already. That's gonna be the engagement ginagawa nila. Pero already will catch one. Pero Jake nakaisa pa dito sa may backside right now. Pero yung someone is revealing himself. But FPX is slowly turning out the game for them. Pero it's all up to Mind Freak. Yung baliw mag-isa na. Pero malayo pa.
Si Mind Freak, guys. Dami-dami pa siyang bigas na kakainin dito para makaabot ng site, no? Pero dalawa ang kailangan niyang tapatan. At hindi ko... Puso lang, sabi niya.
Tama na, mga kapuso.
Mga kapuso, papasok na siya. Ang una niyang kailangan i-check dito, syempre yung nasa kanan, mukhang machuchup-chup ata o smoke muna mula doon. Uy, tinap? Aba!
Pinitik ko, kapal na mukha. Ito isa! Winnable! Oh, malam yan! Mind Freak! Sinasabi namin sa inyo! Si Mind Freak yan! Mga kapuso! Mga kapuso! Uuwi na po ako!
What a clutch!
Let's go!
It was converted. It is a buy round for the side of FPX. Bonus round para sa Paper Rex, pero completely converted. Baka mana, baliw yung kalaban nyo.
Puso lang. Hindi nakita sa camera, pero ito lang baliw yung kalaban mo.
Baliw yung kalaban nyo, Mind Freak ang pangalan.
Ang tawag nila sa kanya, Willab.
Willab. Grabe ka na, Mind Freak.
Anong oras na?
2:30 na pala. Lakas ko pa sumigaw.
It's Borkum time!
It's Borkum time! Ang lakas natin, mga kapuso!
Grabe!
10-5 ang score natin ngayon!
Ay, naku mga kapanalig, mga kapuso, lahat na, kasambahay, lahat na. Hello sa inyo lahat.
10-5 ang scoreline natin dito. At syempre, FPX, they are in a timeout right now. They have to find and create space here towards a Paper X's side. But they didn't expect that clutch to happen at all. Sila na yung may lamang. But unfortunately, hindi nga sila nanalo dun sa aim duel. Lalo na yung pananay ko dito ni Mind Freak, especially using the hunt. He popped up a smoke just to make them tap the spike, just to make them make sure na ipakita yung presence na meron sila.
Maganda yung presence na pinapakita ng Paper X, knowing na si Mind Freak naka-specter lang doon. Bonus round nila yun. Pero panalo pa rin ng...
Anong oras na? Homer time na.
Homer time. Oy, sir!
Si Sir! One-way smoked towards C. Oy! Pinik agad dito. The Vi was able to get one. That is on towards Zypan. At dalawa na nga rin yung namatay. Sumunod with the trade. 2-1 trade ang nangyari dyan. Kaso, the third kill is down to happen.
Sana lang! Xiao!
There's just one man remaining at ginagamit na lang yung satchel para makabalik lang.
Op! Xiao! Ito rin Xiao kill O'Neal, mga kaibigan. Tingnan ko mga kapatid pa to. Pero 1v3, baka man ah. Sige, kahit anong ibato mo dyan, pre. Hindi ka mananalo dyan.
Kailangan niya pumasok ng site. Ang ano dito, hawak na ng Paper X yung spike si Mind Freak. Nakaabang to.
Sim. Op, Xiao.
No HP.
Oh, ito si Willab! Sayang!
Si Willab. Nice try, Willab. Xiao, the only man remaining here is still a 2v1. Very much doable. Using out the Prowler to spot the enemies on C, wala siyang makikita and wala siyang mararamdaman. He still has zero idea kung anong positioning ng Paper X right now.
Manhid siya. Wala siyang nararamdaman dito kahit ano. Pero kinakabahan siya. Kasi baka mamatay siya.
Stress na kasi.
Andyan na kami siya.
Meron pa siyang haunt na pwedeng gamitin din eh. Pero kailangan makapag-plant siya. 13 seconds remaining to plant the spike right now. Using up the haunt to make space. They know the presence is here pero wala makikitang movements dyan from Benkai. Just a wall up para hindi na makaikot and para makaposition dito na maayos. Mag-aantay patiently sa rotation ni Jing. But slowly, pinipin na Benkai.
Okay, alam niyo na yung position na. Meron pa siyang Nightfall dito pero feeling ko hindi na nagagamitin yan.
Alam niya na rin si Jing.
Oh no, Pincel, wala kang gagawin. Boy, nasa hell ka lang! Xiao, mga kaibigan! Here comes the party!
No! Namatay pa rin si Jing!
Oh my God!
To defuse the spike!
Ang ganda nun, men.
What a play.
We're actually not expecting that to happen. Pero good work dito kay Xiao pa rin. MVP. Mythical 5.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo eh, winnable.
Mythical 5.
Kampakable.
Hoy, hindi ginagawa mo dyan.
Buti na spray down niya. Kung di niya na spray down, sure win.
Hindi siya nagpanic.
Oo.
Oh, kasi it's organic.
Uy, pati yung mga viewers.
Paano?
Time out tuloy tayo ngayon.
Paano best?
Time out. Time first.
Time first.
Ganda na sana ng showstopper eh, no? Tumama rin yung spray down eh. Bawi na lang tayo, guys. But the setup that they had, actually, naipit na rin kasi si Benkai eh. Nilabas niya na yung link. Aside from that, after niya maipit doon, di na siya makakross. Kailangan gumawa ng action ni Jing. And napilitan siyang gamitin yung paint shells. Kasi nilalakad niya yun kanina pa eh. And because naipit na nga si Benkai, he needed to push. Ganun na talaga ang buhay. It happens.
10-6 it is. At buhay pa rin ang pangarap na FPX na mapush to sa Game 5. 50-50 kung sino pwede manalo dito, men. Kasi once na nakuha ng FPX yung ano nila, yung momentum, tuloy nila eh. Check ko lang.
Basta yung mga aggressive plays talaga, yan talaga ang puhunan dito ng Paper X eh.
Shrouded Step, pero napakagandang smoke
ng tao.
ng mga players ngayon.
Alam mo, Forsaken pushes like this, kahit pa paano nalalaman niya now. There's no one in C. Might as well stack AB. At ito na nga yung rotations ng mga players. Eco round sila dito, no? So, just holding on to the Sheriffs. Merong nasa taas. That's gonna be Zypan getting the kill already. Umakit na naman, and he managed to get the second. Angel to secure 1 kill as well. May tumalon sa taas. And that's gonna be Benkay. Na naging Benkay na. Forsaken, the last man remaining with a tour de force.
Si Pastor Chamber, mga kaibigan, napakagandang shrouded step ni Angel. So inaakala ni Forsaken na meron tao sa taas. Forsaken pero walang tao dyan. Andun lang siya dun sa may taas ng default. Forsaken, wala naman talagang tao dyan, mga kaibigan. Pero Forsaken gonna push in. Wala siya makikita dito. Meron tao sa may taas ng default. Bigyan na nga, Diyos ko po. Tumama sa gitna ng legs. Pero right now, Forsaken, mga kaibigan, let's see if ever makakaya naman. Pero galawat ka na ng kalaban niya. So he gets to. With a wallbang 7 to 10, pumupusok ang FPX.
Masyadong madami. Kahit na may tour de force, parang napaka-imposible nang laruin. Especially in a 1v5 situation. But let's just take a look how Zypan played them out. Yung satchel in or satchel upwards niya, mimicking an updraft here on a short, was able to punish 2 players from Paper Rex. They didn't expect that at all for that satchel play. And aside from that, a swing from a support player as well. 7-10 ang magiging score natin dito. It's still anyone's game, honestly.
Smoke dito sa may ceiling. Smoke dito sa may harapan. And probably they're gonna go inside. Abita talaga. Angel with a shrouded set. Paranoia dun sa may A-League, mga kaibigan. Pero this is Artis. We're gonna fall into the hands of Jing. Meron ng pera ngayon ng Paper Rex, mga kaibigan. Talaga pero sila bumawing ngayon para sa Prowler. Sumigaw. Papunta sa kanya. Pero meron talo sa may likod. No, wala silang idea at all. But Xiao!
Denied pa rin yung plant, ha?
Meron pa rin silang oras. Pero hindi pa rin sila nagpa-plant ng spike kahit isa.
ang
Kasi
importante
baka meron
dito,
tao sa may labas.
hawak ni Jing yung mid. So this is actually a very important aspect right now for the retake, if ever. Because Angel doesn't know that as well. At wala ring idea si Jing na nandyan siya, so baka magkaroon dito ng salisihan.
Oo nga, naka-wall sila, bes. Pero ito na, lumabas na kayo mga players ngayon ng FPX. Pasalamat! Lumabas ko! Angel
There goes Angel. Ay, kinosmic divide. Wala silang choice kundi pumasok dito, pero gagamit ata ng C's. Hunt being set in place, but the all-in play is up. Walang tigilan to sa pagbabangbang, Bessie. Tuloy-tuloy na pagde-defuse yan. Matik yan pag Paper Rex, pagtaas ng cosmic divide, sure eh.
Oo, hindi bang-bang ang tawag sa Odin, mga kaibigan. Brrrrt na talaga yan.
Brrrrt. Tsaka hawak kasi ni Jing all this time yung mid. So, obviously, for the rest of the players of Paper Rex, they have an idea, quite an idea, that they're playing outside now. Dahil hinabol nila dito si Jing at pinilit nila yan. Namatay rin siya doon because of Angel moving forward and as well as the fade. So, outplayed lang talaga dito ang FPX, honestly.
Oo. Pero, ito na ngayon, yung pag-push ng FPX again, probably here in A. Shrouded step, pero Angel wag gonna fall down. Ito na yung aggression na ginagawa ng Paper Rex. Mga kaibigan, inuubos pa si Saipan ang nakaubos ang dalawa. 4v3. Lamang ang FPX in terms of head count. So you get to. Healings for everyone. Pero right now, Mind Freak, iniikutan nila. Mind Freak, if ever na makapatay siya ng dalawa dito, it's gonna be huge for the players of PRX. Pero siya, oh no! Ito na nga yung sinasabi ko! Mindfreak nakakuha na isa! We're gonna take down 2! Benkay! Dyan sa mukha! Bang! 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 Saan ka punta? Tapon basura!
Wala nang nagawa dito ang FPX. Paper Rex, they're now in a match point. Isa na lang ang kailangan nila. Make things even. This is a grand finals match and they're showing what they're capable of.
Ay, nako. Wala, basang-baso. Ito pa yung boga na boga isa. Asan si Kyo? Pakita na si Kyo. Duwag.
Si Benkay hold down the fort lang ang nais no? Yung mga push at aggression din nila sa A-main dito. Kung kanina gumagana, Zypan was able to punish the 2. Ang kaso nga lang, lumaban yung iba na galit.
Galit eh. Galit
There goes the kill. Jing.
Ito na. Magi-game 5 pa ata tayo. Bes, ito hinanda natin ang sarili natin sa game number 5, Bes, Iwap. Kasi grand finals to. Tsaka last na to. Pero meron pa EM. Meron pa LCQ, guys. Pero ito na ngayon. Ano ha? Gusto nyo mag-rest? Hindi. Pinigilan nila yung rest, pero right now pwede na silang mag-rest kasi wala nang showstopper.
Pero si Jing, wala nang wall.
Pero wala nang wall, yun nga, yun ang problema nila. So if ever na nirevive nila si Zaipan, Diyos ko po, Taipats Academy to, man, walang magagawa to.
May space na ata siya to do an actual rest right now. This one-way smoke.
Yun na nga, Diyos ko po, Painchels pa
rin.
Wag mo na kasi.
makakapag-revive. Tigil
Ito na,
mo na
i-revive
yan.
na.
Oh, ito na.
Nagkakasila pa.
Patay na
May
naman to.
Odin! Nice
Dito ay para
kill!
mamatay!
Hay, nako, anong ginagawa mo dyan, Zaipan? 3v5, wala pa rin babas ng mga players sa Paper X ngayon. Ay, Diyos ko! Sinampal ng Odin sa mukha! Tikman mo ang embutido ko!
Grabe. 5v2 situation. If FPX can make this happen, they deserve to win this match, honestly. Kapag binigay
Diyos
pa to
ko.
ng Paper X, Diyos ko, mamimigay ako ng Battle Pass.
Men, pag nanalo ang FPX dito, mga kaibigan, promise, lahat ng pera sa Gcash ko, ibibigay ko sa inyong lahat. Xiao sumilip, pero Jake with a wallbang, inubos. Patayin mo ng satchel, kapatid. Xiao nakachamba ng isa. The spike has been planted already. Angel mag-isa. Oh no, Angel, sinipsip pero Forsaken! Yes! We're gonna end this game! Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to game number 5.
Game number 5 it is. It is the grand finals and Asia Pacific still has the chance to win it. Andito pa rin tayo. Ladies and gents, hindi pa tapos ang laban and we're heading to Breeze. And the thing is, Breeze, Paper X has a good performance in that map.
Mapa ng Pinoy yan. Matik
Mapa ng
Paper X
Pinoy
talaga
yan.
yan.
Na ano na to, na seminar na to. Nina Borkum, Nina Wits, lahat-lahat na. But just taking us back, pagdating dito sa mga replay na nakikita natin, no? The showstoppers of Jing here proved to be critical, especially on the final rounds that we are seeing. And especially dun sa mga take na gusto nilang gawin. Multiple times, ang dami rin nilang na-punish dito with the utility-based composition na meron sila. Literal, pati ako na-choke na. Pati yung nire-rest nila dun sa mid. Hindi ma-rest-rest dahil lang sa lahat ng utilities.
Pinilit nila yung rest eh, no? Alam mo yun, hindi talaga sila umalis doon. Sige pare, i-rest ko to. Kahit anong mangyari, i-rest ko to. Okay, umalis dyan, pero bahala sa game number 5, mga kaibigan, Breeze. Sa totoo lang, kung ako sa inyo, itayaan nyo na. Itayaan nyo na sa Paper X kasi sila ang mananalo dito.
Ito nga, no, game number 5 ang pupuntahan natin. A very great showing from Paper Rex. But FPX, meron silang kulang dito kumbaga, no. The rotations was just definite for the side of Paper Rex. They had control, especially with the Jing Forsaken combination. The opening kills that they get here was very impactful for the rest of the rounds that they played.
Yeah, everything is actually sobrang solid na pinapakita ng Paper X, mga kaibigan. But yeah, after the break, it's gonna be Breeze, mga kaibigan. Game number 5 it is for the grand finals of VALORANT Masters Copenhagen. Live there, dun sa may Denmark. Once again, we are casters. Kami nga pala ang The Mods at magbabalik kami sa after ng ilang palatastas.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
We are going to get map 5 after what Paper X pulled off on Haven. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here with Baller, Tom, and Jess. Did you guys think in the beginning of today that we were going to map 5?
Maybe. I don't know.
We wanted it.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go to the distance. Every time we get in this situation, I think, oh, 2-map advantage. There's no way this goes the distance. And finally we get it. And it's a good go the distance.
Because you didn't believe. That's why.
I mean, he wanted the FPX win, then they were starting on bind, so maybe Bala had something there. Bala had the foresight. But I do want to talk a little bit about what happened on Haven, because at one point, you know, maybe the fake comeback, it was coming in. Paper X, Bala, they take that timeout, and then they just close it out.
Yeah, I really think that there was good adjustments on both sides. I said at the beginning of the series, it's going to be hard for them to continue going super aggressive on that defensive side, given what we saw in bind, given what we saw in Fracture. They slowed it down. They really did. It was much more methodical. It was go up A lobby and wait there, hold for the positions that FPX are going to push in. And on the other side of FPX, it was really, really good as well. They started adjusting to go for executes. But there's so many moments here from Benkai too, who he pops up these walls that are so creative in comparison to the Sage on FPX's side of Sugetsu. It's nowhere near the creativeness.
I mean, a reactive utility usage like that all comes instinctually. That's about game sense, positioning, understanding of the mid to late round, how you want to use it. Sometimes there's not a set play. You just have it in your back pocket, ready to be able to be reactive. There was one time he tried to deny a plant on one of the sides with the wall.
Imagine if that had worked.
I know.
Imagine if
That's
that had
creativity.
worked.
That's great in this part of the series.
And you know how great that was when we're not talking about Sage Getsu. We're talking about Benkai on the other side.
You didn't have a pump for that one?
For Benkai? I have a really good one for Devai. So Devai, please can you pop off? Because I have a really good one for you. But the two players that did pop off, Tom, Sideshow and Bren, we're talking about them. Forsaken and Jing, the dynamic duo, they showed up to take down FPX.
Well, that's the thing. We've seen Jing throughout this series of what I would say is the high level we expect from him. We hadn't seen peak Forsaken yet. In this map, we did. Both of these players popping off. I don't know if there's a duo in the world that could compete with them. There's plenty that have tried throughout the entirety of this tournament. Like, you can go back and look at the likes of Durka and Alpha. They weren't able to match this duo, and in this map, they were insane.
It's maybe a little bit of a copium, but it's crazy that FPX are able to put the rounds that they did on the board. But both of those guys have close to 200 ADR. That is ridiculously high. And they were delivering. I mean, many moments where they're shutting down the rounds. Jing specifically, finally his showstopper's connecting.
Yeah, it's not necessarily made of plastic there for the man, but I think the big thing as well is that whilst they might be the dynamic duo and they're moving around the map rapidly, they're not doing so in a way that I would say is untradeable. That was a big criticism I had in the earlier maps for the side of Paper X. Forsaken or maybe even Jing would just go off on his own little journey and no one's there to trade him. They're in the ability to have reminiscent of FPX having those crossfires, having those trade game, something they were lacking before. In this last map, that will be crucial for them. It's a big map. There is no room for error.
How do we feel about Jing Seiken?
No.
No? Back to the drawing board?
I love it too.
Okay. Yes, Baller gave me the pity love. But moving on to the last map. Okay, I'm going to... We've seen some shenanigans.
Right.
Benkai Phoenix, do you think we're going to get to that level of shenanigans?
No.
Please, God,
It worked.
He would go down in history as like the biggest memer of all time if he
But
decided.
imagine if they won on it.
Yeah, but
that
there's
would be
about a
impressive.
98% chance that they won't win if you decide to throw that agent in.
We say that, on the other side of things, you could get a Yoru. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, legitimately, you have agents on both sides of the coin here that could be fun.
I'd rather see the Xiao Jet than that, if I'm honest.
Well, no, to be honest, yeah. I mean, I think the evolution of FPX throughout this tournament with the Yoru stuff has been artists just talking it down the entire time. So I think his confidence built when Angel was finally like, okay, we'll stop.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't looked the best, especially the record, the results on this map hasn't been great. But we heard it from Angel. He does want to kind of school Forsaken a little bit. He wants to show off a little bit. And I feel like when else is he going to get the opportunity than now?
I think the thing is as well, if you look at the last comp that was run by the side of PRX, it's not one I expect them to run again. Like, you look at their chamber on Jing, I think that's one of the only times he's ever played it. I don't think he enjoys that agent. I think it works a lot better when it comes to Forsaken. And having like both of them with the Jet as well, I think that's something they're only going to run when it comes to Apex. impact. If they run it again here, I don't know. I'm not feeling good about it.
It reminds me of the uncomfortability that Optic felt when they were trying to implement this map, right? They really didn't have somebody who could play the chamber and the jet at the same time. It was like kind of weird. So they were flexing, and finally they found a player who was willing to do it. But that speaks to them not necessarily being super happy, super comfortable with the map.
Yeah, I love the fact that Devi can just pick up, I mean, any weapon you put in this man's hands seems to work. It's the Odin, it's the Tour de Force, it's the Operator, and I'm like, damn, I can sit here and watch a montage of this all day of the week. So it's nice, you're right, that there is a secondary player to take on the chamber role. Paper Rex isn't sort of shoehorning themselves into these roles, into these agents where, oh, I'm the only one that can play chamber. I'm the only one that can play duelist, for example. These are being swapped around interchangeably, and on a map like Breeze, you pointed out rightfully so, someone has to be prepared to switch around. Do we see a Yoru though? That's my big question, and I don't know where that's going to go.
I will say, Tom, I think you're right. I think if they are going to switch around the chamber, I don't want to see it on Jing.
No, I
just
think
doesn't
it
make
limits
sense.
him. I think that's the thing. Forsaken has managed to almost just hit that W gaming even on an agent where it doesn't really add too much in, but well, we are going to be getting into.
We are into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. For the last time in this tournament, keep your eyes peeled on whether we are going to get a Yoru. I'm quite vigilantly on Yoru watch right now, and things are already shaking up a little.
Got it on the other side. Artist goes back to a jet. Jing is going to come in on the Neon as well.
You wanted him to move, Baller. You wanted him to move, but did you want him to move that far?
What is this comp?
Wait, which team? Which team?
These guys right here. Neon, Yoru, Breach.
They got no Viper. They got no Viper. There's so much insanity here. I feel like when you look at Breach as well, this was an agent that pretty much from day one, everyone went, yeah, you probably don't want to play that when it comes to Breeze. It's way too open a map. You're not going to be able to set up. And they've just gone, yeah, you know that comp with Phoenix? That looks kind of normal now compared to this.
I will say that some of the Fnatic guys were talking about that Breach being absolutely overpowered on Breeze. So I'm looking forward to maybe seeing that. But on the side,
Fnatic doesn't play Breeze.
They're the team that
I mean, I trust Mini, but on the side of FPX, I like the comfort picks of putting Sugetsu back on the Cypher. This is like an OG Sugetsu pick.
Don't care. Don't care. Paper Rex's comp is ridiculous, man.
This is so
Barless losing his mind.
We get to come back at halftime and rip this apart. We get to work out exactly what it is they have up their sleeves, but you don't pick that without a plan.
Okay, Barla, I know you're losing your mind, but just one thing you want the people to keep an eye on. Only one.
I mean, Neon running up with the Breach flashes. I mean, what do you want me to say? There's no Viper wall, so they can't really take that much space. It's going to be like a Caterpillar.
They got a lot of stuns.
Yeah, they got loads of stunts.
Yeah, I think that's going to be fun.
Stun gaming, from W gaming to stun gaming?
Yeah, there's so much to take it. I also think you have to look at the Astra here, like how they're actually going to utilize that without having a Viper.
Well, Bala is very hyped here on the desk. We are hyped. Copenhagen, I need you guys to make some noise for FPX and PaperX as we head into the final map of this grand final.
Welcome back sa VALORANT Masters, ladies and gents. Nilabas na namin ang lahat para lang ibigay ang suporta at enerhiya pagdating dito sa side ng Paper Rex. Last map na tayo, Bessie Wap. At nilabas nga si Neon, pati si Yoru. Oh, okay.
Yeah, nilabas na. Nasa mid ako.
On live.
Oo. Hindi, I mean ito. Pero yeah, kung napapansin nyo, nandito na si Benkay, dito si Wolf sa likod namin. So talagang ito na yung Benkay Bap.
Ito na yon, guys. Ito na, dito na magtatapos ang lahat. Asia Pacific ang mag-uuwi ng trophy.
Yeah.
Tandaan nyo yan.
We're gonna see that in a few, ladies and gentlemen. Mag-uumpisa muna tayo dito sa side ng Paper Rex. Dire-diretso lang sila dito, mga kaibigan. Pero ito na, Jing gonna push in. Will catch one right now. Pero sa Forsaken! Ang akala mo, nasa harapan ako, Dili. Oy! Nasa likod mo ako. Pero si Xiao, hala, nakadalawa na. But Benkay right now, with the spike being planted. Pero Mindfreak all the way from the backside of the map. Jing already knows kung nasan yung isa. Meron pa siya ditong mga utilities though, but Zaipan will catch one too. Pero Diyos ko pa, buhay pa yung nasa likod, which is si Mindfreak yun.
Very low on HP na dito yung dalawang players.
Planted
That's Xiao.
For Nest.
Planted for him anyway. So kailangan niya mapatay. Kahit isa, pero hindi mangyayari yan. Xiao is definitely online right now. A 4K towards this first round that we have right here. And FPX, they are able to secure the pistol. Pinipili talaga ng Paper Rex i-push yung mga post-plant nila, no? It's always like that.
Yeah, pero at least napakagandang round dito sa side ng PaperX. Marami sila nakuha ang pera doon kasi nagkapatayan sila ng maraming players plus na plant nila din yung spike. So, pero siguro sabihin na plus 500 dun sa iba. Pero, grabing ginawa ni Xiao, no? I mean, talagang nabasa niya, na alam niya na dadaan dun yung player kaya winolbang yung area na yon. 1-0 already, FPX getting that upper hand, getting the advantage dito sa second round na to. Pero for the players of PaperX, look at that. That is a force buy that they did. Forsaken gonna push it already. That is the first flash coming in from PaperX. Pero Benkay sila pupunta. Forsaken dito lang sa may likod. Pero ito na, napakabilis na. Kuha na agad nila yung side. Pero RDs with that Marshall on hand pero hindi pa rin lumalabas si Davai. Medyo makulit pa rin talaga. Becca will get a plant the spike already pero nasa ba yung mga players ngayon ng PaperX mga kabilis can be really hard reading for the players of FPX for sure.
Tamang tiis lang din pagdating sa side ng FPX on not punishing the players and Forsaken is already dead here. Siyempre, fake out lang naman yan. 5v4, make it a 4 as Jing was able to get 1. Zaipan though to answer back. Kaya magiging 4v3 situation to. Still a pulse plant for the side of PaperX and this time around, hindi na sila sisilip. Benkay on the corner and he didn't get the kill. Siya pa nga nahuli doon with Angel popping the shots. 2v4.
Wala planted para kay Davai to. Kailangan mga... Oh! Diyos ko po! Dalawa yung napatay niya! Winnable for the side of Davai!
Deja vu!
Oh!
Deja vu! It happened again! The second time around! 2-0!
Walang pera ang PaperX! Oh no! Pero at least marami silang pera though.
Nakapag-plant sila ng spike and they were able to take up the kills as well. 4 yung napapatay nila in each round. But Xiao is just exhausting for the players of PRX.
Pero sa totoo lang, sobrang basic kill yung ginawa ni Xiao doon. I mean, nasa harapan mo na yung kalaban eh, tapos bumabaril pa siya. So talaga mauuna talaga si Xiao doon. Pero look at the score man, 6-0 popping off agad dito sa first 2 rounds. Pero right now, wala silang magagawa kung hindi bumuli na ng mga Vandals ngayon. Nag-upgrade yung iba though. If ever manalo dito ang PaperX, walang pera ang FPX next round. Pero medyo malabong mangyari yun kasi nga nakasave ang PaperX ngayon. Benkay with that Marshall, let's see if he can do something about it. I mean, one tap to the head, yes, that could happen, and 101 sa katawan. Pero naka-armor to mga to, so it's not gonna happen for sure. Tamang Marshall lang sa ulo pwede nilang gawin. Pero a minute left in clock right now. Medyo slow push pa ang ginagawa nila. Napakadami nilang flash. They have at least 4 flashes dito sa side ngayon ng PaperX. That is a fast lane already. Sa pupunta. Pero yung Diyos ko po, 4 seconds. Nasa likod mo lang ako, kapatid. So you get to with a better gun. With a Vandal will take for second down. So you get to with another one right there. But Arnis with a push. Oh no, walang bala. Pero ang ganda naman nun. Tamang updraft and away. Plus a right click onto the classic for them to secure that 3-0. Slow push.
A stylish way to end the round like that. 3-0. PaperX, pagdating sa post plant, especially on B main, it's too difficult for them. Especially napapatay yung nasa mid control. Kasi kapag naipit na nga lang yung isang natitira ng player sa B main or sa B entrance na meron tayo at dalawa pa ang kalaban niya, expect mo na malulugi ka, matatalo ka pagdating sa aim duel. And nangyari na yun 2 times in a row. On the 3rd time, they just don't have the money.
Yeah.
What a shot from Mindfreak.
Pero kailangan nalang bumawi dito. Mindfreak gonna push in. RD winning that. RD is now down. Magiging 4-0 ba to or 3-1? This is the last game of the entire Masters. After this game, mga kaibigan,
LCQ na.
1 week break. Literal na 1 week break, bes. Oo na 1 week break.
Tapos lalaban na naman tayo sa LCQ.
No, same.
Pero at least doon may Pinoy team tayo na susuportahan. At expect nyo na ang unbiased casting.
Tama ka dyan, kapuso.
Live ng magkakasama.
Omsi! Pero di mo na namin sasabihin yon. Secret muna. Pero mukhang alam nyo na eh.
Alam na nila yan. Jing, planting the spike right now. Meron namang may flight naman na So, pwede na sabihin.
may
flight.
ticket na eh.
May ticket na eh.
May ticket na eh. Kami, lilipad ang aming team.
Mga kapuso, lilipad ang aming team. Forsaken with the kill here. At dalawa na nga napitas nila. May post plant pang kasama. Yet another post plant here for Paper Rex and hopefully it works out this time.
Forsaken
nice
catching
kill.
one. Pero meron pa tao din sa may gadli mga kaibigan ko. This is gonna be a round for the players of Paper Rex. Pero silang manalo dito. Suigetsu, sumisilip-silip ka pa. Mamamatay ka rin naman.
Odin play coming in from Paper Rex. Pinakita nila yan for multiple games na napanood natin sa Best of 5 series na to. And they're using it yet again pagdating sa mapa na to. Especially yung mga long-range duel na yan. Yung ubusan bala, kumbaga. And forcing out yung mga positioning ng mga kalaban. Unang puntos pa lang naman nila to. So, tingnan natin. Paborito nila yung B eh, no?
Oo, kasi of course, B is for victory, di ba?
Dimensional drift. Gamit na. Lumabas bigla. Ito na yung flash out ni Forsaken. Dimensional drift out pero tumama yung kanyang dito, Longadog. Pero sa kakampi naman ata yun. Ay, hindi sa kalaban.
Pero eto na, Forsaken catching one. Isa-isa silang nahuhulog dito. Isa silang namamatay. Isa-isa silang natutulog dito. Sa B.
For victory.
For victory.
Tibay! Iba na talaga pag alas stress na. Late night talks. Mind freak. You got a kill here. Benkai planting the spike yet again. Ang FPX, ang role talaga nila dito, give space to Paper Rex. You know what? We don't care if they plant. Let's create a retake.
Ito na. Nagkakasilipan. Benkai! Nakita yung kaliwang kamay pero buti na lang talaga hindi na naman si Benkai doon. 3v4. Forsaken is low pero there's the push! Diyos ko pa, ba't nilalabas mo yung birdie mo? Mind figure another one right now. It's all up to RDs and friends but you're gonna go down. Lumuhod ka sa harapan ko, RDs. Benkai, kinukuha yung operator o hindi? Ayaw niya.
Hindi. Okay na to. Sa attacker tayo. So, wala naman tayong chamber. Diba? Sama-sama tayong mag-push. Kasi itong composition na meron sila, Breach, Yoru, and then you have other agents like the Jet as well. Or not the Jet, but Neon. Neon plus Forsaken combination, lalo na dito sa Yoru na to. Mahihirapan kang bantayan kung saan i-entry. May makulit na isa, meron pang mas makulit.
Oo, masyado kayo matilok.
Matilok yung dalawa. Ito na naman,
Pero they're gonna push in already. Ito rin yung Blade Storm na ginagawa nila. Pero napakadaming echoes lumalabas dito sa B, mga kaibigan. Meron pa kasamang Hunt.
Walang tao.
Walang tao. Okay, tamang pa-bounce lang dito ng flash pero wala siyang makikita. Pero still, anong magagawa mo? Kalaban mo ang dinadabay. Galit na galit yan, men. Pero ito na ngayon, that is Spike being tried for players of Paper Rex. Pero ito na yung fast lane, mga kaibigan. Delikado sila kasi napakadami nila nakikita. Pero Suigetsu will get a kill on to one right now. Pero Artist, mga kaibigan, is low HP. Pero Jing trying to back away, trying to run all the way to cave already. Pero Diyos ko po, meron pang kalapag ng papag dito, mga kaibigan. Ito na yung kalapag ng papag. Meron pa kasamang Nightfall and everyone is revealed. They have an idea. Pero asa na ba yung let's go na pwede gawin na Davai? Alam niya. Pero ito na yung let's go na sinasabi ng Davai, mga kaibigan. This is now the push coming in from Paper Rex. Ubos! Pati ba ang tubos? 3-3!
What a cleanup operation right here from the side of Paper Rex. Lahat nag-gauge when it comes to the Rolling Thunder and everyone was affected. The thing is, they were successful because Mind Freak was able to take halls. Kapag walang halls, mahirapan sila pumasok dito kasi it's still a possibility na ma-crossfire sila kahit nakukas ang lahat.
Such a good play. Man.
Walang nagbantay ng halls.
Oo, pare. Ay, naku. Easy. Kailangan mag-usap. Kailangan magsalita ng mga bantay ng yung mga bantay ng com shop.
Oo. Nataas yung kamay niya kasi papa-extend na siya eh.
Or may I go out?
Hindi. O-order na ng pansit canton.
Oo. There's an
isang pansit canton, mahaba pa to eh.
Man.
Sa Mineski dati.
Mineski sa MI, man.
Tamang order lang ng pansit eh.
Tapos ng top silog. Tapos ng hotdog. Sarap nun, man. Sarap nun. Meron pala yung pansit canton. Nagtanong dito eh. Parang pansikan to na. Time out.
3-3. Pantay pa rin naman yung laban ng dalawang teams. Hindi na nila nasasagot yung positioning dito ng PRX. And aside from that, kung mapapansin mo, there's also maliliit na difference, kumbaga, na pinapakita ng PaperX dito. When it comes to post plans, they don't push out anymore. A while ago, they keep peeking and it doesn't work out kasi hindi sila nananalo sa aim duels and they changed that completely.
Mind freak.
You are divided.
Hinati ang mundo papunta dito. Napakadaming hatian. Diyos ko po, hinati na ang mundo. Malamoses pa ang galawan ni Jing dito. Pero Jing gonna push in. Wala siya makikitang isa. Pero meron naman dito mga flash and deacon na ginagawa ngayon for second mga kaibigan. Pero saan pa talaga sila pupunta? Pero hindi nila alam kasi Diyos ko po, medyo lamang dito ang mga players ng FPX. Sa totoo lang kasi nasa loob na sila. At wala pang idea at all. Eto na nga, Diyos ko po, flash sa mukha. Ito na yung pet Chinese kayo mga kaibigan na push in. Oh, Diyos ko po! Wala sa kalaban! Oh my God! Nangat-ngat pa nga ni Pico dito. Pero 4v5R, this is low.
Hawak pa rin nila when it comes to post plans. Securing a kill. Just a pre-fire right here on the site itself. Isang magandang kill para sa kanila. An impactful one indeed. 4v4, make it a 4v3 as one goes down. That is Xiao. Pero merong nagpa-flank. And that's gonna be that Cypher. Kailangan pa rin nilang problemahin ito. But Angel is the only man remaining right now. This post plan is definitely working out in their end. Especially with an Odin in hand.
Nice. Magaling.
Jingo kill. Yan ang sabi nila. Iba talaga ang feeling kapag nakalaya na, no? Sa COVID facility, itong mga players ng PaperX, kumpleto na ulit sila and we are finally watching them in the grand final stage. Asia Pacific region sa final stage ng Masters.
Ang galing. Sobrang galing, pero ito na yung Odin. Odin na Dubai mga kaibigan kasi syempre wala siyang tutok eh. Odin na lang siya, men.
At least wala nang recoil after 3 shots.
Man. Rat-rat ka na ng rat-rat. Say hello to my little friend. Yan ang sabi ni Dubai. Sabi na sa akin pa rin. Nag-VM sa akin eh.
Eco round na pala tong
Flash
FPX ngayon.
Flash Ardis. Nakakapunta na sa.
They have to be careful. Fast lane being set up here. Jing positioning himself. Nakita ni Davai, he was able to pick up on the kill instead. 4v4 situation. Davai very low on HP but still managing to stay alive. Saipan with a kill just with the Sheriff. Meron pang isa at umabot pa nga yung kill. A triple already with a Sheriff only in 2v4.
Makakapulot ng baril yung mga players dito ng FPX. May Viper Spit pa. Oh no. Pero si Mind Freak, nagbabantay. Sayang! Hindi nakita. Pero Davai on that corner.
Sisirain niya lang yung rotation dito. Pero paunahang sumilip.
Diyos ko, Davai, nagbabantay. Pero meron tao sa mid-base, tumingin ka na. Hindi alam ni Davai kung saan pa talaga siya pupunta. Best na sabihin. Pero si Getso, ang ganda ng position niya dito lang sa main nest.
Kita niya kapag may tumawid, may tumalon.
Oh no.
30 seconds remaining on the clock that we have right here. And Mind Freak is already planting the spike.
Oh no! Hindi tumingin ka sa kanan! Ayun! Nice! Let's go!
Narinig ata yung sigaw ng tao doon eh. Biglang humiyaw, wala namang nangyayari.
Sabi nila sa kanan daw. Tumingin ka sa kanan, nagtagalog sila doon, best. Nagkatinginan, nagkakatalunan. Pero si Mindfreak tumingin doon sa may mid, pero wala siya makikitang kahit isa. Pero at least Davai papuntang dito sa mga kaibigan, pero kaya pa ata. Pero si Angel, papuntang elbow. Pero Mindfreak, nasan yung swing mo? Zaipan! Diyos ko po, we're gonna go down! Pero Davai still low. Oh no! Angel, we're gonna catch ano ginagawa mo dyan, kapatid? Oh my God! Mindfreak, malayo ka pa, pre! Anong ginagawa mo? Wala na, pre! Diyos ko!
They were still able to pick up on the round. What a pulse plant indeed!
Oh my God! Sabi ko sa inyo, yung mga EU viewers na yan, men sa APAC yung gusto nilang manalo!
Grabe yung control!
Best! Sumisigaw pa sila ng FPX! Hindi! PaperX ang gusto nila!
The control that Mind Freak had throughout the site, especially in that post-plant situation. Davai was just there to annoy the hell out of them. And the main role here is just to basically try to not Let them defuse the spike. Si Davai, nagamit niya pa yung fault line niya. Nag-connect yun, to be specific, dun sa Sky. At nawala siya sa positioning. Tumama yung Kongkasbe si Wap.
Best 2v4 yun Well, pwede natin sabihin na naka-save yung mga players doon ng naka-save yung mga players doon ng FPX, pero hindi rason yun, men. 4 kayo, tapos yung isa literal na pulado. Literal, pag kinaliti mo na yan, men, typats na yun. Pero
Isang
but still,
kalabit na lang no?
Isang kalabit na men, pag pinitik mo sa ano yan, aara yan pag pumikit ulit.
Tsaka ang maganda dun sa play na yon, at least naubos ni Mindfreak yung nasa site bago niya problemahin yung nasa B main. Kung hindi niya napatay yung mga players lahat sa site, malaking problema yon. Crossfire matindi.
Crossfire sa Valorant. Last ni Willab, men.
Ang galing nila maglaro, no? Nakaka-inspire mag-rank game mamaya, pero alam kong matatalo naman.
Sa ako, diamond na.
Sim. Wala, pa-diamond na, wala pa. Naging bato pa.
Mythical glory na ako, guys.
Puro talo sa Valorant Si Davai, multiple rounds na ata nasa kanya tong OD na to. Hindi na nabitawan at all. And sinasabayan lang gumapang. Actually, yung fake out dito ni Forsaken. But it's still fairly a quiet round indeed.
Grabe yung OD ni Davai no? Pero ito lang kalapag ng papagpapunta dito sa ano yung ginagawa mo dyan, boy. Angel, Diyos ko, natamaan pa, naduraan pa, pero Forsaken na chup-chup. Nice. Ginawang bulalo si Sugetsu mga kaibigan, pero ito na, Forsaken, Diyos ko po, gonna push in. Benkay, kailangan nila mag-back out, delikado to, out sila, men, kailangan nila mag-out, pero Davai! Ito na yung OD ni Davai! Diyos ko, akala nyo, bundle gagamitin ko, hindi! Din to!
3-man stack on towards B side. They were too sure that they are gonna plant a spike, and si Mindfreak, hawak-hawak niya na yung CT. And the thing is, maka-cut off niya yung rotations dito if he does it successfully. If not, he could just take on all the info that he can hear, especially from the players. Kaso nga lang, kapag nasa echo siya dito ni Zaipan, mababaliktad yung storya.
Men, sa totoo lang, nakakainis to. Kung ako FPX, maiinis ako dito. Kasi isipin mo, matatalo akong naka-Odin.
Hawak pa ni Davai yung mid dito.
Yun nga, Diyos ko po. Xiao, delikado.
Si
Xiao. Sa kanan, diretso. Davai, diretso. Yan.
I'm sure narinig niyo yun.
Zaipan, oh my God!
Like
Nice one. 1v2.
Wala yung spike sa kanya, no?
Sayang.
That's exactly what I said. Zaipan nasa kanya naka-position lahat dito. Actually, kung yung position niya...
Nahulog! Sayang, nahulog si Idol!
Oh no, it's gonna be a defuse for the players here of FPX. But anyway, going back to what I was saying a while ago, Zaipan was holding a very important position here, a very important role to clear out halls, and aside from that, to get the pick off kung meron mang nakaabang sa CT. Hindi napansin yon ng isang player from Paper Rex at all, and naikutan sila. Because of that, na-punish yung dalawang players na meron sila rin.
Hirap nun, men, nahulog, walang sumalo, namatay pa. Sakit nun, men. Tapos namatay pa. Wala eh. I mean, 4-5, I mean, really close matches. Pero dito ngayon sa side ng Paper Rex, I mean, 3 sa kanila may ultimate. So, pwede sila makakuha ng spike. Si Jing, meron pa siyang finger style dito, mga kaibigan. Uunahan muna nila with the Nightfall. Forsaken gonna push in, getting that information. Alam nila kung nasa sila, pero Artis will catch that Neon off guard. Pero nilabas na natin ngayon ang mga utilities sila, pero Zaipan will actually take one down. Pero Artis is still alive dito lang sa may backside though. Wala siya mapapatay dyan kasi wala na tao dito sa may cave. If ever lang lumabas si Davai dito, oh my God, paipat siya. But this is gonna be an operator versus an operator. So,
alam nilang mayroong tao sa halls as well. It's still anyone's game right now. It's a 3v3. They both have the operator. And of course, the rotations coming in from Paper Rex. At least, hawak pa rin nila yung spike dito. They have control over halls. But not for long.
Not for long. Sila pupunta. Oh no. Artis is gonna push. Sa Davai, meron pa siyang utilities dito, mga kaibigan. Benkay, pag sumilip ka dyan, na dry pick, oh my God, Titans kami kalalagyan kakapatid! Pero oh my God, si Willab namatay. Pero ito na, timingan nyo si kaibigang RD Spray, timingan nyo to, oh my God, hindi siya natamaan ngayon ng Hunt. Oh! Ardis will catch one aftershock. Bam! Diyos ko po, he's super low. 5 HP. Pero hindi alam ni Davai na tamaan siya na he's sobrang low. Pero kailangan yung i-save yung operator na yan. Wala ng oras. Save
13 seconds remaining na lang, and this is just gonna be a save in the hands of Paper Rex. And the thing is, sayang no, hindi niya na nakuha yung kill kay RD. Kahit pa paano, mapunish niya yung isang player dito. Anyway, magiging 5-5 naman to soon. Pantay pa rin yung laban natin. And so far, when it comes to Paper Rex, they've quite defaulted on the setups that they have right here. They tried a different post-plant position, especially on mid. Kaso nga lang, yung nangyari kanina, nahulog nga. Unfortunately. Pero ito, yung operator, kasi cool, yung initiator na meron sila dito, obviously a fade, kaya mong i-punish yung mga utility niya, kaya mo rin patayin yung hunt and of course the prowler as well. And if you didn't manage to catch someone on the site itself, maaabangan ka lang talaga. Wala pang flash na kasama.
Kailangan nila mag-timeout. Kailangan nila mag-usap-usap. Paper Rex, what is the next step for us in order for us to secure the win? Sobrang dikit ng laban, man. Talagang everyone is actually really worthy for that grand finals match, to be honest.
Sabi nga nila may the best team win na lang daw.
Yung game number 1 na talaga yung awit, man. Score doon, 113.
Naging warm up yung game 1. Tapos napunta lang din tayo sa best of 3.
Oo nga, game 5.
Naging warm up lang pala ang bind natin kanina. Pero, syempre, ito na yung huling panahon. Ito na yung finals
Ito yung thing. There's a chance na baka mahirapan dito ang Paper X. Kasi nga, yung composition ng Paper X is for attacking.
Na kaya nila yan when it comes to the defense. They have flashes. They have concuss from a neon. Not a problem.
Okay. Hindi, sorry.
Hindi, kasi yung mga pinili naman nila utility base unlike Arena or for example a Jet combination.
Oo. Pero yeah, let's see. I mean, makakayanan talaga because of that Astra as well. Pero right now, Forsaken, saan siya pupunta? Dito lang sa may likod. Pero meron pa siyang isa dito. Gate crash it is. Prowler, not gonna catch anyone, pero lahat sila, oh my god, nakita ni Angge, alam niya. Alam ni Angel kung nasan kasi dumaan sa kanya yung yung bilog yung blue.
Oo, dumaan yung bilog. RD already with a double kill here, pero ito na nga ang overdrive ni Jing. He managed to get 2 but not enough to get the third one. And it's still on the hands of FPX for this specific one. Maaga ngang na maalam si Forsaken doon. Actually, ang ganda ng setup ng smoke nila para hindi talaga makita yung fake out Pero natsambahan talaga na dumaan.
Well done.
Doon sa loob ng smoke. Ito yung
wala, dumaan
What a play.
Grabe yung nakakatawa kasi may crowd, best. I mean, ngayon lang Ang galing.
May sumisigaw no? Ganun lang Tumama yung ating concuss dito. Ang kaso, ready din pala yung Blade Storm. Kailangan mag-ingat ang Paper Rex.
Oh no, Forsaken. Oh no, delikado si Xiao. Pero alam ata ni Xiao na meron tao doon. Pero si Getsu, oh no, Forsaken. Oh no.
Oh my god, this
ito drone.
May TP out ata siya He gets one! At least managed to secure one here. Pero ito na ang kasama niya na fake out. Pero hindi pa rin napeke dito yung mga kalaban niya. Paper Rex needs to do an entry right now. Blade Storm up and online. Ito na rin yung ultimate coming in from that Sova. Xiao was able to secure 1 kill here. But Benkai was able to trade 1. 3v2 pa rin to, best. Anything can happen at this point.
Spike planted.
2v3 is the last round of the first half. That flash is denied. May fault line pa dito. Natamaan si Pico. Tumalon. Walang nang-hurt. Pero all the way from the backsides of the map, that is Angel. 1v3, Davai is still alive. Pero meron siyang kalaban sa likod niya, 2.
Still play for time.
6 bullets, kapatid.
Davai!
Oh no, catching 1! 2 bullets!
Clutch Master Davai. It's not gonna happen this time around. At syempre, FPX securing the final round in this first half. At least 7-5. Not too bad.
NT Lods. Pero yeah, So natin itong first half na to, and it's just 7-5 in favor of EMEA. Sabi ni Davai, sorry daw, sorry akin. Pero yeah, mga kaibigan, pakinggan muna natin kung anong masasabi ng mga panels natin kasi sobrang init ng laban, 7-5, sobrang dikit. So yeah, and babalik kami dito sa second half. And yeah, dito sa panel direct, let's go. Pero mamaya pa, in just a few minutes, magkasalita na sila. Pero hindi ko alam, baka makati ang dibdib ni kaibigan Bengkay. Pero ito na nga guys, sige na, direct, G mo na, alam mo na yan, panel, let's go!
Such a ridiculous gamble that I was like, there's either they crush this or they get stomped. But we have an even game in our hands. This is ridiculous. The fact that FPX are able to adapt after PaperX took a really, really nice start.
Yeah, and it seemed like they had a lot of really cool ideas as well. Like, I like the fact that they're using that fast lane to sort of like mask some of the positions. I also think Mindfreak, with the way he was placing his smokes, it was very well planned. The thing is though, and the thing I always love about FPX, even though they're up against probably the maddest composition we've ever seen, they still always adapt, and they did towards the end of that half.
Oh, some of the lurks from some of these players as well. Davai decided to join in on the fun down towards mid, get a little lurk in the corner there. I think the crowd, you guys helped out a little bit on that one. I heard you guys screaming when that came down, but the biggest thing as well to keep in mind is that Mindfreak has this complete understanding of the map, where he can be, where the rotates might come through. He's had a really good half.
He has indeed. But on the side of FPX as well, they managed to claw this back.
Yeah, I do think that they took way too long to actually realize that there's no Sentinel on the other side, right? The flanks were not coming through except in 2 rounds. I think Angel was able to get some value out of it.
Yeah, and looking ahead onto the next half, Jess, I know you wanted to give us a stat about the pistols.
You know I love to find the stupid little stats in the game, so let me give you something. Throughout this entire series, the team that has won the second pistol, and they have pretty well evened up on the winning of the pistols, but if you win the second pistol, they've won the map so far. That's for every map thus far, so whoever wins the very next round, statistically, if I've got everything here, according to the stats, they should win not just the map, the entire match. So that's what I've found so far. A little bit of a tidbit there.
So the tournament comes down to 1 pistol round.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, most important pistol round I've been a part of in the audience of. And Brandon Saisho, let's see who's going to get this important round.
7-5 is the score at itong halftime nga natin, no. The performance of Mindfreak has been incredible all throughout. Yung mga smoke placements nila dito, everything has a plan, everything has a purpose for the side of PaperX. But moving forward, completely different scenario. Sila ang kailangan mag-defend at alam natin kung gaano ka-aggressive itong team na to. Like I said,
napakabilis na mangyayari. Pero yeah, going in, this is a PaperX mga kaibigan na talaga pumupuso ng sobra. This is the aggression dun sa first round ng halves, which is, alam natin yan. I mean, of course, knowing PaperX, being PaperX, of course. But yeah, less than a minute, knowing na FPX na naman ang nandito, medyo mabagal.
Alam nyo na, mabagal na naman to. But itong aggression na pinapakita ng PaperX, especially yung mga simula ng mga rounds nila, this time around, dati kasi pinupush talaga nila ng sagad eh. This time, play for a pick-off, we just overwhelm them and then we get back. Alam nila na kailangan nila mag-defend and they know which fights to pick and which not to go to.
Sorry pero naalala ko FPX, sila yung team na nag-loan si Cider, tas nanalo sila. We really never thought na mapupunta sila dito sa Grand Finals. Sino ba yung hindi nakalipad nung una? Suigetsu.
Suigetsu. Ito na yung original lineup na meron sila. Jing, perfect angle to hold down the 4-2. 11 seconds to plant the spike right now. RD stopped it. Pero kailangan niya basagin yung Prowler. 6 seconds remaining. The pressure is on. At hindi na kailangan magpakita.
Wala nang oras.
Huwag na, please.
Huwag mo na pakita. Hinahabol. Nice! Nice, hinahabol!
Statistically, ang nananalo daw sa pistol round ay nananalo sa match.
Pinagsasabi nyo.
Based on stats.
Tama yan. Oo. Shoutouts nga pala sa sa mga kampun ko. lahat ng may blank ni Vil, hello sa inyo.
Blank ni Vil. Sobrang dami nila. Yun na lang yung sinabi mo no? Blank ni Vil, etc. Yun na lang, kumbaga.
Oo.
Pero ang ganda ng positioning ni Jing doon to actually kill the
Ang
one
daming
planting the spike. Pati yung concuss nila nag-connect perfectly. Aside from that, Jing was able to pick out one player immediately from the start pa lang. Kaya nagkaroon ng leverage ang PRX dito.
Naghahabulan sila mga kaibigan para sa Davay.
Tamang
push
lang, jiggle pick lang.
Peek out?
Baka merong makita. Meron ngang nasa mid dahil binaril siya rito. But ang hindi niya alam, RD is already climbing to the top.
Yeah. Oh no, Davay needs to check out. If
Nakaligtas
ever
pa
merong
siya dun.
tao. If merong nasa mid.
He knows now.
Alam niya.
Shots fired na para dun sa jet ng kalaban. So alam nila yung positioning. Presence has been detected here on towards mid. Forsaken waiting patiently in double doors. Dalawa makikita niya dito kung sakali. And if they don't check corners,
Forsaken.
that's their fault, man.
Oh, ayan na nga. Masyadong masyadong dry pick yan,
Oy,
kapatid.
Overly aggressive. He overcompensated on that one. He shouldn't. Anyway. Sino ba ako?
Diba? Sino ka ba? Diba?
Pero yung mga ganong positioning, alam mo na one and done yun kapag meron ka pang kasabay na tatlo
sorry daw, sabi niya.
Oo, sorry akin na lang ang nasabi doon. Nakala niya ata isa lang yung nakaabang.
Mahirap ka din ng party. Sobrang dry naman nun if ever gagawin. Sobrang asim naman ni Angel. Alam naman natin ba asim siya. Pero di siya ganun ka-asim. Pero nga lang Jing, tinatap yung ADS ng Bulldog mga kaibigan. Kinakahulan yung isa. Pero si Xiao mag-isa. Xiao Kilonil will die.
Oh, not yet. The 54 HP remaining and he goes down in the hands of the Vi. Pantay pa rin ang laban dito as Paper Rex was able to secure the pistol and the buy round itself.
Mainit. Buti pa si Ray no? One day away daw siya. Papuntang SG.
Wow, oo nga no. Lilipod na sa SG si Ray.
Oo, tapos after
ng SG, magkakasama na tayong lahat for LCQ.
Lilipad kasi kami guys. Lilipad ang aming team papuntang sa isang place.
New York, Cubao. Mexico, Pampanga. Goodbye, Philippines. Hello, Cebu.
Pupunta kami sa LA Union.
La Union. Let's go! Pero meron ditong umaamba. That's gonna be the Forsaken and Jing combination. 1-to-1 trade happen right there on the spot. 4v4 pa rin. At syempre, meron silang Cypher. So yung mga, yung mga rotations dito, kailangan nilang mag-ingat dahil may mga trip war yan. Wala akong nakitang trip war sa defense, no? Hindi ko nga napansin, may Cypher
meron ba?
Si Soy Gets.
Hindi ramdam.
Walang camera, wala tayong nakitang smoke. Di ba? Walang Cypher cage. Mali lang siguro yung tinitignan natin. Favoritism si Obs. Siguro di siya nakakapatay o maaga siyang napipitas.
Kung si May Obs yan, galing yan, promise.
Meron na namang nag-aabang sa corner. Si Forsaken na naman. 40 HP. Nagparamdam. The guiding light settles in pero may naglalakad. Busy si Kuya Mo Artist ng Earth pero hindi na kailangan because the kill settles in. So gets with a double right there. The headshot. 2v2 situation right now. Makakapag-plant pa sila dito ng spike. They have utilities to play around with. Wala na rin yung trip war. And this is up to the last two remaining members of each team.
Headshot machine it is, but right now, ito na ginagawa ni Mind Figures. Delikado siya ngayon, 2v2 into this game right now. And Kyle will catch one. It's all up to Nina and Suigetsu will gonna fall down. Lumuhod ka sa harapan ko, Suigetsu. Mainit.
Round yet again converted for the side of Paper Rex. Walang pera ang FPX for the next round. Hindi pinansin si Forsaken doon kahit na nasabi na.
Oo nga wala
Sige lang, tuloy nyo lang.
Tinake nila for granted. Pumapalakpak ako tumingin sa akin si Pico. Anong ginagawa mo, Dad? Let's go!
Yung camera pinapatay agad nila tas yung trip war prowler lagi yung dumadaan. Ang galing pala ni May. Anyway, 7-8 is the score. PRX Sila ngayon yung may kalamangan. But this is only one round. So it's still anyone's game. Guiding Light immediately used. May overdrive dito na pwedeng gamitin si Jing kung sakaling gusto niya mag-push. But they quite aware na eco disadvantage itong mga players ng FPX right now. Tamang swing lang and Jing was able to secure a kill here. Mamba out agad-agad and the defense is still strong as ever. Meron ng Blade Storm na nilabas si RD but no one actually rotating and no one really trying to push them out. Paranoid na sila dito. Kung baga, yun ang sasabihin natin dito. 4v4, still anyone's game. Anything can happen basically kung makakapitas ang FPX right now. Very quiet map that we have right here. Blade Storm up and online pero wala pa rin nasuspatan. Itong Yoru TP, naka-ready na rin to. I think it's towards backside. Kung sakali man kailangan ng tulong ng isang fade or to be specific, Benkai. But that
nice!
is just perfect. Kaso nga lang pag-TP niya, isang makikita niya dito, Prowler being set out. And yung Blade Storm mapapaatras na lang dito. Benkai, he still holds down the fort. Tumama rin yung kanyang at ano dito?
Oh, Diyos ko po, natamaan dito. Winasiwas yung Blazer, mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, anak, akala mo sino, ano kalaking Naruto? Si Boruto? 7-9 it is in Paper X. Lumalaban ngayon, isa-isa. Angel, meron pa siyang pera. Okay. Meron. Force buy. If ever matalo dito ang FPX, men, itaga mo na sa bato. APAC ang mananalo dito.
Tinweet ko na yan kanina pa lang bago magsimula tong grand finals na to. And I think it is bound to happen. 7-9 ang score natin. Paper Rex, malaki ang advantage right now. Pero hindi pa rin natin masasabi. Hindi talaga ako komportable na mabilis nilang matatapos to eh. May dimensional drift na pwedeng gamitin si Forsaken kung sakaling kailangan nilang mag-retake at kailangan nila yung info.
Oo. Pero,
best of ilan daw, Bessie? Best of the best.
Best of the best.
Ito na.
Right now, this is the ultimate coming in from Forsaken. Papasok lang din pero meron pa Tony Prowell dito. Pero this will catch one. Jig is now denied pero meron pa silang Odin dito. Ito na yung Odin na Davai. In ADS. Pinutok. Walang nakuha. Walang nakita. Walang napatay. Pero the clock is ticking already. Kaya pa ba nila i-retake to? Winnable for the side of Paper X if ever. Pero merong tao sa likod mo, Mind Freak! Oh no, 4v1, Davai will gonna fall down as well. Oh no, pumupusong FPX.
Kapuso din pala tong mga FPX eh, no? Isang round lang kailangan uling bulin nila dito. And syempre, kahit na napunish nila yung economy kanina, wala namang mangyayari kasi pag nahanap mo yung equilibrium and if they win multiple rounds in a row as well, you would just give them back the space.
Well done.
Well done at this. Well done at this.
Ito, mukhang push ata towards mid-control ang gusto at nais nila. Pero Jing, tamang overdrive lang din. He spots one already. The concuss settles in. Tumama rin. This is now gonna be another kill for Jing. A double indeed. 5v3 situation. Ardis was able to spot one. That's gonna be Mind Freak all the way to side. That is gonna be Jing just running over.
You're pushing already.
He knows one.
Jing. Oh no, sila sisilip dito. Pero that is Ardis. Nakapatay na naman talaga si Ardis eh, no? Andyan na siya kanina pa. Andyan na siya dun sa may likod ng yellow. Kanina pa. Orange. Or yellow. Basta box. Xiao.
Viper Spit.
Peek dito sa may cave. Mahirap to. May Viper Spit. Forsaken gonna peek. And he will
He
go
saw
down.
the buy as well. I think they would just save.
Save na to.
Oo, magsasave na dito. Out na dito ang mga players ng Paper Rex aside from Benkai na gusto pang pumatay. Ayun nga lang, siya ang nakapitalize. Siya ang mamamatay dito. But this operator will definitely be a save in the hands of Paper Rex. They need this. Ganun na bawi, no? Bilis. Ganun lang. 2 rounds na inipon ng Paper Rex for their advantage. Immediately taken back by FPX in just a glimpse. Tibay ni RD eh, no?
Pero ito na yung pagbawi nila. At least, sobrang tibay nila dito, partner. Kasi isipin mo, si RD rin talaga ang nakakapitas dito, bes. Siya yung lason. Sobrang lason niya. Kasi nandun lang siya sa area na yun. Yun nga eh. And pangalawang beses nila to, kailangan na mag-change sa position ni RD. Kasi i-check. Mamarkahan na to. Pero yun na nga, namarkahan na nga yung isa. Meron pa 4 times mga kaibigan gonna be activated pero wala siya makukuha kahit isa.
One man down ang FPX side. Kalahaf by, or rather, just gauging on the operator itself. Wala pa lang bili. Itong Paper Rex, Marshall lang, pati Sheriff ang meron sila dito. They're just gonna wait this out patiently. Ang factor lang to consider dito is kung papaulanan ka ng utilities. Pero kahit paano, di naman ganun ka utility based na malala tong mga players eh. Compared sa ano nila comparing dun sa positioning or sa mga agents nila. Patience is a virtue.
Patience play. Patience play indeed. Benkai with the Marshall. Medyo semi-double offset ang ginagawa nila dito. Pero Angel revealed na meron tao dun sa isa pero wala siyang idea at all na si Angel na si Mindfreak nandun na sa Gedli. For a second with a flash. Pero ano ba ang gamit niya? Men, Sheriff lang to. Mahirap to. Or this will gonna plant the spike already. Pero oh no, makapatay mga versus ka pa nakita pa rin sa Uigetsu. Sobrang sayang. Ay.
Yan yung mga panahon na mapapabuntong hininga ka na
neural
lang
theft. Neural theft it is, and he knows exactly kung nasa mga players kayo ng Paper X, mga kaibigan. 4v4, Angel with a peek, and Angel with a kill. Meron tatlo dito sa may game, pero meron pa sa may Makto. Pero Davai with a huge kill. Buhay pa yung Marshall and yung operator ng Paper X. Mukhang pupusuan nila to, bes. Ang daming pera ni Angel, meron siya 6K.
Di pa ata siya namamatay after the second half na nangyari, after nila magkaroon ng buy round. Benkai was still able to pop a shot right there. Complete headshot at least. But he has to die. Kailangan niya yung pera for the next following round. And this operator will still go on a save. 10-9. Hindi pa rin ganun kalayo for both sides. And so far, pantay talaga ang laban natin dito. Grand Finals na Grand Finals ang pakiramdam.
Oh no, pumupuso. Mainit ang dance floor. Somebody call 911. Mas 3:30 na. Good morning.
Sabi nga nung isang comment, bilisan nyo daw, Paper Rex, mag-uunang hirit na.
Ano kasi ka natutulog?
Ako?
Oo. Naku po, umuubo ka na. Talaga? Uwe.
Or minsan mas maaga. Pag walang ganitong trabaho.
Talaga. Tutulog kami ni May mga alas 5. Kahapon, kanina alas 6 o 7.
Malapit na akong madedo eh. Nararamdaman ko na kaya pinalitan ko na best. Nangihina na ako.
Ilang ano na lang ba? Ilang ubo ka na?
3 ubo na lang ako eh. Na-COVID pa ako. So kailangan healthy muna tayo ng mga 1 year.
Yung mga baby girl ni Reg, out tayo dyan, men. Wala tayong pakialam dyan sa mga yan. Kasi ako, committed ako. Tinatago ko rin sa pangalang Meika. Titingin sa akin yan.
Sariling buhat.
Ayan, sama ng tingin sa akin, no? Mamaya ka sa akin, baby boy. Yan ang sabi niya.
Stress na talaga.
Umsim. Hindi ako titingin sa iba. Sa'yo lang, sapat na. Sumano tingin sa akin, bes?
Kung may sad boy, may happy boy pala.
Kala mo naman papalag ako.
Okay. Ito, may entry na dito yung FPX, no? Paper Rex right now is just giving them space, which is quite not the usual type of Paper Rex. Typically, they actually fight it out. Pero nandito na nga at na-plant na ang spike. Ready na sila for the post plant itself, and the rotations from PRX is on its way.
Pero eto na yung pagpasok nila.
Nice! Nice!
Oh!
Jing! Pero meron pang isa dyan!
Oh my God!
Angel was able to secure it. But still, Forsaken knows this positioning right now that they have. 2v4 situation. Binato. Of course, Myfree goes down. 58 HP and they know Forsaken is here from window.
Patience play, man. Pare, patience kasi. Forsaken catching 1v2. Wala silang oras, bes.
Oh, man. I think he's gonna save this gun and play out the
save
time.
to. Wala silang pera eh. Oh my God. Oh no.
11-9. Not this way. Dito pa tayo magkakahirapan sa ekonomiya kung kailan double digit na.
Mga kaibigan, mga nanonood ngayon, ang gawin nyo, itaas nyo ang mga kamay nyo parang energy ball at ibato nyo sa paper Rex. Sabay-sabay tayo, itaas nyo ang mga kamay nyo. Nakataas na ba? Alam kong hindi pa.
Nakataas na.
Yung sa kanila, hindi pa pre. Itaas nyo yung kamay nyo. Nakikita ko kayo. Itaas nyo.
Ayan, okay na. Ibigay natin lahat ng enerhiya para sa side ng paper Rex. Mahirap-hirap to guys, but doable. Now, Jing, itong tatlo, the three musketeers are bound to rotate and they might find Decipher waiting patiently. Angel already trying to pin down the enemies, pero makikita na nga nila dito.
Nice one,
Forsaken goes down, pero may tumatawid pa. Nakita.
Nice!
Benkay
Nice!
securing 1 kill, 3v3. Pwede pa.
Saba, winnable, 3v3. Let's go, Paper Rex.
Let's go.
Let's go, Paper Rex.
Nightfall being used right now.
Nightfall.
We have a vandal in hand. Wala silang naririnig. Kinalapag ang papag. Shao is gonna go down. This is gonna be on its way. And Stevie goes down as well, Jing.
Winnable.
2v2 situation. Si Benkay, hinahapang
Hindi na sinisilip. Oh my God. Oh my God. Hindi na sinisilip. Oh my God. Nice. Nap. We pitch in the sky. Oh my God. Silip. Sayang. Sayang!
One enemy remaining.
Oh my God.
Tahimikan guys.
Na-repol yung moves.
Nilabas yung pechay eh. Wala na silang marinig eh.
Lugi tayo dyan. Wala ring tumama pagdating dun sa kalampag ng papag. It all boils down to this, the final moments of this grand finals. Will there be another round? Or will it finally go in the hands of FPX? RD. Wala siya makita dito. Benkay to C1 on Halls. Nice! They were able to take on the kill here. RD going down. A big impactful kill for the side of Paper Rex. Pero mabilis ang rotations ang nakikita natin dito from FPX's side.
Okay lang yan mga kapuso. Puso lang tayo, men. Mind freak. Oh no, wala silang idea. Chup-chup. Ginawang bulan lang yung isa. Sinip-sip. Lahat ng mga players dito ng FPX, mga kaibigan, meron pang kalapan nagpapag, mga kaibigan. Ito na yung mind freak na puso. Wala nakapasok. Okay yan, pre. Pero the fight, oh my God, napatay si mind freak. 3v4. Lamang pa rin ng Paper X dito. Mga kapuso, pupusuan lang to ng Paper X, sigurado. Pero Diyos ko po, nagkatamaan. 4 one down. 4v2, mga kaibigan. Diyos ko po, Suiketsu nakatama. Nakaisa naman, pero Jing! Isa na lang! 1v1! And it's over!
What a round from FPX! The grand champions of VALORANT Masters, ladies and gents, all the way from lower bracket, and now we're here. That is gonna be fun plus Phoenix, ladies and gents! Your Masters!
Napakaganda ng laban. Umabot hanggang game number 5.
5 games.
You guys deserve it.
Yeah, they did play out the rest of the rounds perfectly. All the shots that they took was able to connect perfectly as well. Lahat when it comes to the post plant, when it comes to the retake, they have a plan. FPX is a team to be reckoned with and they deserve this win in Masters right now. And the thing is, they've come so far, all the way dun sa pagkakatalo nila sa lower bracket, and now the grand champions.
And yung knowing na nung first matches nila, yung group stage, mga kaibigan, wala dun si Suigetsu. Wala siya dun. And ngayon, nung dumating na siya, dire-diretso sila papuntang grand finals.
Congratulations, FPX. And the entirety of Europe.
Sarap!
The entirety of Europe is basically celebrating this win right now.
Home court advantage, best.
Home court advantage, EMEA just secured another win here at Masters. Tingnan natin, panoorin natin, Bessie.
Panoorin natin.
Commentator kami. So, comment namin kung ano yung nakikita namin dito.
Baby
Huling ano na to eh.
ko si kulot.
Huling panahon na natin to eh. Pero
Huling
nagre-ready
appear
na
na
sila.
to.
Kasi mag-PPE na. Natapos na 5 games natin. Back to class.
Sim.
Oh man, I'm so proud of Paper Rex with how far they came, especially in VALORANT Masters. I bet no one expected this to happen ever. Minor region who?
Galing. Wala akong masabi, miss. Galing talaga.
Itataas na yung trophy. Kailangan makita natin yung pagtaas ng trophy.
Kasan ba? Ginagawa pa daw ata.
After 3 months yung pa pala daw makukuha.
Oh, man. Replay?
Huwag na yan. Tingnan nyo na yan. Baka panalo sa replay, guys. Panoorin natin. Tapos nanalo talaga no? Hindi alam kung ano susundin. Oo. Grabe tong match na to. Kahit sino manalo, deserve nila, guys. But APAC region have come a long way. Paper Rex definitely brought the Asia-Pacific region to a different level. Iba na yung expectations nito for the next following Masters, LCQ, Champions, everything else. Ang ganda ng final round, no? All the headshots that connected is just phenomenal.
Yeah. Everything is on point. Everything did their job. Everything and everyone really deserves this win. Sa Paper Rex, ladies and gentlemen, we are really proud of you guys. Itinayo nyo ang bandera ng Southeast Asia. Itinayo nyo ang bandera ng Asia Pacific. Ang buong Asia Pacific is nakatingin sa inyo. Maraming salamat, Solid. Pakinggan muna natin si Golden Boy.
From the sidelines. Today, there are no more what-ifs. They overcame every single obstacle in their way, and every single piece fell right into place. Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Fun Plus Phoenix!
Nahulog na.
Nahulog no?
Oo, rinig pa rin tayo. Wala tayo pa iba. Baka mahulog
Oo nga
Ganda na.
Tapos grabe pala to no? Hindi pa pala tapos dito. May nag-welding sa taas.
Yung karpintero dumating na. Nag-welding sa taas.
Yung si Golden Boy.
Today as your champions in Copenhagen. Can we get it one more time for FPX, ladies and gentlemen? And now, I have all of them here standing by.
Kung Team Secret to, men.
Do this for real. Artist, how you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling fucking amazing. That's all I'm gonna
say. Baby!
Kung Team Secret to, sure win pa rin no?
I want to say something. FPX! 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 FPX!
Irish no?
Listen, we're taking over the world tonight.
They're taking over the world tonight, he says.
We found Copenhagen, we're going champions, and we're doing it again.
Doing it again, love it, man. Sugetsu, you had the final kills. You weren't even here at the start of this tournament. How does it feel to just do it all?
To be honest, I have no words. I didn't even trust a few weeks ago that I will be here because of visa problems, you know. Also, thank you. Yeah,
No booze. It's Sue.
Thank you, guys. What? I also wanted to say thank you to Cider.
Grabe, no? Sipin mo, naglaro ka dito sa Masters para manalo ng Bluetooth speaker.
That's right. Huge shout out to Cider. Zipan, my man, it used to be, I just blown away every single time I see you play. And now you're here today, you're a champion. It must feel like you're on top of the world right now.
Muchas gracias para nosotros.
Love it. Angel, you and I stand on this stage, probably the oldest people here, but yet you
Si Taylor
are a
naman
champion,
nakamute, guys.
and I'm just some
Sorry,
schmuck
best.
interviewing you.
Sabi ko sana hindi ko sure kung mananalo ba ang FPX talaga kung simulat sa pool. 5-man na sila, no?
There it is. There it is. The Shao Show is in full effect.
Shao Show.
You are a madman. How do you do it? How do you continue to just clutch after clutch after clutch?
Oh, grabe yung clutch si Shao eh. Yung Sova niya.
Easier. I just wearing shorts in the grand final.
He wears
It's like
shorts.
short buff, guys, nothing else.
The key to success is to show them legs, baby. Show them legs. And finally, our coach, Doom Bros, your first LAN, and you are a coach of champions. How does it feel, brother?
Wow. First LAN.
Tired, but good.
Are you gonna take a good nap tonight?
I think I'm gonna sleep for maybe 1 month or something like this.
1 month slumber, baby, but don't sleep too long because you got champions to prepare for.
Thank you everyone for coming, and thank you Sligi and Tarek for keeping me company after the matches.
And last thing, artists, I just want you to, just go ahead, have fun, play with the crowd, say something.
Listen.
Go for it.
No, hey, listen. A big after party, okay? Message me on Twitter, please. There's a big one going on.
Okay,
Drinks it on me. Drinks it on me.
Artist is paying
Oh,
the whole thing.
papainom si Lods.
Open invite guys, pupunta tayo ng Denmark!
Okay, sa mga nandito guys, pupunta tayo ng Denmark. Nag-open invite si Ardi.
Open invite! Pwede tayo pumunta.
Oh, man.
Libre niya daw.
Sapatos na.
Teka lang papalit muna. Maantay pa nila tayo. Congratulations! FPX, they finally made it. First LAN nung kanilang coach, pero sila din yung nanalo. Wow.
Yun nga eh. Pero guys, isang mabilis lang to kasi punta kami ni Denmark. Nag-open invite si Heidi.
Anyway,
sapatos na kami.
That's finally it for VALORANT Masters. We got our new Masters here. Asia Pacific just stepped up into another level. And finally, closing things off. Baka may gusto tayong sabihin dyan. Ako muna, tapusin ko na para i-close muna afterwards. Maraming salamat sa lahat ng nanonood dito sa PPGL, sa lahat ng sumusuporta, especially sa ganitong oras na setup namin dito sa PPGL. At syempre, mamaya, abangan nyo kami sa LCQ. Sabihin ni Vil after nito.
Ladies and gentlemen, maraming salamat sa mga nanood. Maraming salamat sa mga tumangkilik kasi without you guys,
Tsaka sa naghahanap.
Possible. Syempre, sa mga naghahanap sa PPGL, men, laking utang na loob namin sa PPGL kasi kung wala si PPGL, wala kami.
Oo, tsaka wala yung toot ni Vil. Blank ni Vil.
Sa Blank ni Vil, maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, kita-kits tayo dahil lilipad kami. Ang Damods! Kasama yung ibang mga Tagalog casters.
Ang tagal natin hiniling na lumipad kami. Paliparin nyo na kami. Ito na yun, guys.
Lilipad kami.
LCQ.
Lilipad kami. Pa-Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Alis namin sa end of July para sa August 1 magkakasama kami para itatayo namin ang bandera ng Pilipinas sa ibang bansa. Pero medyo kalma lang tayo doon kasi nasa nasa kuta tayo ng kalaban, di ba? So yung mga Indonesia, hindi namin sasabihin yan. Yung mga pag Indonesia yung kalaban, mga tropa natin yan, men. Pero kunyari iba, sige, awayin natin yung mga, pero pag Indonesia yung kalaban, mababait tayo, di ba? Bawal tayo maging, baka bigla tayong maliigan dyan. Delikado tayo dyan.
Anyway, eto na, tapos na nga ang lahat. See you guys sa LCQ. At syempre, alam ko may panel show pa ata to pagtapos. So, please stay tuned and maraming salamat. This has been your casters. Tayville, Vitay, The Mods, lahat na ng gusto nyong itawag, basta kayo. Anyway, maraming salamat and have a good night. Ciao!
Okay, guys, I guess I'll start playing.
Yeah, a lot of crazy things happened on that map and on that match as well. Let's recap everything that you guys saw in today's grand final in the Prime Gaming post-match highlights.
Settle in, folks, because this is it. The grand finals, best of 5 between PaperX and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners, and the action starts right now.
Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane. It's all down. This guy's on fire. Nice. FPX, pure domination in map number 1.
Okay, boys, focus. It's not gonna be easy games. This map gonna be much harder.
And the confidence is there. Sky wants to claim the ace.
One enemy remaining.
Right into it, man. Let's go! And the Benkai, PaperX are ripping them to shreds.
And that puts PaperX back level in the series. Socks, shoes, get them back on.
You got a game to play, son.
FPX immediately rip back control into their camp. Oh, what is that shot?
Sagetsu! What a monster! In the blink of an eye, the map secured.
PaperX looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a fifth.
Let's go, boys!
PaperX are taking us to a fifth.
Boys, be less emotional, okay? Remember, mostly we're having fun.
Yeah, let's go, guys. PaperX
remaining.
Never letting their foot off the gas. Let's go!
But at the end of the day, it is FPX taking the lead.
Enemy. Last player standing.
And what a play! 4 kills for the final blow!
And Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne.
Wow, the boys are still celebrating on stage. The fans are still here. I actually quite like the FPX in the TSM style. FPX. I know earlier on stage, you know, they thanked Cider. They specifically called him out. Cider obviously helped them in this tournament. But I also want to thank Batty G as well, you know, just in the beginning of this year, because they gained enough points from that win to be able to qualify for champions in the end.
Is there a team ever in history, in Valorant history, that we've had to thank so many substitutes for a singular team in a singular year? That's an incredible feat. And I think Artis pointed out right at the beginning of the tournament, he said, even with subs, 1, 2 subs even, we are one of the best core teams in the world. Don't even forget it. And they have absolutely proven that.
Yeah, and I think even with Artis saying that, everybody still doubted this team, myself included. We saw the fact that they're playing with subs, and we said no, even though we had the evidence from before in Reykjavik, when they went through those qualifying runs and completely dominated that qualifier with subs.
I will say I've learned over the years that sometimes when you interview Angel, he's gonna throw you through a loop. You're gonna be misled along the way. What I have learned is I can always believe what Artis is gonna say, because that man predicted this from the very beginning, and then they've come through and won the tournament. So you know what?
I do also just want motivational quotes from Angel just being spoken to me
Could
over
you stop
and
being
over.
so emotional, Fala?
Can you stop being so emotional?
I can't help it. I can't help it.
Wow, what a balance on the team, though, to have Angel on one side trying to force the Yoro into comms, and Artis being like, well, I need you to calm down a little bit. I like it. I like the composition of the team.
Yeah, and speaking of the team, we asked you guys to vote for final time for the in-zone player of the match in the grand finals. The polls have closed, and we have a winner. This MVP goes to Sugetsu. Again, I actually think he has a record in EMEA of how many MVPs he's gotten. He has the most out of everyone.
Rightly so.
And rightly, now he has won the most important one on the international stage.
Yeah, I think he's given a few people, CNED maybe, giving him a run for his money.
Yeah,
I feel like that man seems to win everything, but no, Sugetsu, honestly, this has to be one of the best transfers in the history of all of Valorant. Like, you look at FPX and what they've achieved since this man has become or come onto the roster. They were always good, and he was the one move that took them from good to fantastic.
And people doubted that. Remember when he first came in, everyone's like, I don't understand this.
Yeah?
Yeah, and they're real silent now.
I mean, you should line up for a photo right now, because this man has not only made history, but it might be, you know, before we get to Champions, whatnot, your only chance to snag that photo unless you're flying to Istanbul. So that's the big thing to crash now, yeah.
I think the funny thing about it all, too, is it comes full circle for him, because he's the one who knocked out FPX in their final attempt to go to a global tournament last year. And now he's with...
Don't remind me of that game.
Nope.
Don't remind me of that game. Don't remember.
There's so much comedy.
We've collectively wiped that out of our minds, I feel like, at this point.
Forever.
And we got to send off PaperX, I feel like, in an appropriate way, in the HyperX reflex of the day as well. I'm glad Devi popped off, because I wanted to use the Devi intervention here with his...
So has he not suffered enough after losing this tournament? Now he had to live through that?
I feel like this is an edge. This is like a small goodbye present.
Do you know what I'll say, though? Last time, 4th place. This time, second place.
Yeah, but there's a second place curse.
No, screw
There's
your
a second
curse.
place curse.
Screw your curse. We had a curse that basically if you won the second pistol, you won the map, right?
And guess what?
That turned out to be BS. So let's ignore your one as well.
It turns out.
Exactly. So fourth, second, that means they're going to win champions, and we'll forget all about this anyway.
I will be okay with that. Okay with that. It wouldn't bother me.
They stole the hearts of everybody. I think that's the important thing, right? This team comes from SCA. They go and get to that fourth place in Reykjavik. They follow the Zeta division, other APAC brethren, and here they just repeat the same stories.
Who's stealing our hearts next time? Because it was Japan last time. Now it's SEA.
I think BBL are qualifying. BBL are qualifying to champions in front of the Turkish crowd, and everyone's going to love AIM-DL. That is my prediction.
I appreciate you saving me for that one.
Yeah, Bala agrees. No, Bala has to say mech. You're the number one mech stand in the world.
LCQ and come into
I'm looking at Leviathan. I think they're going to be that team that's going to do some damage.
Yeah, and speaking of Leviathan, I just want to quickly get all of your favorite moments before we close out the show. What was your favorite moment in this tournament?
There's been so many.
Benkai.
Benkai walkouts.
As a human being.
Well, he did replace you in that duo and made it better.
That's why you're on the desk now. I get it. I understand
I think Mitch Kai for champions.
Mitch Kai for champions. Yeah.
What about you two?
I have to go for the softball. I mean, this grand finals was so good. That Breeze comp from Paper Rex made it just such a good show.
Could you be less emotional, please?
Yeah, can you please take Angel's advice? What I will say is my favorite is the fact we finally have the community here with us. For the first time in Valorant history, we will get to sit here and have all of the fans live right in front of their faces that kind of history, and that's something that we haven't had yet. We get it in Istanbul again. Wow, that's incredible.
This
for
is
me.
what the game was built for, right?
Yes,
this moment right here, to have fans in the arena, to watch this wonderful esport, this is what the game was built for.
Well, Masters Copenhagen may be coming to a close, but our story doesn't end here. Over the next month, we'll have our last chance qualifiers with teams all over the world fighting for one of the 6 last available spots at VALORANT Champions in Istanbul this September. Here are all of the teams that have qualified so far. If you want to join us in Istanbul and see any of these players there, this is already stacked, and I cannot imagine how stacked it's going to be after LCQ.
I can't even look at EMEA LCQ right now. Like, just after today, I'm like, I don't even want to think about that because I have absolutely no idea.
It's a mess.
Oh, yes, but Shroud over at NA. Shroud.
Just but Shroud. That's what you need to say to get people excited. Yeah.
I'm super excited for the East Asia, Japan LCQ, essentially, with Korea. That one is going to be insane. We get to see North Epsion again. We get to see some of the other Japan Rising and going head-to-head against Korea and China as well. It's just so much fun.
We've set a precedent at this tournament that we have had the strongest global esport in tactical FPS history. We've never had this many regions be able to vie for that top spot. Imagine champions. I'm telling you right now, I need a month break. I need to sit back and then prepare my body for what champions will bring me. You guys have got LCQ. I've already fallen down 8 stairs before, so I need to chill out before we got champions.
Yeah, I cannot wait for that. Thank you so much, you guys, for joining me. Thank you to everyone for watching at home as well. Congratulations to FPX once again. They are your Masters Copenhagen winners. But that is all the time we have left. We're going to see you guys in Istanbul.
Yeah.
We are coming to you live from Copenhagen for day 1 of the 2nd VALORANT Masters. 12 of the world's best teams are all gathered here in Denmark to represent their regions. But most importantly, it is the right to call themselves the best team in the world.
You can feel the tension. You can feel it.
Oh, it's good to be back, Mike. It's good to be back.
What better time than to be on this stage fighting for playoffs?
That is an absolute disgrace!
The stakes haven't been any higher than they are right now in this tournament.
I thought I was safe.
What was that?
What would you do for a VALORANT pro player in need?
North Epsion have another life in the tournament, and it's Socia that gets sent home.
I think you guys remember this from Champions.
Oh,
North America.
One enemy remaining.
Denouncing the new era, and Optic stay alive. This time we have a difference.
Oh!
I'm done. I am on the NA hype train.
Sorry, need a moment. That was disgusting.
Every every single day, Durka's tweets go unseen and neglected.
They're such nerds.
FPX stay alive. Guild crumble under the pressure.
The shots land, and Paper Rex are going to the upper final.
Why are you quiet? Yell! Say something, please!
And maybe everyone expected Fnatic to make it into the top 4, but that was not a given, not by any means.
Oh, hey, look at us. If truth be told, that's the skinniest I've ever looked.
That's the sexiest I've ever looked.
Right now, there is an egg who needs you out here.
Jess, where did you get this chicken from?
Was that a chicken?
Pizza.
Chicken market.
Nightmares reoccurring for DRX because FPX looks stronger today. The crowd calls an FPX answer. After that game, I realized that BCJ Chicken would probably only be in town for the next few days, so I got chicken for us all.
All right, boys, let's do some reach ups. Nice and slow, because we don't want to build a sweat.
I look like I should be in the county of Gloucestershire solving crime.
You can make a difference, and maybe one day Durka will make a difference in your life too.
Oh, that's just ridiculous. And now for something completely different.
Orders, please. Orders, please.
Oh, I get the headshot. Can you hear that? Headshot. You better watch out, Paper Rex, yo. Headshot. I get the headshot. Go kill. Mister, go kill. After go kill. Enzo with a 0, go kill. Can you hear that?
Now, back to your regularly scheduled programming.
We started with 12 of the world's finest teams, and now we're down to our final 4.
This is the defending champions versus the challengers. Can they do this in front of that crowd?
My ace, please! My ace, please! Forsaken gets the ace!
Our first ever global crowd ace!
Heart still beating, still feasting, still eating! History books have a finite amount of pages, and Paper X's story is not done yet!
There it is! Look at you right there!
I have a question for you, though.
Yes?
Where's Tom gone? He was supposed to be up here. You were playing a second ago. What's...
The greatest EMEA rivalry comes down to this.
Enzo, come fight!
Tight in this corner, they know he's there. Another missed shot, and somehow he's come out with 4. The turret even finishes it from the ace.
FPX have done it, and they're going on in this tournament, eliminating Fnatic.
I'm walking on water.
That's supposed to be me!
Optic have never beaten an EMEA team before. Will the curse be broken today?
Who's that? Tombiz? Sideshow?
Was he falling asleep?
FPX force Optic to bend the knee here. And they look untouchable.
Let's go.
And FPX will make it to the grand finals.
What's happening, Tom?
I've just had a really bad day.
This is it. The grand finals between Paper X and FPX. It's time to crown our Masters Copenhagen winners right now.
Sipping at the fountain of youth out of his Red Bull cup, it seems. This guy is just insane.
Okay, boys, focus. It's not gonna be easy game.
And the confidence is there. Sky wants to claim the ace.
One enemy remaining.
Socks, shoes, get them back on.
Let's go. You got a game to play, son.
These players are just too sharp right now.
Zagetsu! What a monster.
Paper X looking for a rebuttal, looking to send this to a 5th.
Let's go, boys!
Boys, be less emotional, okay?
No. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
4 kills for the final blow.
And Sugetsu delivers the killing blow, putting FPX onto the throne.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Masters Copenhagen champions, Von
Okay. Okay.
Back to the